I don't know, but there's a lot of newspaper articles today, about these giants. I don't know. They're also some from the middle. I mean, like Goliath and David and Goliath was essentially they were bigger people. I don't know what what we consider a giant, but just back to the Yeti. Don't you get people? I mean, you are seriously in like you are seriously in like you are seriously in like the dead capital of the Yeti, right? Don't you talk about it in school? Is that condescending? I mean, if you were like I'm at the dead center of like surfers, wouldn't find that to be condescending. No, 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 no. What do you want to know truthfully is like when you were a little kid. I get little kids who say that they saw him. Oh, okay. Well then, okay, so that's okay, so that's different. Is it good? Do you know the name of the most famous Bigfoot footage? Yeah, it's called something Gimli. It allegedly is the second most famous footage. Let me see if it's true. At least what they have. Sasquatch. Okay, here we go. Yo, dog, give me the top 10 most famous of all time. I think number one is supposed to be the moon landing, but isn't two like the Yeti, like that something Gimli footage from Oregon, and then give me the top 20. Yo, okay, perfect. Okay, I think number one. Footage. No, the first. Um, what is that Yeti footage? It's like the Gimli film. It's like a hyphenated name. Gimli. What footage I'm referencing? Yeah, you do. Just think about the most famous. Just think about the famous Bigfoot that you've ever seen. It's that one. I think Gimlin Patterson. Welcome. What did the person say? Just, I think Gimli Patterson footage. Gimlin Patterson footage. Gimlin hyphen York. Have you ever seen that footage before? You've never seen England Patterson footage? What is it? What is? Why do you call it that? No, it isn't. There's nothing criminal about it. A conspiracy is an agreement between two or more a criminal act. This has nothing to do with that. If anything, you can call it. Anything, I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you. No, no. I'm giving you the little definition of a conspiracy. It's an agreement. The word we use for anything that's discredited in the mainstream. Well, I mean, that's what it is. And I can't stand that because there are a lot of things that have turned out to be true. Like the fact that foreknowledge of Pearl Harbor, or the fact that Area 51 exists, or the fact that coronavirus allegedly came from Wuhan. Those are, yeah, show me. I want to see it right now. Get it right now. If you send it. Or just tell me what it is. So just you look for it, and do you think they got banned? Yeah, just look at it. Oh yeah, on the Oregon border. Uh, and yeah, yeah, no, nobody's there to see the redwood. I vote the same way. Isn't it like great? Like I found it. Look up language of origin. Told you, bitch. Uh, got it 100% right, Kate.
Are you looking at what?
I will in a second. I need Rothschild. I know you found it.
I'm giving you all this amazing information. And what is the number two William Montgomery man in the universe doing with it? Nothing.
Right, because you just said it to me. Why would you look at it?
I think all day. I'm advocating for the Miami, but you're Willie Mammoth or something, right? I don't even know that's just Mammoth. They can at least put the Willie Mammoth.
Hold on. Do you think so? It should be called the Woolly Mammoth? Do you think they should call the Woolly Mammoth? All right. Mammoth could be
Here's how large. Extra large. Okay.
all right. Hear me?
Yeah, so much time has passed.
I recognize that. I had okay, fun. I really like when you send Echo Mastodon, American Mastodon, what is even Imperial Mammoth, South African Mammoth.
It's for just these different guys of like main genuses. It could be like subspecies.
I like the mower Ethereum.
That's like a rhino.
Do you have?
Baby.
Do you know what the television show Sesame Street is?
Elmo's world.
No, dude, Sesame Street.
Elmo.
Yeah, he is. But Elmo's world's different. Okay, so I'm looking. Okay, at the Bigfoot Catskills, Smoky Mountain Bigfoot. study skunk ape. Okay, what is this? Oh, no. So do you know what Snuffleupagus is?
Oh, yeah.
Guess what? Snuffleupagus is not an elephant or a woolly mammoth. Snuffleupagus doesn't even have ears. Did you know that? Did you know that Snuffleupagus didn't even have an doesn't even have,
They're just
no, they've said that he doesn't have ears. Sesame Street put out had a press conference.
to have, yeah. Are there any animals with every year?
Yeah, bats. I don't know. I just made that up, but I don't think they have. Oh yeah, they have ears. Bats have ears. Um, let's look it up. Are there any mammals that don't have ears? All mammals have ears in some form, except some mammals appear earless because the pinnae are somewhat absent. Earless seals, moles, golden moles. Many species of moles have very small or hidden extra ears adapted for the ground lifestyle. I was going to say moles. All right. Um, do fish have ears? Do fish have ears? Like any fish? Yes, fish do have ears, but not like mammals. Fish do not have external ears, no guy, but they do have inner ears that allow them to detect sound, balance, and orientation. Oh, fish have ears. Did you know that?
I know it makes sense. They're
Wait a second. That means dolphins have ears?
well, they need ears because they actually talk more than
Right. But
they might have like an ear canal of their filter side of the head.
yeah, they have like small openings on either side of their head that lead to their inner ears. They have a specialized fat-filled jaw that primarily receives sound waves through the which contain a special type of fat that conducts sound vibrations directly to their middle ear. This is especially useful for underwater hearing. Do you know? Hold on, let me look this up. Do dolphins rape? Oh, that violates their usage policy. Do dolphins rape?
Girls that you're like, oh no, they're like, I just want to know what you
This is for research purposes for a project for school. Do dolphins question mark?
I was drawing it like I was trying to get it to be right here.
Oh yeah, they do.
Uh,
They do. Yes, some species of dolphins, particularly bottlenose dolphins, have been observed exhibiting aggressive sexual behavior, including forced copulation. In the wild, male dolphins have been known to form alliances that isolate female fowls, like gangbang, sometimes coercing them into mating. These behaviors, while disturbing human sensibilities, are part of the animal's natural reproductive strategies and social dynamics. Not guided by human concepts of morality. Would you like more information on? No, I asked it, and then it said this content may violate our usage policy, and it didn't give it to me, and then it did. It's known as coercive.
Rewrite the lyrics of a Vanessa Carlton song.
Oh, I can.
Rewrite.
Hold on. Is it that song? Making my way downtown. Is it making my way downtown? Okay. So you wanted to redo those lyrics with what's the subject?
Like, making about a girl that like hates her teddy bear and wants to like grab the teddy bear, and that's like, oh no, it's very awful. And I had to like get out the no, just do it. Just do it. Like I don't care. We're gonna do a project, final. I feel like hate what I want.
Do you like? What are your thoughts on? No, I've got those. And then Everly.
Is music, or is she just
No, skated.
her music career? Like, what a like wall was just like
I think that
old.
Alan is a fashion icon. She's like the one. Okay, like right? No, nobody goes.
Even know after skateboarder, I thought she wrote a song.
Yeah, no, but she basically had this like she had a song about skater boys, and that gave a lot of girls the opportunity to like go around, like kind of get cocky, like I don't know, wear like heavy makeup and black. I mean, that was kind of like black and pink. That was like her deal, and she made that.
It was like the Katy Perry goes to space for the girls that were.
Yeah. Okay. What are your thoughts on Katy Perry going into low Earth orbit, not Earth space? Did you hear?
Yeah, it's kind of stress people like Joe Rogan or whatever. Like, it's bizarre that it's like such a conflict. No, I want to say something like, what is it? Like, fire? Oh, you actually leave the set? Really, we're gonna like back the ping pong back and forth on whether or not.
What's this one? Hold on. Jeff Bezos. What's the truth of Jeff Bezos getting NASA to change the definition of what an astronaut is very early, or like just before his fiance and future ex-wife went into space with Katy Perry? What's the claim that NASA to change the definition of astronaut is not accurate? Hold on a second. By 2021, the FAA updated its criteria for commercial astronaut. Uh, previously, this She flew about 50 miles to U.S. different equipment to demonstrate activities. Blue Origin of flight national flights on April 14th. I was mentioned despite mentioning the most of the commercial flight, the FAA did not officially recognize the astronauts. That's because the flight is autonomous and independent and not contribute to flight safety efforts, which allows you to update it. Okay, come on. What is Blue Origin's definition of an astronaut? Origin does not have an official line. Okay, U.S. government.
So just hey, that the first year he have it.
Around for that, I think that could be very useful. All right, I you didn't even congratulate me on watching all the film.
Didn't really think too much of the
From the beginning,
thing is that you're probably sleeping for a few months.
that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. But
Give you congratulations.
thank you. It took longer than I thought it
I
would.
think you might be one of the first
No, there are people who like who,
who've been there since the beginning and watched everyone.
yeah, there aren't that many people. There aren't that many people who've done that. But what there are a lot of people who get really like their life isn't going well, and they have this dream begins. And they're gonna move to Austin, so they watch them all so that they get all the lore, and then they go to Austin. So I'm not that dumb. I'm just diehard enough to watch them all the way through. And when I watched them all the way through, I got this like longing to want to do it again. Like it was like um, I don't know, like Forrest Gump when he runs across the United States and he's just like around and does that. Um, I I mean I liked it better, but I the early ones. And I don't know, they're just like really innocent. They don't know that they're going to be millionaires, and I think there's something cool about that. William in his first, is early on it, and then he becomes like a regular and everything.
Do I know how to how his personality is more stable now.
Right. And the funny thing that happens that you would know as his second biggest fan because I love his girlfriend. You know his girlfriend? No.
Oh,
Yeah, he doesn't really talk about it. Anyway,
no. He says it every single time, multiple times. I'm not that you don't know the answer, but I'm sorry.
um, um,
Erica,
yeah, Erica. Like he the meeting before William, and then the meeting with Uncle Tony basically was like, yeah, girlfriend was like basically cheated on me with some other guy here. It wasn't exactly that, but the way they found out was this. William Montgomery said that he was doing acid at some girl's, at somebody's grandpa's house in Florida, which is the neighborhood in Los Angeles. And I thought that was weird because my girlfriend's grandparents, Christina, and or my recent ex girlfriend or whatever, and I saw her here, and I put two and two together, and now I see that they're dating. And he was really fun. So then they were like, what's that big guy's name? What's that one guy from Macon, Georgia's name? Who nobody thinks is funny? He's like, who? No, Macon, Georgia. He's yeah, David Luke. David Lucas is like, I'm gonna have you on the podcast. That's a really good story. Basically, that I don't know if
I heard stories are good. So
that's okay.
I got some history. And people like him.
So when I
You're not very fond of him. I think
all of the jokes are in your booty hole, and did you know that Tony was married? He like never. So he was married to this model, and it seemed he had like a really accent. Anyway, I'm not exactly sure what happened in I think like 3 years of the show, but I mean, wouldn't you be like? I would start making fun of the fight. Like I would start like if we're gonna do roast, I'd be like yeah, like you guys gotta wear a strap on, like your boyfriend, whatever the stupid thing is, make fun of each other. But nobody ever fun to fight. Um, very funny. That's the girl was like, wait, you got married? And Tony's like, nah, yeah, it's something we talked about that. He's like, wait, you're my friend, and you did next to me, and you got married? He's like, yeah, that's happened. It was just really interesting that, like, he didn't talk about it very much.
sure has
I'm in, no, I'm in agreement.
or you could just like trust that he doesn't get
Well, you never see her on the show. Okay, so here's there's this one guy who I just I really when I first started watching the show. Okay, the first episode doesn't have such one through like they do. This guy's name was the man agent. Have you heard about this guy? If you haven't, I'll tell you about it, which I'm sure you don't care about. But, all right, so this guy was. Have you ever seen? I mean, you maybe you have, but like maybe just on TV or something. On Hollywood Boulevard, they have like lookalikes. So they'll have like a man costume guy and like Wonder Woman, and they have this guy who looked like Iron Man. Have you ever seen these people? Okay. So Hollywood Boulevard is like infamous. It should be really really nice.
Hollywood.
Okay, so right in front of it's called the PCL Theater now, but it used to be called Brown Chinese Theater. It they had this is where they had like the finger, the hand, and the hand and footprints in the concrete. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so celebrities used to take their hands and concrete, and the people would go around and put their hands in those hands. It was a big thing that was done in like the 50s and 60s. That eventually became the Hollywood Walk of Fame kind of deal. Not exactly that, but and then you've got the stars on Hollywood Boulevard or whatever referencing stars.
That's really the sidewalk.
No, they weren't really deep, but they used to. It was like in a spot where like a lot of tourists were, and it would bring a lot of tourists.
Roller type.
Yeah,
They were.
yeah, but they weren't like in the middle of the sidewalk. They were like in like a, they were like a court type deal. Anyway, so they have like Marilyn Monroe and like James Cagney. So starting, I don't know when, but around late '90s, people started going down there and dressing up as characters like Superman and Batman. These people and get their pictures there, especially tourists, to get their pictures taken with these like action figures or lookalikes of people or whatever. These people who would go down there, his name is the Iron Patriot. Now, pretty weird, but I don't know why Tony and on the show they let him on for like what this guy would do is he bought $5,000 Iron Man suit, which is like a really good suit from some guy like Norway, and he would ride the bus every Monday to Tony, and he couldn't sit down. So that's why he took the bus so that he ran the whole time. And he would essentially play security on the show. Even though nobody cared about them, they just called him the security guard. All right. So this guy he was like the band before they even had a band. And he would make comments about people. And like let's say someone was gonna be on the show, he would just memorize their Wikipedia and he would like ask them all about, like what it was like to be in. He would just like memorize their filmography. And it was really weird. The reason why I got kicked off the show was there's another podcast called Getting Doug with High. And okay, so I wondered, okay, what happened to it? Okay, so that's why it's not like a thing. Okay, I don't know if that was such a good move by Dick Benson. That could be a really big podcast. But anyway, oh, I know why. Because you can't show on YouTube. Yeah, they made 18 plus, and then they came out. It's an issue that Joey Diaz is running into right now. So that's why he went to Patreon. Or else, well, like when Joe Rogan has been on his thing, he doesn't make money. So he doesn't have, they don't have, they're just like, yeah, I think that they potentially lost their revenue from that. Or they made it 18 plus. I know at least in the older days of Tony, it was about $100,000. So per episode. All right. So what happens in they were on getting done with um and Redman and Tony, they're just like normal guests on that show. And the Iron Patriot after the show said to Doug, hey, like hire me to be on your show, I could kill Tony and be on your show. And of course, Doug was like, no, creepy guy. And Tony and found out about it. And like, so 150. So they let him back on for the 100th episode, and he came back and whatever. Okay, on episode like 251 or something, the Iron Maiden without his suit and charges the stage and scares the shit out of Tony and Red. To the point where they thought they were going to like he was going to shoot, and he just comes up and just waves in the camera. But ever since they totally cut him. Anyway, I used to like this guy because it was just really quirky, and they would make fun of him. I don't know. It's just that really easy to tell me that they were like innocent, and I don't know. I just liked them when they were just like it was just like a startup. Like right now, it's like very corporate. They got all these sponsors, and they've got like a big band. All that stuff's cool, but it was just like the early days. Like it's kind of like I like the early Rogan, where they're just sitting there, talking about like the fleshlight. Or how to cook fleshlights. Like, they wouldn't do that nowadays. But then they got fleshlight and Hunter, and then they got all these other stuff. Anyway, there's some things that are like, oh, you know what? Just recently finished like over the weekend. They were only like I don't know, like 20 episodes. It's the new show here. It's called the Church of What's Happening Now in Testament or something like that. And Joey's on there, and he's like, "Look, bro, I don't know what we're gonna do." He's like, "YouTube, people are saying we changed with this because we don't smoke weed and we don't listen to music and all the other ones, the old ones, we did." But you have to understand, YouTube has gotten so strict now that if we do that kind of stuff, they make a podcast for 18 plus, and we don't get monetized, so we can't do any of that stuff anymore. So they're just taking it to Spotify and just having it on Spotify, which I hope they don't do. I like that.
That's their brand. Like, okay, can't just smoke weed off camera. Go but we're just gonna
Right. I mean, I think that you can't. It's something about you can't. It shouldn't be. They talk about doing edits all the time, which I think is fine. But I think it has to do with.
here's a little edible on camera. Like you feel like even show the package.
Well, then you
Where you record it, if you did, the rule is like if I say the title is marijuana.
that's what they say. I'm eating an edible. I'm eating. But then they no, because then they talk about how many milligrams or whatever of THC is in it. So I don't know what the rules are.
That's
Right. They're like we can't do that.
vaping off
I think so.
the vaping very you can't really tell the difference between vaping
That's exactly right. So I'm not really sure, but I just know that there's like a thing there on YouTube.
and in-person vaping. I feel like they don't even maybe a little.
Dude, it makes a lot of Asian people do.
It seems like it's really
I do.
they left for
Yeah, but I see some streamers and they vape all the time. They're like always vaping. And
yeah, no, but you think
Um, yeah, I, but I think the real population is small. Dude, I'm telling you about it. It's, you don't kind of see it as a dirty thing. I'm telling you, there's this subreddit that is so funny that it would all follow the Joe Rogan version too. You you have to check it out. It's called the Fire Group, and it's kind of like my favorite news. And you're not gonna get it at first, but okay. So there were two guys, Brendan Schwab, who was a former MMA guy, and Brian Allen, who was like Joe. And basically, they have this podcast that is just dying, and they have to buy all their views. They have nothing to talk about. And they're moving LA to Austin like this month. And if you go into, I'm telling you, don't watch the. I've never watched any of their podcasts, but I read what people write about it, and it is so funny. It is so funny that their like entire audience, their entire fan base is just turned on them. It's very very funny. So if you have a chance, check it out. Do you know that William Monroe, the fighter and the but don't go don't, like here's why it's funny. The UFC guy is just like this goofy dumb guy, and he'll be like, "Oh, The Godfather, great movie, never seen it." Like he'll just be like, he'll tell you something and it's completely wrong, or he'll be like, "Well, I can't stand when guys talk about their kids," and then he'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about his kid's T-bone and how he's such a great dad, and like his wife's like basically like cheating on him, and he's just like an Instagram model. She just, it's just like, and then Brian Callen, who you probably have seen, he was on Mad TV. He was on, I think like he's been on a bunch of shows. Um, I think he was on like French Out Canada. Not Eric Andre and not Kim Hill, right? No, but is it on YouTube?
Yeah, there's clips on YouTube. You can watch full episodes. Fine, but it's really funny.
Anyway,
Oh, and one more thing before I go, because I gotta take my tablet. I have a phone. It was that Canadian. So um, like I was looking at working on here, a photo of a house. Uh, I love little scripts so much.
I do too, man. Like backrooms and shit.
Yeah, so I'm working on my own little sound video because they're all like that, but like I
There aren't a lot of there are not a lot of outdoor ones.
get out of what comes up in my first week. Like I'll prefer like little videos, like hey, scroll down and then it stops showing me video like videos. Like it says, oh, you can take 2, 3, 4, 5 for YouTube. That's like pretty much impossible to ever take to a it's like I've never even done.
Dude, I can't
Like,
stand it either.
you want to look at chat? Oh, you want to look at some other I'm like, why are you showing me videos I've already done that have nothing to do with what I'm searching for? I can't find over, like, hey, it makes me want
Dude, I completely understand. 100%. All right, two other things that I can't stand about YouTube. Similar. Um, okay, what are they? Okay, well, one of them, I was watching, like, when they had the guy who was in charge of YouTube search, and, that's like, you have a really big role, like, what you, what,
something that
I screaming at the fucking monitor at the laptop, like, fuck you, man, you suck at your job, your kids hate you. Okay, so this guy's on there, and he's like, yeah, I mean, when you're watching a video, let's say you watch a video with 3 or 4 of these videos, you don't want us to show you more of those videos. And I'm like, yes, you do. You've watched 2, 3, or 4 of them at that point. He's like, no, we want diversity in our playlist. So we're gonna give you something that we might think that you like, but you may not like. It's like, no, that's not how it works. If I'm watching episode 1, 2, 3, 4, you better fucking show me 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how I want it to work. But that's not how it works. What they do is throw something else in there, which is goes to the point where you're like, hey, I was just scrolling down at liminal stuff, and then it shows me something else which I don't care about. You're exactly right. Okay, the second thing is
when you click on a video, though, you have options where it's like, do you want YouTube's curated selection of random bullshit, or you can choose related, and then you'll get more related videos to it, which is good. Which is good that at least they give you an option, even though the default option should be give me related shit to what I'm watching. But.
Exactly. The second thing that I can't stand is how hard YouTube pushes shorts on me. Like I watch YouTube things that are like 2 or 3 hours long. This isn't TikTok. I don't want to watch just something 30 seconds long. And then in the search results, when you click in YouTube, like show me the search results, normally it gives you like little rectangles for each video. Well, the YouTube shorts are super the whole phone, and it's like, dude, I don't give a shit about this. Like,
Yeah.
Like when I.
And the stupid thing is like they used to not have a volume or like a timer that you could even fast forward the YouTube short. So if you were spending your time on Earth watching YouTube short, it's like you couldn't change the volume or you couldn't go to any point in time in the video, and it was just so annoying. But they patched that, thankfully.
Yeah, I can't stand that. I think that guy should lose his job. His boss should lose his job, and his boss's boss should lose that job. Sundar Pichai.
They really pushed the YouTube shorts like crazy showing it.
Right, and you know why? Is because they're losing market share to TikTok. I know this guy from Twitter. It's a.
I don't know why they didn't steal like the story feature from like all the other platforms have stories, but there's no YouTube stories now.
Dude, why?
Because that seems to be like a very universal type of feature that everything has, but it's not really suited for it, I guess.
They really screwed up when they got rid of Plus. Nobody used it, but it was the perfect opportunity for them to make it Instagram and make it TikTok and make it YouTube all in one. But Sundar Pichai, the dumbass CEO of fucking Google, got rid of it, even though people could have used it. They could have been a viable Facebook competitor, Instagram competitor, and allowed them to just have like for instance, let's say you're on as a user and I want to connect with you. It's like there's no
no, it's insanely cool on YouTube.
Right.
That is insane to me.
I agree.
That is absolutely like so insane. It's like ridiculous. You can message people on
everything.
Literally like Pornhub. You can send people messages.
I wasn't
can't
aware of it.
fucking-
You really can send people messages on Pornhub?
Never done that?
No.
That's who I talk to. Like 99% of my people on my connections are from. It's like LinkedIn, but for porn.
Okay.
Connect with people. Lifelong bonds.
Excellent.
Over the content that you share.
Phenomenal.
And Pornhub should be like Reddit. There should be like threads.
I'm in agreement with you on that. But the fact that you can message people on Reddit, you can message people on Imager, you can message people on Twitter, you can message people on Instagram, you can message people on everything but YouTube, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Facebook.
What? I mean, is there a YouTube improvement proposal thing?
There's a reason why people to message. They don't want people connecting.
They don't want you spamming everyone.
Exactly.
That's the
exactly.
reason.
No. But they don't want to have to deal with people's opinions, because when people can connect, they will use that against each other, or use it against the platform, essentially. So they don't let people connect. But it's very interesting. You used to be able to connect using Google Plus, and they have
comment sections, though, isn't that as big?
Yeah, but it's not like you can just be like, hey, what, like, just send somebody a message there. You have to put a public comment and then get their, like, Instagram or something like that. And a lot of times people they want to be anonymous, don't want to connect to that. And
yeah, I mean, with like popular or like creators, usually you can link all your social media if you really want to contact the creator.
Wait, that's the creator, though. That's the
people don't have that, and you still have to go through like this hoop of going to a secondary. Message.
Why would you want that? Why would you want to give other people the opportunity to steal your social media influence? Why wouldn't you be like, hey, just
now, yeah, how much revenue are they losing by not allowing people to just message in apps? You're basically like sucking people's time, and then you're now, I don't need to download Facebook Messenger, just message me on YouTube. That's where I spend all my time anyways.
Exactly. And it just doesn't make any sense. Even Twitch, you can message on Twitch. Not like they don't know that their computers allow it, but yeah, for whatever reason they don't allow it, and it would be a big avenue for spam.
You think people will like start raging against YouTube and like figure out how much YouTube sucks with like this spider web of hatred?
Yes, they'll unite. It would allow the commenters to connect with each other. I'm serious. It would allow the commenters to connect with each other, and they don't want that.
Why?
For instance, let's say we have a controversial video on the Yeti. Okay, and somebody goes and puts a comment to a video of another Yeti video. Okay, so I could watch the secondary video and be like, oh, okay, cool video. Or I could connect with that person and we could start doing Yeti research. They don't want that.
But you can debate them in the comments anyway. And I don't know.
You can, but it's public that way. Here, let's just ask ChatGPT why they don't have it. I'm not saying this is the reason, but this is okay. So why is it on Twitch and Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and all of the major social, you can message the other commenters, but YouTube is the main platform that does not allow that. What is the reason? Is it nefarious? It seems like a perfect opportunity to allow people to connect, but YouTube does not allow it. Why? Right, YouTube stands out amongst platforms for not offering direct messaging for private communication commenters, especially compared to Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Here are the main reasons for design choice. It's strategic. Platform identity and focus. YouTube's core identity is as a content consumption platform, not a social networking site. Its focuses on video creation and distribution, public comment, interaction, engagement, not between users. Private messaging adds completely complexity that shifts focus from public engagement, which YouTube has historically avoided. Moderation and abuse concerns. This is why I think it is. Direct messaging can open the door to harassment, spam behavior, especially on a platform with many young users. I get that, but I still don't. Has been under scrutiny for safety and moderation challenges. Removing private messaging, which it used to have. So it used to have this
Oh, it did? I didn't know that.
until 2019. Okay, so YouTube already tried it. YouTube introduced private messaging system, but it was underused. Engagement didn't increase significantly. Often exploited for spam. So they removed it in 2019, citing low usage and better alternatives like sharing videos via links. So they don't want to have to deal with moderation of it. And I get that, but I still think that a nefarious reason.
Um, yeah, no, it's. I mean, maybe they could have it so that like the default is that you can't accept messages, and then you have to go out of your way, find the setting that's hidden, and then activate it in order to be able to receive messages, and then also, yeah, this the kids safety thing.
Dude, I
I
don't
get has
I don't give a shit about
safety.
no. They should have it so that if you are under 18, you can't message. Period. No messaging. That solves that right there.
That's just age discrimination.
Twitter has it so that you can't even create an account until you're 18. So it is discrimination. We discriminate based on age for a lot. Can't
I guess solution.
in,
Um,
in
but yeah,
fact
I gotta take my dog out now, but I'll be back, and I appreciate the discussion.
take care,
It was fun.
my fellow mammoth.
Drinking
All
this
right, later.
But there's a person who planted the seed. There's a person who watered the plant. There's a person. I think that level of awareness, and it's in front of you. I love it. But like, just where does this one story globalization of the internet all around the world beyond our capacity and saying every day, speaking to a microphone. Well, what is it? Hundreds of years of technology. It's focused on one thing. It's a this thing is statement because I'm recognizing that and I'm having the communication about it. It's just kind of my life conversation. Recognizing that. World and moment. Just
mention your world. And by the way, I'm going to say this is so incredible. I'm so thrilled to have this conversation. Exactly. The 5 hour. Somebody was thinking for the first one. It's like that. But so much in our lives is short bursts. I'm just so appreciative to have the chance to say, yeah, that's it. That's good. I grew up. I was like captured, tortured. They were getting tyrannies. Like at the end, they say, "I was thinking this. Let them go." So everyone on one share of the mention how much the team works in their earliest days of the pandemic has provided to talk on whether the tools of mechanics and equipment were a match. And you was then, is now, the anti-person was in. I woke up that morning and I felt that wasn't the talk that I there was something else that was more stressing for me. And that was the realization. We're asking the question, why would we prepare for this pandemic? But we weren't. Why can't respond and there was somehow miraculously this pandemic is a predictable. If you're such a good response to a category of pandemics, particularly as we enter the agency, it's somehow miraculous. We solve that problem. Solve the problem of climate change. Everybody got one. And let's organize ourselves climate change. And then you have a nuclear war, because everybody's as you only want these nuclear weapons. Who cares if these climate change? Because we're all then a category bringing all those things together was this disconnect between completely local and shared the biggest challenges that we face and to solve and there's a big issues which is different kinds of sovereignty religious different kinds of organizational principles everybody got right series of treaties together it's really a for the modern throughout the how unstable jockey between and that was the genius of the generation together started with that. And we can't just talk about the right of systems where our transcend our national sovereignty. They don't get rid of them, but they transcend them so we can solve these categories of problems. We're reaching a point where our reach as humans, even individually, collectively, is so great to mismatch, as I said, the nature of the problems and the ability to solve those. And unless we can address that broader global collective action, we're going to extinct them. And or anything else, those can succeed. It doesn't matter if one succeeds because all of them and people lead. But I gave and I went by data one night, the next night, and it's like a
So then I called the meeting on my personal email and get people 25 countries. All of these people who are having this thing wrong in the world, they wanted to use the process of working groups, laid out funded this one year world morale, 1 year job role, and it's about the journey. We now have one way or another from 120 countries of events exploring issues in billions of viewers, readers participating. The vision was arbitrary number of themselves in the world relation together. That is, there's a problem, which is people collector problem. So the idea, yeah, if we just focus on the verticals on the manifestations of the collective action, there will be in so how we work on those dynamics and other things. We also have to ask bigger questions like and the idea is at least that whenever big decisions are made, our national leaders are exactly the higher they're maximizing the national interest, corporate interest, even if it's everybody. It's not going to get rid of states. States are essential. Symptoms of undermining the red, which is also essential. That's is to create an empowered constituency. People demanding their leaders at the level just to a better broader like a account. The problem is you have an organization. You want to say a lot of things for call it lead it out of like representation. The force to that's social hope. Necessarily change over time. The idea of modern state was organic of the United Nations. And it's really days and the philosophies. It took a long time for these ideas to be realized. The idea, we're all little minors, not the leaders or legal language that we provided addressing the needs of the population into the summit. This year, we're just on the verge of having our on the same issue, race, sanitation, hygiene, essential pandemic protection by 2030. In some ways, it's primarily people all around the world trying to pass resolution or language. They all thought it was great, but they were young and inexperienced to know how it was. But now these things that we decided that it's actually what we're trying to do is really to we don't feel that we need to do there are a lot of things. Like right now, we just had to go keep my team. I mean, it was like fun to keep 26. And then Greta's that's a huge, an amazing young woman. Just pointed in what he set out. It became like a meme on Twitter. And really, like, these old people are just screwing around. And it's I the conversation. He's going to take it forward. When we did the second, we have this water sanitation and protection. One on Earth by 2030. And we have the base station using the model framework for how this really in every country they all then the former and asked him and others these young people and represent turn them into what looks exactly like his and then every permanent representative and that was what would manage government's life essentially in that document is about us and it is resolution. Anything of engaging just like our side power and want to have just going fan local citizen come and leaving your phone about it isn't enough to drive the country even in the change. One, build popular movements that actually were at the scale that various currencies. Again, all to the mind. So some of it is about a little bit of money. It's almost entry point. It is power. Because of that, you start thinking some of these stuff. Yes, I so all these senior are here and whatever job and very day through the world, apparently, but also and there's so much cool. Just have a love to figure something out about nature. There are very, very ill, but just given a chance, people want to do the right thing. And I do believe there's wrong to make the role for government always a role for leadership. And I think that we need structures that allow leaders and we need to build our leaders to emerge. Our leaders, all inspire it's not what I must hold on. But I really see a lot of folks down here, you say this all the time, in your podcast, and you may be more optimistic in moments of human history. Crazy, wonderful, and yes, we think about ways to slaughter each other's skill. We've come up with wonderful plots about love and all those things, and yeah, we don't know this so crazy slow. I just really feel right now. Your perspective, a lot of seated by people, so you're holding sort of those all to the fire. I'm honored if anybody is inspired. I think with design, it's all about values. But everything is knowing there's the broader thing of how your passion, creative mind, and inquisitive mind is the core of everything. And knowledge base is constantly sharing some learning. It's an ongoing process. All make mistakes. No possibility. Nothing better. 100%. Really, it's been such a great pleasure and thank you for creating to have these kinds of conversations. Really enjoy it. And anybody has time or I thank you. giant families have the responsibility to brought about from that they Stanford, and genocide, war, the less frequent yes, reported response to the description. The song believed that for him, well, socialism, all existence. It was a true leftist, and the leftist this was, legally, that's at least it's screwed up or kinds of things that are bothered. But no, I mean, what do people find social? Way easier about interesting in something. And in fact, it was one day going to go. Eventually, in the international started in 1930s, described Stalin, or well, Eagles one of those weird, which has a lot of religious connotations. And in that sense, something, absolutely not necessarily torture. It's completely empty. Suffering, that we suffer. And so, yes, I guess, and even, historians don't working against evil, it's all philosophers, but I think it's certainly, it's, he is. I think he was delusional. And there was a wonderful historian across the political sciences, actually, Robert, from that era. And I always remember that of Tucker's writing. Meaning, paranoid throughout the gathering, right? But that he constructed plots. So, for instance, we're out. Just undermine. So, yes, I think he did suffer from but we're just by his activities, based on all of these delusions. It's not a company. It's extremely. I mean, I think most of us. It's probably so. Century. I think almost. It's a way. And, huge sense. Political together, limitations, that's really, but it was point, like, some ways. So, I think the times when that felt like, times, 30s times, 20s times, during the war, where it made mistakes, it's making any mistakes. But I think, look at his stuff, it is very times, everybody did. I mean, this is in many different enterprise. He had this notion that everything, like, kind of fault with whatever, where he actually went through the lines that were produced in native Georgia and appropriate how they should make those lines, how they should produce these lines so they can raise from there. So his competence ranged very wide. At least he thought his competence ranged very wide. In both things. If you look at the intelligence system, it's not a problem here. Here, your son has been brought this genocide in the late 1930s. That getting built high where these kind of question of genocide was always essentially explained or to create that. That's a good question. And I don't think it can say it was always inherent. I mean, the man without his power, but he eventually is. So, it was, and again, research that the first, not only to innovate, but about the turns out he was his father and some of the others. But basically, he was not from Georgia, it was it was good role for the suburbs. Him, so don't development in the system that led, to the kind of feeling that occurred in the 30s. Essentially achieved by the 1950s. It increased, it became and there was no, no analysis obviously of that nervous system. And
He was wrong. Around
we had to believe your early 1980s. He uses humor, sarcasm, especially uses verbal ways to control their behavior. And he's a really, I guess, manipulator is the right word. He does it, a kind of hand is admirable. And of course, is terrible because it ends up with, I just don't wonder. I wonder how much of it is 1920s. deeper question here is the social answer.
And
Why did you runs everything?
this is very different. When you read it,
Because that was important for all of us. I guess further deeper question: how easy it is for a human to go about this racism and genocide.
There are a lot of questions. There's no questions. And, the slippery slope question, I would suppose by saying, someone was likely a successor of Leonard. There were a lot of political agencies that emerged in the 1920s that made it possible for Stalin to power. I don't think of it as, just help them. I don't think anybody would say, much less himself, that this was a future miracle. They trusted him. Others were less mistrustful of him. But he managed to gain power like he did in this bureaucratic political life. That's successful. This is pretty slow, as it were, as a really good kid. And so, in other words, once he gains complete power, control of the programs and institutions, once he reverses himself, he is able to reverse himself. Reverses various nationalities there, politics, when he reverses all that, hero figures, in the political system, suicide, all these things come together in 1933. Yeah, and, that bad and people start seeing start seeing it's not as well as dangerous. It's a dangerous situation, which is hard. And some people really understand that. So I think we do see the differentiation between the 20s. I mean, it's true that Stalin was sort of born. There's a lot of research on that. Shows that the art had some of these over I don't see that as the necessary stage of which would be the terrible, where most people are free for them. Families' lives and where to return that sort of thing becomes a common what have to face. So it's different. And if people would argue this kind of continuity debate, that argument, naturally is the next thing from once he's completely down. Many people, because of the instance of that, it's and that and what's nothing. That's what you do. It takes it one step, one thing. Again, that's what I like this slow. Metaphor, it's slow and easy. It's a big, and stories of some sense, creates you talk about that. You just have this whole earth that
of it, and all in that would have the result of collectivization. Collectivization more or less so-called more or less richer farmers. Notice in every agricultural we're all collective was just a collectivization. During this collectivization, how the state they were on another so it was a complication in the countryside. And the result of the conflagration because there was yeah. Part of it is this is resistance. And then you need a couple of things that cause this. And also worked on this. They continue with the museum. It's going to be the building is it's going to be of any cost. So it's the historian about it. So what happens? First of all, steel develops and even stronger. I think even stronger because they already have that. And even stronger in general. First of all, they resist the organization. Second of all, he's not getting all the great talent needs. So he sends in there people took school different great it's teams of people, some really suburban, some party people, some protesters, in part to go into the village. And from Ukraine, using it all over that's really and 32 especially. Then, in the January of 33, Vince the has been they're not they're resisting the expropriating. They're acting like traitors. They're ready. It says that because technology says it too. They're ready to revolt. How up to get you. So when essentially break the back, weight breaks their back. Going another expropriating, which is another. So explain everything. Laws they take it from the fields. So you can shoot. There,
Yo.
How are you? Ready for me?
Not if I get a hold of your boy.
I'm good.
So you're not.
but like in a really healthy.
Oh yeah, you're definitely in good shape.
All right, what are you talking about? Over 20%.
Easy.
15%.
He's talking about dicks.
It's 1 to 16.
I'm calling your friend. See if I can get a hold of him. I'm calling. What's all right, man? You've done really well. I was talking to Riser, and I didn't get a chance to tell him that I'm proud of you for all the workout you did. So the fact that I can't tell him, no big deal. You. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. It's like a drug that like crave.
And I'm fine. Myself. I'm at the end of it when I go. So, back to that.
There you go. Good on you, Zip. You're the man.
I am getting I have worked the whereas it's like walking.
All right. Well,
Rising talking about this morning.
you like tacos? You like tacos? You have an invitation. It's a double penis hole.
I feel like
Are you happy with that shot you just had? Are you serious? Are you serious? You're gonna do that? Are you fucking serious, dude? Dude, you could. Oh, you almost had a really good shot. Dude, I have one, and you have zero. Dude, what are you doing, man? How'd you like that shot? Dude, you're down 2 holes to none.
but
Oh, dude. I fucked that. Dude, you could make the best comeback in the history of this game right now. Do you think you're going to have the greatest comeback in the history of this game? Are you proud of that shot? Dude, do you think I can make this shot? Wasn't worth the risk. You have a chance to try. I don't know what that is. Dude, this is the hole you've never finished. Fuck, man. You have a chance to finish it. You got a lead on me. Oh, fuck. Dude. I just fucked you. What are you doing to yourself? I'm going to sit here and I'm going to play defense against you. It's pretty amazing that you've never scored on this hole.
Bitcoin's at 90 million right now.
9 million?
90 million market cap.
That's really good.
It's his second birthday.
Oh, that's why.
You know I am, because Bitcoin's at 104K.
So do you think it's going to drop?
What?
New school Bitcoin, do you think it's going to drop?
Possibly. There aren't enough. There isn't enough exchange listings, and the focus is on everything right now. Like everything is pumping.
Were you aware that you just lost that first game?
Everything that has like done well in the past. Well, done well at the recent past. Like everything that's been doing good is pumping.
How's dog with hat?
Fuck, I didn't even check one of the biggest holdings. Oh, 13%.
Are you happy about that?
I mean, I should have sold when it was $4 and had like over $1 million, but yeah.
Why don't you sell it now?
because it's not the top of the market. Why would I sell it when it's not even an all-time one? That makes no sense.
Do you think I can make this next shot? You were right. Dude, did you know that you're down 1 hole to none? Dude, do you think I'm better at mini golf than you are? Or do you think you're just not good enough at it?
You're definitely better.
Okay. I'll take that. You take some wild risks.
If that paid off, it would have paid off though.
Not really. It wouldn't have been any better than a normal shot. Oh,
Shit shot.
make this. You're down 0-2. You could have one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game. Double penis hole. Short. Holes to none. I am not good at this hole, though. Oh. That was interesting. You're down 4 holes to none. You might get blanked. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. How beautiful it is.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
if I want a six-pack, do I just get as skinny as possible? Like as
Yes.
thin as possible? Or...
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, basically every skinny person has a 6-pack. It's the natural formation of your body.
Does it burn all the body fat? Well, not all of it, but like a large portion of it in a six-pack.
Right. So like even super fat people have 6-packs. They just can't be seen because of the fat.
Do you think it's healthy?
To have a 6-pack?
Yeah.
It looks healthy. It depends what you define healthy as. If you were in a situation where you needed to conserve calories, no, it's deemed as healthy. Dude, did you know that you lost again? It's now time for literati.
You know, we're looking into it, like cavemen who lived in the cold they have more body fat, and then like the hunter gatherers that like live more in the sun, they all had 6-packs.
Okay.
You're on a six-pack, Rabbi?
So that the guy will hire you to be a stripper?
No.
No, that's exactly why.
Well, that's the reason, but also because if you have a 6-pack, no one can call you lazy because it shows discipline. Because it's not a lazy. You can't call someone lazy if they have a 6-pack because it takes discipline.
Are you worried about people calling you lazy?
Yeah, and like, would you hire a person with a 6-pack or without a 6-pack?
That doesn't matter to me. It matters how intelligent they are. Not all people with 6-packs. Not all people with 6-packs. Like a 6-pack doesn't tell me if they're disciplined or not. It tells me what the caloric intake is essentially.
Yeah.
Like every guy in a tribe in Africa has a 6-pack. That doesn't mean they're all super disciplined. Or every guy, or like
everyone.
All of India basically has 6-packs or pretty close to it. That doesn't mean they're disciplined. That would play, dude. You're down 18. You need 18 or more, and you take the lead. That was good, man. Is today the day you're going to win?
Yeah, I had a good conversation this morning.
Oh, with that girl? What? You had a good conversation, you said?
Not really a conversation, but yeah.
Did you talk?
Yeah, yes.
On the phone or did you chat?
Video chat.
Oh, that's good. You still in love with this chick?
Nah, not a lot. Definitely strong feelings, and I think the strong feeling is mutual right there. So,
How was her trip to the Caribbean?
fun. Just fine.
You know you only need 10 points and you take the lead at 11?
Video chat went half an hour, but we didn't do much talking.
You just showed each other naked bodies?
Pretty much.
Well, that works. Did you tell her you suck dick at mini golf?
um, no.
Okay, when are you gonna break the news to her that you're really shitty at mini golf, but you're even worse at literati?
Then when I have my dick in her mouth, I don't know.
Zoot, you are still in this game pretty well. Good one. Zoot, you are in this game, man. Do you think you could win? Zoot, you are down 17 points, but it's your turn.
I gotta go to the gym after this.
Okay, 14 points, dude. That was really good, man.
So, what you're saying is if I want to check my goal, I just get as skinny as possible.
Correct.
But not so skinny.
No, as skinny as possible, be fine. You won't go famished.
I would have to go into a real calorie deficit. I would have to starve. If I'm eating 3 meals a day, then I should be fine.
For sure.
3 low calorie meals a day, I should be fine. Then I go into once I do that, should I go into a calorie surplus and after go into maintenance and then go into a calorie surplus and build more muscle?
No.
Why not?
You should then just take testosterone and steroids and such.
Why would I do that?
To get huge?
Did you say take steroids?
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
To get giant.
Why do I want to do that?
To look hot?
Yeah. You don't need steroids.
Okay. Zoot, you're down 23. You're not you're doing better than you ever do. I'm usually up like 150 points on you right now.
I'll never take steroids.
Okay. Why? Oh,
My dick's too big.
okay.
Fuck you. Don't go there. Go anywhere but there. Go anywhere but there. You might actually help me though. Alright, you go there. I'm gonna get the triple though. Just know that. You go there, I'm gonna get the triple though.
Are you sure you're gonna get the triple?
Yeah, I can get the triple right now.
Then do it. Time's ticking down, Zoot. Fuck you, man. Shitty little
Yeah,
word.
you fucked me.
Shitty little word.
Yeah, it's a shitty little word, but it blocks you from getting a big score.
Shitty little word.
Right.
Shitty little word. Shitty little word.
Is it that shitty?
Yeah, it is.
Shitty is this one?
Don't do it. 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 What?
What did I do?
Knows.
Is he gonna play for?
I can't believe you used a blank tile on an. Dude, Lee? Are you serious? Dude, there are 29 tiles left.
So I should just take steroids.
Yep. But you said you'll never take them.
Still need it.
But you said you'd never take them. You never help to move the board over. I always have to do it.
Might do creatine.
Okay, well that's enhancement.
Sometimes it's just a placebo though, so. Might do.
Don't do that, Zoot. Whatever you do, don't put it there. Whatever you do, don't put it there. Zoot.
What did I do? What does 2L do?
2L?
Yeah, 2L.
I don't know what you mean.
The tile says 2L.
That gives you. You don't know what that means? It's a double letter.
So what does it mean?
It means whatever tiles on there gets double letters or double points. And 3L means
Fuck me.
and 3L means triple points.
Fuck me.
I can't believe you've been playing this game for as long as you have, and you didn't know that.
What's the difference between L and W?
W is double word. L is double letter.
Oh, I get it now.
The fact that you did not know that is ridiculous.
So if I play a Z on double letter, it's gonna do 20 points.
Exactly.
If I play triple word, it's gonna give me. Okay. See, that's why I keep losing.
I think so.
Rabbi, have you ever had a tile that's so shit that it's just literally just EI? It's just E. I literally have E I E I E E.
Then
Right now.
then swap them out, man. Yeah, I get that a lot. Swap 'em out.
I can come.
Down 99. You are down 9.
You gave me a good one. Oh. How's that not a word? Go. Guess what I got again?
Those same letters.
I have 7 eyes.
I think there are too many eyes in this game, just overall.
How the fuck do I only have eyes? What am I meant to do with that? Just the only thing I can see on the fucking board is eye. Are you fucking kidding me?
A blank tile for that?
Yeah, that was stupid. Do you know why?
Because probably use it in better spots.
100% I could use it in better spots. That's not even a question.
You are down. But you're not done.
Sorry?
You're down, but you're not.
I'm top. I'm actually fucked. Like, I'm actually fucked. There's no way. Like, if this was Squid Game, I'd be dead. Like, I'll just fucking resign. Someone shoot me right now.
How do they kill you in Squid Game?
From a gun.
It's always a gun.
Sometimes they stab you. It's a gun.
I'd rather have the gun than stabbing.
Yeah, the gun's instant. It's usually a headshot.
That's not that bad. They don't torture you.
Sorry?
That's not that bad. They don't torture.
I mean, they're torturing the fucking game.
So many eyes.
I mean, Rabbi, the torturing the game itself.
How do they torture you?
If no one wants to leave, you have to play. So if no one wants to leave, you have to keep playing. So if you want to leave and you're last on the line, then you have to keep on fucking playing.
That sucks. I don't think there's anywhere I can play my letters.
What's a really iconic movie that you've never seen?
Star Wars.
You never seen?
I'd not paid attention to it like really closely. Okay, so aside from that, I've seen Avatar to me, so
That's
let's.
like one of my favorite movies.
What movie have I like?
The James Cameron directed this thing.
Probably like Frozen.
Okay.
What about you? You haven't seen, and James Cameron's one of your favorite directors?
Yeah, I know.
You should watch it today.
It's 3.5 hours long.
So what?
I will go see it if they do like a re-release in cinemas, but like,
They're never
I
gonna
just don't
do
wanna
that.
watch it.
They're never gonna do that. Probably
Yes,
not.
they will.
Okay. For like the 50th
They have that.
50th anniversary.
They've done it multiple fucking times.
It's a really good movie. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, but I know how it ends.
It's beautiful.
I know it's a good movie, but I know how it ends.
All right. Are you gonna put down your tiles?
I have nowhere to play these.
Hit
Probably here.
past them. Yeah.
like and Avatar.
Those are two movies that I haven't really paid attention to that much when I watched them.
Oh, Avatar's not meant to be like a fucking, like fucking Shakespeare fucking play. It's meant to just be like a visual stunning movie. That's what it is.
All right.
The second Avatar movie has a bigger budget than GTA 6. This was like $2.2 billion.
Right.
It only just like kind of broke it even. What's your bet? So,
What letters do you have? I have a C.
by the way, how do you think X is going to make their money back? Grand Theft Auto is going to make their money back. Online transaction?
Yep. You played Pie and Tie. Where did you play those? Oh, thanks, dog. Gotcha.
All right. Enjoy the gym. And I'll see you when you get back, maybe. Go get him. Good job on you for getting in shape.
Okay. I already was in shape, but...
All right. Well, good job on you for never shutting up about it. The Rabbi trying to take over the world. Shut up. Oh, no, that's not the right Rabbi. I thought he was talking about this kid. I don't fucking care that the Rabbi has a. Please get the fuck.
Oh, yes.
Go to the city and try to find some. They've got pictures of Ukrainian peasants dying in places like that. How can we get the cities? But how they can't leave.
to go to the other. To get any food. There's no number of people offers. You won't go out anywhere. The Ukraine turns into the Ukrainian countryside, turns into my neck. So we're digital conquest called the body is just on here. Which is what I think it's real. It's about just I don't think there's any so for example, there were many cases of because there wasn't anything no. That's started this question a little bit earlier. Another sign human emotion. Necessary to get those experiences that they deserve. As their own fault. It wasn't just it. I mean, first of all, the Soviets and Ukraine, right? So you handed in for national. As we said, so there's a kind of determination, as they say, to have a Ukrainian national identity. And as any kind of separatist was that national at the same time, Stalin is annoyed. And with Ukrainian and being different and not to things as much as an active situation. He's also very great at creating and eventually purchase it. You're not being able to control the situation. Ukraine is in theory the breadbasket of Europe. Well, on the breadbasket, it's turning over to be Ukraine, so I think some of broad and build with some of the workers in the cities. So it's kind of a so when things fail, he blames them. And you not individuals but groups again. So there's a plate one is becomes naturally or just kind of false. You're blaming others, telling the narrative, the other, some thing, and there's pretty commonalities for it not to be emergent dragon gene and works for dictatorships. I think it's one those strategies. Uh, a lot of them do kill it. The sort that Stalin did. There is some sort of way of functioning was described by Hannah Arendt early on when she wrote The Origins of or less rights and let's follow. The real question is, and how do you go in direction? I mean, you can argue, for example, if Fidel Castro was not a stand, right? He was a town. He did not engage in mass murder. Ho Chi Minh was a dictator, a communist dictator. The communists went to Moscow, and the 30s went to fight the Communist Party. He was a horrible dictator. He was responsible for a lot of death and destruction. He was and so you get those. They didn't do the same way. This or people but he stopped his killing. And it's not a thing. So there's like Stalin right now, like Pol Pot, more engaging in fighting in genocide. And there's some who don't. What's the difference? Well, the difference is partly in personality, partly in historical circumstance, partly in the control. The idea to so how kind of allude to genocide. It's also in some ways saying it doesn't. But same thing even North Korea was Harold, right? And people, right? Is not, as we know, mass murder, that kind of thing. The point is that the ideology doesn't necessarily dictate genocide. The ideology makes genocide sometimes to be the way things you're on the right side of history and some on the wrong side of history. Destroy those people on the wrong side of history. I mean, there is something in Marxism language, language and that. But I don't think it's necessarily a story that Mark has written on wrote books on this stuff, and he was convinced that that the ideologies played a role in the Soviet Union. I'm not completely convinced. Or you can argue it about with equal balance. About the ideology of communism almost like this philosophy to get a crack, make an omelet, right? That reason like that, it's easier to take for the good of the country, for the good of the world.
wonder what the slippery slope. I know in audio, it's slippery slope. I think it's dangerous. I think it's dangerous, but I don't consider. Yeah, I don't like Marxism, but the next guy and I could get plenty of systems that will make it down. Just do what you can as creations and interact with people. But they're military systems. They are systems that contain people's autonomy and force people to do labor and lifestyle. They don't want to live. They spend a lot of time, you know, all of us, the post all, where people live on, and they have the freedom to choose. And that was powerful. It's, you know, they, let's try genocide, murder versus just mass violation of human rights. Right? And the last part, you're saying it'd be easier for somebody else than others. It's not clear that someone hanging out in definitely the fact what factors, how much of it is single character, how much of it is how much of it is listen, like, look at that history, looking at the fact that's going to Iraq, voting for really have this saying, it's pretty much history what the full way of looking at both in that respect. It happened. It was two things. It happened because it had happened. It almost never had no difference. So I believe that the school buildings emphasizes contingency and choice, difference, and different paths, and not necessarily about the best. Those, sometimes think, well, something's going to happen. Usually the way it works. Let me just give you an example. I'm thinking about an example right now. When you started, which is 1990s, so into a genocide process. Let's say, there's trouble here, something could go wrong. But in your wildest imagination, something that would be the outright war genocide happened. Which people would say, I saw it. So you get a lot of that, especially but that's why so I come out here. Well, I mean, really, I didn't tell us that a lot of things. Simply all the different alternatives. Or it's good. It's different ways. Different ways it could go. But how it was going to turn out was very smart. I really understood this. So, all of these kinds of things are Right. Hunger. That's my great surprise that maybe it won't be that big of a deal, and the total other catastrophic event will completely challenge society. That's my there's a lot of people in the movie business and all that just scientific, but how it's going to play out. And then everybody's saying, and then get somewhere, years from the city, and then say, aha, it's going to be X or it's going to be Y. It's going to be Z. So I just don't think that it's going to be what we can't predict what's going to happen. But at the environment, there may oftentimes be different economies. It is one general reading about it. Like, this is wow, this person would be which one the other person is. No, it's not. Rather, they look at you think you think this, you think you're going to build a jet with it very funny. He's got always dancing and all and just sort of street visuals, cooperating, all of the military, all of these things. Give them the pop. Just cloud most negative sides. There, screen that and discriminate against. It's taken increment. 30. I think the industry advisory to United States is and then or France, but it's sensitive to it's really hard for people. It's almost impossible. That situation. This bureaucrat must have all turn maybe something endless, just accelerate, escalate. Genocide. What is genocide? What are the different characteristics of genocide? Revenge and punishment of genocide is major definition of genocide. Emphasizes the intentional destruction of ethnic, racial, religious, such kind of diversity and different groups of people, some people, tribe of Americans,
what? We went.
Crusade for recognizing something. So we're then creating a like German 1940 so and then this so that's rough definition. Racial, religious, now 48. Sometimes working by the Nazis, that's there. So if you think for a lot of different reasons, it's primary one. One other is that's a social it's a social or a political group. Some people are not communists. Roughly 600,000 is that it is. But most of the people killed in the Cambodian genocide were the Cambodians. They recognized and a few others. So, then we got this. Does it have to be a school? Something like our concept. We don't live in the end. Right? We live in the 21st century. And so you have to whatever these days. And similarly, there's genocide conventions. So this is the prevention. What idea characteristics. That was an ancient history. It's not. There are things construction. Has not necessarily the cultural entities. Actually, in the 17th century, again, mostly the man that got the great inheritance, right? Was the first one. So he went around collecting languages, collected their sayings, their dances, their folk ways. Someone said, so that they lost these I think they should. The Italians discovered that they could the young nations political affiliation. Obviously tribes, and you have warring.
No. Dude, no, I called you on Telegram. I called you on Discord. Who was here, man? Yeah, but then you guys are like two women without a sink. Well, you want to know the breakdown of my game?
guys.
Mini golf and literati. And if you're interested in mini golf, dude, I won a 52 games and literati. And you want to check in my street? You got this dog. I've never seen that.
You know, I'm not get him back here.
I don't force people to be here. They come when dude, he's obsessed with the dog. That's I wouldn't be as well, but I don't understand why you can't be in Discord with the dog at the same time. Did you know that Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu is up like 50%? Oh, more than that. Yeah. And it's
I'm trying to cast out my eye. My mindset 2017, a while I stopped doing it because the project's going nowhere. 8 years after they make this crypto that you can mine, and then people have like thousands of them, and they're literally trading for like $2. Wow. But they have so many iPhones for some people have like $3,000, but it makes it like not all the process you have done every step process, and then the migrate and we migrate them and they're like, oh, you can't actually sell like 2020, 08, right? Sort of, okay, cool. That's, May, the 8th of May, 08, 05. It's not unlocking my point, but I'm thinking that there are lots of film audience. Sucks. You're gonna wait.
To play me in
No,
table stuff.
I couldn't come up later. This was now from a potential marketing that might potentially get Bill Gates to wouldn't it be funny if Bill Gates just like somehow stumbled across you on Instagram and was like, holy shit, this guy. Oh wait, it wasn't even Bill Gates that made that. It's like the economic forum or something that's like
Klaus Schwab?
data.
You mean Klaus Schwab?
I thought it was the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, that's Klaus Schwab.
Right.
He recently retired, though. Yeah.
Study forum?
Right. So we're not going to play table soccer right now? Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to hear them. Do they have anything to do with Yetis and or mammoths? Polar bear meat if you could, yes or no? I don't know. I hear it's Jamie.
I don't even know what tastes like, but
I don't either. I don't know. That's just what they say. Yeah, but I don't know. They care a lot about bears, especially polar bears. That's true. That's what plants breathe. It's all the same shit. Carbon. It's a good element on the periodic table of elements. Do you know what the number one greenhouse gas in the atmosphere is? It's a good guess. I've always heard it being water, which I guess is essentially. It traps more heat in than anything. And there's far more water in the atmosphere than there is carbon.
That's an interesting to see, like, the green depth of the complex and where it has all the side.
Carbon credits.
People were not for it.
Well, basically, what happened is a big company wants to pollute, and so they just buy the carbon credits of smaller companies so that they can pollute and not get taxed. But a smaller company that needs to pollute but can't buy carbon credits, that goes out of business. So then it just creates giant monopolies. Yeah, under the guise of carbon credits. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's been a thing for 25 years. Did you ever see The Inconvenient Truth? Yeah, so, we're supposed to be underwater like 20 years. Do I think that the Earth is warming though? Yeah, very slightly due to natural heating of the atmosphere during cold and heating cycles. Like we had an ice age, a cooling like 500 years ago.
So how come
Again, if you're looking to get rid of, look up the exact phrasing. If you're looking to get rid of greenhouse gases, then you'd want to get rid of water.
water
Yeah, we are. Lots of it. Steam. Like every power plant is releasing steam. What is the largest greenhouse gas in the atmosphere by rank? Okay, so I was right. Water vapor, number one greenhouse gas, H2O. The most abundant potent greenhouse gas by effect, responsible for about 50 to 60% of natural greenhouse effect. So if you want to reduce greenhouse emissions, greenhouse gases, you'd stop putting water in the air. Right. Okay. Not a lot because it's a naturally occurring thing. So,
Yeah, Rabbi.
How hilarious I am.
That was it. You know where it is, right?
Yeah, it's ground zero of the Yeti, which apparently is offensive.
I'm talking about that. Overwhelming. Where the mountains, right? They're all like literally kilometer high. Well, that's really good. Around inside. Endless amount of trees, right? With the like carbon in the atmosphere. So you can look this up. Bill Gates, all of this like experimental thing that's planned called carbon and it's a real like plant farming. Bill Gates is investment in. And the objective of this plant is to capture and remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And like it's ironic because we have so many goddamn here, and like they could have built this thing anywhere. They could have built it in like Toronto or some metropolis with actual amounts of like pollution and not like the most natural like flooded with place for whatever reason. They built it right on. So we literally are surrounded by carbon.
Okay, so what do I search for? Bill Gates?
So carbon and like experimental
That's exactly. Well, we would just call it like. Okay, so do you know there's that company called Big Ass Fans? There's this company called Big Ass Fans. And they just make really big fan houses and stuff. So we could call it Big Ass Dehumidifier.
like the total opposite of it is
Antarctica?
RI.
Wouldn't it be Antarctica ice?
So the opposite of the cold environment and the cold environment.
Arctic is Antarctic.
If I'm talking like the environment of the air,
Wouldn't Sahara ice just be water? Oh, that's a good one. A water company called Sahara Ice.
De-
That's good.
desert ice.
That's good. I was thinking, I know, the water, one would be sun water, water that comes from the sun. That's not no, I feel like, or for common health, water that comes from the sun. The whole brand, smart water, which is the brand of how people bought it. So,
Or like vitamin water, which is sugar.
anti-vitamin, non-water.
Well, they kind of already do that with liquid death.
I don't know, but that's like an example, like this, very like non-traditional way of marketing water. So like, or ice is a good one because it's like it's polarizing kind of.
If you were gonna come up with a water brand and try to sell them all, what would you call it?
Sahara ice.
I think it's a good name.
Woolly mammoth.
Yeah, I would say something like that. I was gonna call it hot girl sweat.
You're kind of eliminating 50% of your customers, but you're like, but you have to make up for it by covering
Dude, teen boys will be all over that just because it's like a novelty.
water or toys.
Reddit
Uh,
is
a girl, hot girl beer.
no, that's sad. That would make like mean bitches want to drink.
Old man saga.
Nobody wants to drink that.
Huge European old man saga water. And Steve. Is a rounded head, like the corner, what? How do you define
Um, a perpendicular meeting of two objects.
so there's a key word there. 90-degree angle,
Yeah.
whatever. So if the curve corner beside the curved corner, the corner, or not a corner. I guess this now that's
Yeah. So the argument can be made that if it's a location, so like, where's the chair? Oh, it's in the corner, and that corner could just be slightly removed.
But if you're referring to it, is this the shape of a corner? Then you'd say no, it's beveled around it.
Around the corner, the corner.
It depends how it's being referenced. Because the term corner can also mean a location. Like, oh, it's in the corner. All right, it's in that area. And they're not referencing like the actual shape of the corner.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay, I've got a game.
Corner or not?
No, you name an object, and I'll give you the best marketing for it in the world.
Why? Really?
That's not bad. Sour grapes.
Right.
Grapes. No.
Sour grape.
I mean, if you really want to know, then it would be like here. Um, I'd call
Right now.
vaginal vino.
So that's like
Vag vino? They love it. Mine uses alliteration. Yours is just straight up disgusting. Why not 21? You're trying to fucking poison children? Oh, I didn't know we were selling the wine only in this very specific area of your country.
No, and in Europe, it's also something.
All right,
So,
I'm talking about where you live and where I live.
It'll be illegal.
Okay. Now you can make a non-alcoholic version and give it to everybody. What is it?
I gotta hear your answer.
Okay. Pool paper.
That's garbage.
Dude, that's a good one.
That's right. No, that's no point.
What's yours?
The red carpet.
Carpet? That sucks. Why would you call it that?
Rolling out the red carpet, like you're like,
But
that's amazing.
it's right.
It's like rolling out the red carpet, like you're going on like really awesome.
But the paper is white.
No, but it's just like that's the color of the carpet isn't rolling out the red carpet as if you're going to.
Doug, your idea sucks. And you have to think too much about it.
That is like two or three.
No way. I'll give you period blood because, okay, so if you had watched Kill Tony, do you know who Michael?
We're literally paper, like
Perfect.
like that, like oh man, that's like 1 million times better. Um,
Poo paper. It uses alliteration.
I think
Okay. So we're playing again. Do you know who Michael Lair is? He's the guy with ALS who went to Oregon to let's just
on him.
no. This is a game that he would play. That essentially we're playing it exactly. Um, he would ask the audience to just he would ask. He had ALS, so he had like serious difficulty speaking, but he's very very funny. So he would just ask the audience to just yell something out. Something be like, name an occupation. Like he'd ask Tony to like just name an occupation, and somebody would be like stripper, and then he would come out and just be like stripper. What your mom did before she had a joke of a child is you, or something like that. Like that's not really funny, but um, that's essentially what we're doing. Just name an object. And come up with something. All right, I've got one. I mean, I'm just gonna name an object. I don't have anything funny for it. Well, you do it. You. I'll say this. Um, it's 1-1 right now. Poop paper is better than whatever. Roll the red carpet out. That sucks.
Oh, red carpet.
Yeah, that sucks. What are your thoughts on coreless toilet paper?
Worthless.
Coreless.
Cord.
No, where there's no toilet paper roll. There's no toilet paper roll.
Cordless. But there's no cord.
Yeah. What do you think? So you don't have to. So you don't have to remove toilet paper roll. It's just already removed. So then you just put a new one on.
I mean,
It's CORELESS.
so little hole in the middle.
Yeah. Well, like especially in like commercial settings, it takes a while. I mean, it's like an extra step to have to remove that cardboard spot. So you just have to put in new toilet paper. Like imagine you work in like a stadium, a football stadium. Instead of having a bunch of these little paper cardboard things that are a waste of paper, and you also have to remove them, you just have to put a new one on every single time. It's much more efficient. No, they usually fit on the nose. It's environmentally conscious. You don't need to have that special like thing of cardboard that everybody just throws out or tries to recycle. No, it fits on normal toilet paper thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess. Yeah. Because I just slide on a Is that
No, I just want to know your thoughts on it. We were on the topic of toilet paper. All right, name another object.
fair? There's more stuff out there ago.
That are just run on batteries.
There's more stuff.
No, it's cordless, not cordless.
I thought it was so funny that you like taking that. Yeah, there are some
Dude, that's just a battery powered mixer.
what you're doing, what you're doing.
Sort of makes a lot. Sort of makes a lot.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude, it was. I mean, these get into subjective conversations, but um, I mean, just off the top of my head, I would say mud, but maybe like water.
I got water is kind of like earth or fire. Probably there. Kind of that.
Here's the question that
You like air, I think. I actually that also. I don't think that. Oh, maybe sand.
okay. I mean, what on mud?
I didn't basically like earth, but grass goes straight out of here. So,
It can grow out of sand too, dude. It grows out of sand easier than it grows out of mud.
um,
Mud is like an aqueous solution.
that's true. I mean, there's not really another, not too many like earth textures, like earth terrible things. So that's to like a type of grass. Basically, like all types of grass that grow in the forest.
All right, I have a question. What's the opposite of a koala?
There.
Yeah, what's the opposite of that? Yeah, but I don't know. It makes sense to me, but I don't know if it makes sense to other people.
very expert.
It's very subjective.
Some probably like I was thinking I would
I just said it. I just said it. Yeah, no, I know. I took this questionnaire one time, and I remember the question was like, "What's the opposite of a koala?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. There are a bunch of animals, I guess, but maybe a dead koala." I don't know. All right, I just wondered if that made any sense. It was. You can read it. You can read my answers to it in this Discord. It's thing that says like in the upper left corner. It's like about Rabbi, way at the bottom.
Alright. Let's do the come up with the
No, I don't like that. That's too subjective. I like come up with better businesses. Dude, here's a good idea. Actually, it's on that list of questions as well. It was like something like, "What's a business that doesn't exist but should?" or something like that. And I said, "The Thought Patrol." It's basically like the ice cream man, but with hot chicks. And they just drive around, and I mean, I don't really know what they would do. They could just give out ice cream, I guess. But it doesn't drive around your house.
that's the big that's kind of the thing.
No, no, no. If you really want to know what the business is missing, it's there's a huge market that's not being utilized, and that's the milk market.
H2O removal. H2O sequestering. As a ChatGPT, how many degrees drop the temperature fire thing H2O and then ask it how to do it with like
Dude, you want to remove all the water from the air?
greenhouse gas. I mean, we want to
Yo, dog. Since water is the largest greenhouse gas, how much could we on Earth lower the temperature if we were somehow able to remove all of Earth's water vapor from the atmosphere? It would, if we were in, it would lower between 20 degrees Celsius. So 36 to 54 in freedom units. So that means losing water vapor would push it down to -5 Celsius to -15 Celsius. That's ice age territory. Most of the planet would be frozen solid.
Well, I think that's pretty much impossible currently. Yeah.
How could we remove just a little bit of water vapor from the atmosphere? Like, is there like a huge dehumidifier or something that could do this?
big ass.
You could use a dehumidification, condensation, or absorption methods. But this is on a planetary scale. So condensation, cool the air below its dew point so water vapor condenses into liquid. That's what household dehumidifiers do. On a massive scale, you need to cool trillions of tons of air. Desiccants, so use materials like silica gel or zeolites that absorb moisture. Works well in enclosed spaces. You would need mountains of this stuff to impact the atmosphere at scale. Cryogenic cooling or air separation. Use industrial to separate gases from air, but it's energy intensive. Water is one of the first to condense, but again, it's a scale problem. So yeah, it could be done, but it's a scale problem. That doesn't cool down the planet, but it does get you into outer space efficiently. Okay. What's a cool name for the space elevator? Why not just Earth boner? The Earth erection. Got it.
It doesn't rhyme with there.
It uses alliteration, dog. Earth erection. I've told you before. There is a certain ranking of things. Hold on. Of things that are funny. There's a certain ranking of things that are funny. At the high level is puns or wordplay. The second highest and the third highest is alliteration. Yo, can you come up with a pun for space elevator? Give me a list of 50. Going up to orbit, the final lift, stairway to heaven, but vertical, lift off, elevator to the stars, pull to orbit express, thread level midnight, grab, elevator, geosynchronicity, tether or not, zero G please, skies the first, cable maybe, vertical horizon, the climb forgot, string theory in action, up and hooray, looks cute, orbital Uber, no stairs required, ascendonauts, cosmic cable cow, suspended belief. None of those is as good as Earth erection. That's a score for me. But I would make the argument that you should get half point because boner thing. All right, next one.
What technology do you need? Is this higher purpose elevator?
It's pretty easy. It's supposed to be mostly for freight, but it's pretty easy. You just have to put like a really long string into Earth's orbit, and then it just stays up there. It doesn't need to be like caught at the bottom. I mean, it stays there.
Like,
Yeah.
one side, the other side. I
I understand what you don't make. It just needs to be a tether into the sky, and then just have a car that does that. Yeah. Um, not necessarily. I'd rather have. Yeah, I'd do it though. Well, it depends how gruesome they are. I was thinking like I don't know. Yeah, but some horror movies like um psychological thrillers. Um, well, I mean, I've seen some that are also good, but they're gory, like Saw. Saw has some interesting psychological elements to it. Um, yeah, Saw 2, and then Saw 3. I like Saw 2 and Saw 3. Um, actually, Saw 3 is my favorite, the trade one. Then there's like, what's that movie? Uh, they're they're all the same. I just remember. Oh, if you don't know what happens, basically they're like, I think Saw 3. They're stuck in a house and they can't get out, and there are all the kinds of booby traps that are set up, and so like they they have to like, I don't know. I just remember like, there are ones where like they have to stick their head in like a fishbowl, and the fishbowl is like full of like needles, or like they have to like there would be like a key. They're like it would be like this. They are handcuffed, and in order to get out of the handcuffs, they have to stick their hand in a key, or stick their hand in a fishbowl that's full of needles to get the key at the bottom to be able to get themselves out. Like um, Silence of yeah, exactly. And okay, Silence of the Lambs. If I recall, there's not like any murder in that. All that there is, it's not like bloody gory. It's just a psychological with Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, I like it.
I'm making like short. I'm making a liminal footage of like I got generate all the like simplistic output stuff, and then I have to model that and creating siding is a little bit of a hindrance because I'm not that great at see what happens. But yeah, the movie so far, some girl is like there, it's or whatever. Just kid was doing it all, and walking around the neighborhood and that. What I don't want to do is because I got scared of evil, like evil things I do. And I want the evil stuff to be all outside of the person. Really like, so just being like, red and all this like weird stuff out there. What stuff would you think is a good psychological horror?
Okay, so I think like that what you made in Sora, where it's like really bright and happy and stuff, can be really freaky. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Um,
Just like objects that are like it's like familiar and strange at the same time. It's like the environment stuff. But just walking around the environment would be like boring after a while. You're not gonna do like that whatever. So I think really that's moving around or like one thing I want to do is like characters on the house, there's like a can whatever one way and then they like turn around and it's like answering them or like looking at them like walking and oh well backyard pool nothing for like the water like
I think I get what you're saying.
like a reflection or whatever. Like, they're like listening up to the reflection about like still or something. Like there's brainstorm ideas that are like psychological.
So like a Five Nights at Freddy's, but you just there's no way to escape.
There's idea of the story.
I almost think that like those kind of movies or ideas or whatever just frustrating the audience could be good. Where I don't know, like they're almost like dreams. Like I've had dreams where all I need is like to be able to talk with somebody, but I can't talk with them or something, or I'm not saying the right thing. That doesn't happen in dreams, but like the idea would be a Five Nights at Freddy's, and every time you try to get, I don't like this game as much as the game about coming up with ideas for two people, but you want to make a aluminum movie, then just make it. I don't know, like whatever your idea is, just almost like a scary toy store, I guess. Like something with bright colors.
I'm looking for stuff that like happens along the way that is like whatever.
Dog, I've got a kind of crazy idea. Okay, imagine. So it's a movie. Imagine it's a toy store. All of the toys are meant to damage the people, but they don't know how they will damage them. It's like imagine some freaky serial killer like guy starts a toy store. Everybody's cool new business in the neighborhood, but like he makes sure that the toys have like I don't know like lead paint on them, the ones that are going children's mouths, or he has like time. Some of them have timers, and then they're all like just like with it'll be like one day. Oh, dude, this is a fucking cool idea. All right, so there's a serial killer, or not a serial killer, but like somebody who's done something bad. He gets out of jail. And he does is start this toy store. Toy store is like all of the toys could hurt you. Like the all around the what do you call it? Hot cars, the weasel thing. But that a Jack in the Box. Like it normally works fine, but if you use it after one, it explodes like a bomb. Or like the paint that uses on the toys that little children will put in their mouths. If you do it for a year, it will cause less. He like back everything. Okay, so then you have some police officer, some detective or something who is like suspicious that this doing something wrong, but can't put their finger on it, and then eventually figure like this psychological creep and has to get toys back from those children before it does damage to them. That's a thought.
Yeah, that's a thought. Like the cop goes into the guy's um, toy store and buys something for his kid, and it's just like one day just gets that takes it apart and realizes that there's a bomb and that this bomb is about to go off. But like, I don't know. This guy's like the first date that he went into jail, some kind of important date for this guy. He has to go and track down all of the toys in town where they were really good people. I mean, I guess they could just do a recall. They would just be like, yeah, anybody who bought this Jack in the Box, like return it or whatever. But I'll be about to see you. Yeah, but I was washing my hands to use the restroom. This is a fucking really good one. This is a really good one. And I think you thanks for the height. All right, so imagine some kid, like let's just say like an 18-year-old kid who is working at McDonald's and chooses never to wash their hands and then go back to work. And you can be like, how close and personal. Yeah. Um, but the idea is that it would follow the people. Like, okay, so exactly, but basically this. They would go and they make like your burger or whatever, and you would follow the burger to the person when they eat it. The person gets sick, and then like it like ruins their life. Like maybe they throw up in the car, they get in a car accident, or maybe they give it to their child, and the child gets really sick. But like basically every yeah, but with hygiene. Yeah, and then and you can even make it that they can make connections that they know, or even they just never find out.
Like the guy, like, and then he like, pick up the guy with the guard out with the road, and I'm like, and it all flashbacks, and I'm like, oh,
That could be,
the fucking character and
that could be, but I almost like it when they never find out. So they had their whole life ruined because of this restaurant, and they why it happened, or is the audience. Everybody else would just like, oh, that was just a nosy. Because that would make you think as an audience of like when something bad happens.
so what protecting so
Yeah, I guess it'd be like a health inspector. Um, but okay, so you could if you want to get that really like psychological element, you could have there's someone who is purposefully poisoning these things. Yeah. But I almost like it where they don't, where it's just um it's almost just like what actually happens. Like that's the scariest part about it. Is that shit is happening every single day in every single city and it's affecting people's lives and they don't know it. It would make them rethink about the restaurants. It would be like
I worked in a restaurant, and this made me want to really bring my husband night to every single to at a restaurant. Things like they could get more every sport like touch another person knife.
I don't
Watching one fight. They're not 100%.
I don't understand why food service people don't want to wear gloves.
They,
Yeah, but you know they
or they have like so much
exactly all that shit. All that shit. I just don't understand why
Right? Someone Santa and Mike
yeah, all that
and probably this.
that movie. I don't know what you just gotta call that movie hygiene. That hygiene movie. But imagine it's just a normal thing. Like if one person who doesn't wash their hands that not hand washing makes someone sick. There's another part of it where the person where sneezes. That makes someone a different kind of sick. There's another kind where they use some kind of like I don't know, lip balm or something someone's allergic to on a straw or something, and that gets someone sick. There's a thing, but that could be like an allergic. There's another thing where that could be the person, somebody's like no pickles and they accidentally put pickles on there, and it like vents trauma. Did you ever see the movie Crash? Crash is like that, where like there's a bunch of different situations tangled into like one event, and that is where the one event is just for people go to. It would be like 5 minutes in line at a McDonald's at the drive-thru, and all the shit happens, and they don't know what all happened. But it's hard to do with this. Did you ever see the movie? Look, that's not just be like every single day, X amount of people go to restaurants, but they never know how the actions of one person can affect all of their lives. And it would just go through the different scenarios.
It'd be like in and then there's like, literally like stuff bad, like, from like some guys, like,
Exactly. It would be the help of like
right? I don't know. I mean, there's so many like, somebody care about like how like more specific. I am like,
yeah, but those are all like global pandemics. This would just be like the actual slow down. And like, okay, so yeah, this is a good idea. Like, and the person doesn't even have to be a bad person. They don't even have to be malicious about it. It literally could just be like, they're going to the bathroom, somebody's knocking on the door. Hurry up, I gotta go to the bathroom, I gotta go to the bathroom. And so they just didn't have time to wash their hands. And then they're going to, make somebody a burger and they just barely undercook it. But nevertheless, it gives somebody salmonella. And then, they just accidentally sneeze and don't use the Dracula method. And that gives somebody the flu. And then they accidentally give somebody regular Coke instead of Diet Coke. Or not even that, it could be like the tubes were switched or something. And the person is diabetic and they go into a diabetic shock. And, like every single thing. And it could just be these little things that maybe the person didn't even really control or at least were influenced by other people. And it causes happy.
okay, Mark, what they do.
All right, how about this one? Name a comic book character that doesn't exist that shows. And their superpower. Fair take.
That's like a weapon.
All right. and hero.
Just like honest.
Right. Okay. Name a villain that doesn't exist. Good. Rusty. Wait. Okay.
She broke up with man divorce because like he was still but like
Dude, I just had an idea for one. I don't know if it would necessarily work, but let me think. I don't know if it works with a superhero. It's more about that movie, like a movie, but it's almost like it would be a comedy. Check, think how it would be funny. I'll think in a second. Let me know.
no, I have
Give it to me.
the I got five was for my stuff like no problem that like good stuff.
Did you ever see Jackass? The Jackass movie where they roller skates on in a disco themed U-Haul truck? I think the Jackass, the early, yeah, the first Jackass. I love it. Don't you love Jackass?
I realized the other day that I had never seen movies, but I never watched the show.
Okay, the show's amazing too.
I watched the show. So wild.
So it's just basically it's something like this. They're in a car, and I'm personally see the fact that I'm the driver, and then they're all dressed up like disco guys on roller skates, and he just drives to a parking lot. And they just go flying all over. Anyway, when you said disco roller skates, I just figured, oh, it's gonna say that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. What's the name of the disco roller skate?
Yeah.
Um, premise.
How would you market a friend? How
Yeah. But you can even do it right? Yeah,
how do you have the bill?
that's good. Like when it's DISCGO, so it's like this would go. You ever play Ultimate You know that it used to be called the printing until the Whammo company threatened to sue. So now it's just called Ultimate.
Or they can just say like the name of the whole
They sued like the tournaments that use their trademark with no permission.
everyone can just call it Coca-Cola if they want. No one
Yeah, they will. Trademark infringement.
they're like they're gonna sue the person in the park and all Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
No, but when there's a Coca-Cola tournament, the Coca-Cola company will go and sue them.
How is it different? How is it different than people on Coca-Cola?
Well, you can get sued from advertising at Facebook as well. Coca-Cola will report it. The issue will be infringes on the trademark, and they won't let you use that advertising. Yeah, I don't know how this could be. It's a comedy, I think, but it's almost like it could be. I want to think of it. Okay, so this
Wait, I'm up with a data. There's
dating show, a dating show called Love Is Blind. But does that have nice people? Okay, okay, perfect. I thought that show actually had blind people. So my dating show would be for the blind. Exactly. Love really is blind. But yeah, that would be my thing. Um, okay, so okay. Oh, dude, no, I got it. I got it. I got it. I don't know if it's funny, but kind of it. It'd be more for like a YouTube channel. Okay, so they go to Pornhub, and I don't know Pornhub, but I don't know. I guess does it look like YouTube? Okay, yeah, it could work, but that's too specific. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, no, that's not it. No. Okay, so like Pornhub gives you a list of like randomized porn out of its main thing. So it would be like bingo. Basically, you know how bingo, like, like you have like a start or whatever. You can have like people play bingo against each other by just whatever the front page of porn. So, so like if you have like a milk on your front, then you put down. You get what I'm saying? It would, that's pretty easy. That would just be like milk and hog and like facial, like
So everyone has their own file, whatever your home.
cards are the same. But then when you open, it's always the person, and so then you put what you have, and then you don't have bingo, then you press the page until actually not a bad idea. It's not dating, it would just be like um, it would be really good for Pornhub, but it would be a way to promote pornography. That's like a thing that people want to do, which it would be. Yeah. Well, okay. So, so like Kill Tony has a similar version where they made Kill Tony bingo card, and every time they mentioned like Tony being gay, it was you put one down, or every time they mentioned Red Man being bad, there was another one. Or every time somebody found out, you put one down. So it'd be basically the same, but I don't know where you could show it. You could really show it on YouTube, show it on TV, and Pornhub. That's where people go. I don't know. If you asked me a question. I came up. Okay, how about this one? And this would be big. I don't know if they go for it, but you just have celebrities on, and you give them different food combinations until they throw up on camera. Yeah. Oh, what a love show. Okay. Gave it to you. What really what? Okay. Um. Okay. Here's one. You get a 10, like a really good looking chick, and a guy who is like a 5 on the low, and you get like three pairs like this, and the couple that can stay together the longest amount of time gets a cash prize. But here's the catch: they can't know when the other people broke up with each other. So some of them might just be together forever, for like 10 years, just because they think that there's a prize at the end. But in reality, no, it would be like $1 million.
Okay. Um, okay, so you have one person versus two kids with like pads and Nerf weapons, and you just have the one adult fight the children, so that nobody gets hurt. But see how children the adult can fight off before the children overtake them.
Okay, so that's like simulate or like 1,000 volts of like a million within
Yeah. So essentially that I thought of a game that I think could be very profitable if you just made a game where you could set people up like that, but generally using animals. So it would just run simulations of like 10 hippos versus 30 giraffes, and you see which ones would win. But I think that game would be fun. You could just keep setting things. Yeah. So there's that. Hey, that reminds me. When are we gonna play table soccer? Okay. Yeah. Just so you know. All right. Give me another good idea before you hold that. Or dude, I've got one. Have you ever seen? I think they did this in England or Australia or someplace. Um, okay, so they got a bunch of people with the same kind of dog. I've seen it done with like golden retrievers. You have a golden retriever, don't you? Oh, okay. Well, so not. I mean, not that. I mean, sure that, but there aren't that many of those kind of dogs. All right, so just imagine like golden retrievers. Okay, so this is like they try to break the Guinness World Record of like the most amount of the same kind of dog with owners in one spot. All right, so you host one of those events where you just have people and their dogs. The object is to see which dog can identify the owner fastest, and you just do it that way. Be like, who's the best dog? Yeah. So you could maybe put them behind like a behind a like a tent or something, some kind of wall, so that they could only use their scent. I guess it would be like dog or like animal game shows, but I bet those are nevertheless. That's what all right, dude. This would be so big. Hold on. I know I interrupted you. This actually is the best fucking idea I've had. Okay, you ready for this? You get two fighters, two guys who are like MMA, UFC guys, who both agree to this. They're both wearing parachutes. They go up in a plane, and the object the other guy out of the plane. Isn't that a good idea? Wait, and if that happens, then you go right back up and do it again. You go until there's no tie.
I would love
There you go.
to write that down.
That's a 10 out of 10 idea right now. Wait, we got to come up with a name for it.
Ultimate fighter.
Yeah, that's be something like that. Um, that would be so cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I feel like we're going to use that on the inside of the airplane.
Absolutely.
Also,
Absolutely. It would.
fly. That's fly. Oh, maybe like spice it up. Like some of the time they have like little, like cool fighters videos where you have like two padded.
Yeah, anything like that. Just basically a battle in the air, and the loser gets thrown out of the plane, and then they have to skydive down. So here's the thing: they could have like a team.
A skydiver.
Yeah, and they do that. Like this video, a Red Bull video. They wouldn't insure it in the United States. They did it in another country. But basically, Red Bull paid without a parachute, and they did. And then they had other parachute guys go fly up to him and put a parachute on him mid-air. Okay, is that your fantasy? He did? Oh, I thought. Hold on. I've seen like every. I don't think jack off is necessary. Yeah, that's fucking funny. Jackass. It's called the Jack. What's it called? I Jack. I Jack. That's so funny. Sky Jack. This is super long. I'll just have to watch it another time. Nina and Steve are them. All right. Well, that's hilarious. All right. I like my idea. Of, I think you just call it Sky Fight. Dude, I would see that. That would be so cool. That would be like the better than the UFC. It's just like
But it's kind of it. I'm just allowed it because it's like I don't know.
okay. So then, how about this one? Hold on. How about this one? This works. You get a big net, like a big circus net, at the bottom, and then you just go up in one of those helicopters without doors on the side, and have them fight in that, and then throw the guy over. Then he doesn't need a parachute; he just lands in a net. No. The net's just barely off the ground, but enough that if you fall in the net, you won't hit the ground.
They're only
Like 300, they're like 300 feet in the air.
how high?
300 feet.
They fall that high. That much for the giant net.
Okay, maybe 100 feet.
And then the skydive is like that down is there too.
Yeah, but you bring up a good point. Like if the guy gets knocked unconscious, you can't really control. Like he's gonna die. So you just have him fall in the net.
If you're set on doing I feel like you're not so there's someone on the side of a helicopter like that
Right. So that's why if that happens, dude, can you imagine? Okay, so imagine it's not UFC where you punch in the face and stuff. It's just grappling. And if you both get thrown out of the plane, then you have to go and do it again. And that's the next round. So it would get so intense where these guys are exhausted and it's like round 6, go. Oh, dude, I've got an even better one. Instead of having the thing with the instead of having the thing where you have to fly out the side, have you ever seen those C-130s where it's like out the back, where like the back down like a garage door?
Oh, I thought that's what I was originally thinking of, like those army planes where like the butt crack opens up.
Yeah, that kind. Well, I mean, I was just thinking like a regular plane that hits you out of, but
That's the log ride.
the C-130 would be tight. Okay, I'm down for that. That would be cool.
Right? With some people or something,
Yeah,
it's probably because you guys know the festival and get like some wrestlers, people do it. And then they might hire you as like or head of the sky fighting. And you'll be like in a light.
I love it. I love it.
People will actually remember that. Like, there's no way that like goes to never been done before.
Right.
And then you have Robin around 100% in microphone good and you're both commentating.
I love it. It's phenomenal.
Would you
Absolutely. Hey, I've got one. So it could be done. I don't know how much fun it is. It's not as cool as that idea, but you just have okay. So let's say you have this is a game show where all you have to do is we show you a picture. Let's say there are 16 people. All right, so we show you a picture, and it's you have to guess whether it's AI or a real person. And then whatever people are right, then it goes to down to 8 or whatever. whatever people write from there goes down to 4, then 2, then 1.
The issue with that, in my opinion, is at some point you're just, I mean, it's a whole thing, yes, but it just becomes like, get something AI, shit that is like, okay, there's no way to tell if that's real AI.
Yeah, but you could make it so that you could. You could make like little freckles or whatever birthmarks or their hairs.
That AI in there, like, for things in there.
Right. No, it couldn't be that obvious. But that's a game that I play on Reddit. There's a Reddit subreddit dedicated to that. And people it's called like AI or not. And people just like will show a picture and you get like AI is so good that it stumps you a lot of times.
That's right. I mean, it's not a bad idea. There's an actual game show where, like, it's just like a bunch of pictures and you can shoot it, and all you have to do is name the picture. Like, the category will be like animal, and it'll start off, so it'll be like, oh, cow. And I know it's just like everything where, uh, other,
Mastodon?
yeah. They go back, it's kind of boring to watch. There's some ways where I'm playing, yes. Or no, that's not what it was. But there's one that was like there's the song with the yellow.
Dude, you know how I had that idea about the dogs? What if you reversed it and you had to have the people find their own dog?
Without using,
I mean, I guess you could just use whatever sounds you want. Yeah. Okay, so then no sounds. The dog's in a soundproof room.
here's one that you'll love. Called Mystic.
Oh, fuck you.
Mystic.
Dog, I live that. That's my life.
You want that?
No, that's boring. Oh, just who can solve captures the fastest, like Rubik's Cube?
I'm sorry. Keep in mind that there was a world championship in Excel spreadsheet, and it was like two people had to within Microsoft Excel. And it was an event that was on YouTube. They had a big audience of people that were cheering and clapping in Excel. So I think we have to like,
I like that. I like that. That's a good idea. All right, how about this one? Like Judge Judy has a city judge, and they get to choose whatever they want to have. Yeah,
being good at doing the actual work procedure. whatever the celebrity decides, kind of.
That's exactly right. Exactly what shooting is. So, like, let's say there's some disagreement. Steve is the judge. Steve could be like, all right, you have to drink.
That is a really good idea. That is a good idea.
Exactly. So Steve can make it like, all right, you have to drink his spit, a glass full of his spit, and he has to smell your fart.
I thought it was to have to, like you are worthy of hang up.
No, you do. You still have to do that, but then Steve could put his twist on it. Like, all right,
Okay.
you know he's gonna do that.
Gargle my right now. You win. You want to gargle my
Exactly. Well, that's gonna combine two games. So it should just be celebrity judges, and they just listen to it, and then they just make their own decision. But they have no legal background, so they're just like, so it'd be like, I don't know, two people fighting over a dog, like a couple. Let's say the couple fought, the couple, adopted the dog when they were together, and now they need to find, well, like, where's the dog gonna, what owner? And so Steve would be like, well, we have to, and then the dog would be like, no, let the other person have it because they don't want to see the dog. And then Steve would be like, all right, you love the dog so much that you can.
yeah. I get it. I have this uh, our cars should higher life insurance premiums.
Like Mercedes.
Does
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's made by Mercedes Benz. Yeah, what about it?
make it have higher life premiums because they're so much more likely to die.
Not like the auto insurance.
Life insurance covers die.
Well, auto insurance can't as well. And usually that's covered under auto insurance. But I mean, if you end up dying, then your life insurance is going to pay out. Um, I don't like those kinds of insurance that they make in the insurance industry. So I would say no.
I
Because
think that's justifiable because if you're using a class that is so easily like by a coach, then I need to come to for that.
okay, so then why wouldn't you say like, oh, but if you're a bicyclist, which would totally be destroyed by any other vehicle, basically, then your life insurance should be through the roof.
Well, maybe is there life insurance policy that if you get run over for your biking, not covered?
No. Yeah, it's complicated. So I don't like those kinds of roads. I kind of like flat. All right. Uh,
Here's
it?
just like a random thing. If you've ever been how everyone like into the 5 team drive cart, around the driving range collecting balls. this guy, that guy.
I still do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody.
I don't know. Sort of balance or things that is based on
Okay, I like that. I mean, that really just a game show in itself where you line up 10 people and they just have to get the golf cart. Guys get really good at it. They can aim their shots really well, or like be able to like lob their shots perfectly and hit that guy. It's not a bad idea.
I mean, I feel just like, you know, okay, we have like 10 people and we're going to like second challenge or something.
Dude, I think it could be an Olympic sport. They already have like the biathlon thing where they like shoot or archery and stuff. So it's just like archery.
It could be a combination of lab and then grocery.
No, it's just
You know what? I did see a video of the competition of bundling groceries to head. And they had to really kind of carve their groceries and have
essentially it would be like archery, but for the drag race.
yeah.
It's a good idea. I think it's entertaining in itself. You give a guy a bucket of balls and see how many times he can hit the thing. You've got like 10 people going at once. It'd be a pretty intense competition.
Yeah, I know. It's very
Exactly.
for like first go.
I think it's a great idea.
Do you think the like third piece with like like it's going down on the they're like, okay, we're gonna start the time during any flight ever. Oh gosh, I'm flying out of my
Yeah, I actually just saw some. I I saw something about this. Um, um, there's an airport in Chicago, Midway, that has like a really short runway, and they have to make sure people do that because they have to brake so quickly. So yeah, I think it's a necessity at some airports.
Right before you start
Oh, right. So you're saying why do they need that sign?
I get it. I get you like 3 minutes so so
Yeah, I mean they.
like they're still walking down the aisle.
Yeah. I think it's just so that you do it with enough time remaining, and you never know. There's stuff that you hit, but it's really for the landing of it because sometimes they have to brake real hard, and everybody and everything goes flying forward. I've never been on a flight like that. I've been on some bad turbulence flights, but never anything where, um, well, like you had to have your seatbelt on during it, but never anything on the landing. Like, I think that GeoGuessr should just be could be its own television show. Well, this is different than GeoGuessr, but I think it was a game or something that I saw where they put you down in a random place in the world, and you have to get to an airport using Google Earth, and then that gets you home or whatever. It's different than GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr is like how many miles away from you are you from the pin? This would basically force you to take streets and stuff to get to the airport. But I guess there aren't that many airports. You can memorize where the airports are. But okay, this is a good idea. They put you down somewhere randomly on Earth and then give you a place that you have to find. And it could be sponsored by different companies. So like find the nearest Starbucks. And so the person would like have to geoguess to the nearest Starbucks in that little area. Or the nearest McDonald's. Or the nearest Home Depot or whatever it is. Exactly. Exactly. So like they've never been in the city. The city may not even have a McDonald's. They may have to take they may have to go and take a like a train to another place that would have it, but they would just have to assume where they're going to find these places. Where would they find the Starbucks? Maybe at an airport, maybe in a mall, whatever it is. That's a thought. Yeah, I don't know if they have this, but they had this show called Supermarket Sweep that I always thought was a really good show, where they just have people in a supermarket and they just try to get high priced items and such. It doesn't work that well anymore. I mean, I guess it would, but did you say a hollow drum? Did you say a hollow drum? Yeah. Okay, I know what you're saying. I didn't know what you were referencing. Okay. Um, what about? No, I think this would be a hilarious show. It reminds me of this thing. I remember when I was a kid. Um, okay, so here's what you do: you spit into a glass. It's a race. The race is this: you versus somebody else. You spit into a glass, and you have to fill the glass up with your saliva. And when you're done, you have to drink the whole glass. That's the entire show. Yeah, I get that, but I don't think that would be. like that could get somebody really sick. So if you drink your own spit, I think it'd be fine.
This sounds like a crap beer.
Yeah, it does. But it's
There's
a,
a beer factor one where how long after literally across the
oh, yeah, I saw where they did they had like a really big trampoline, which was or not trampoline, treadmill, which was really cool.
It wasn't trying to, but like it was like just like a fun that I stood on and then dropped them like through a bit. There's one challenge where it was like there was like $1 million of cash and like a there's 10 of them and that's like a house and they before there was like the challenge started trustworthy trustworthy like trustworthy for all that stuff. So the challenge was there's just like a psychological like okay the first however much from that gets kind of and I just dropped down the line. So the first one came out because was the second guy comes up, takes 235 and the third guy comes up and takes like $100,000 and then 30,000 left like they're like, so the is like react and everyone is so pissed at it.
Why didn't they just take the full amount? Yeah,
So they want to fellow competitors.
that's bullshit.
You think that they make them a million?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the fun. Right in front of the group. But you also have to look like more
Winner's gonna win, baby.
that's some guy like the third guy said like all
See that? All right, but you know, it's been fun. Unless you're gonna play me and you're gonna play me and or are you going? I'm gonna. Enjoy your marathon out and fight.
yeah, have a good rest of the day. What time do you go to sleep at and wake up? Right now?
I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be back. Zoom.
All right.
Here.
Towards the end of Darwin, Century, 19th century versus the middle of German. As long as you speak the language,
Look at this athleticism. Where's my
that's when at the end of the way, just thinkers. Century recites, which is written in 1920, that so now in and of itself is and sense of common belonging. And I especially on dangerous and like location. So a Russian Jew and pride, the tradition of the Union. I love America. Countries that have in religion, but often, but sometimes not Russian. It's a nice, yes, that is always there. Vision. I wonder there why does I just so he took this kind. Itself. Human is full of everything, right? Full of love, it's full of indifference. I think, and along with hate, there's something that's within all of us. And it's just that's part of who we are. And part of our society. So we're shaped by our society. Our society can do this. And that's why it's so much the differences like that of democracy in the West. And so to the Soviet Union, right? Because you have more or less treatment to do. But you might get some societies or towards whereas in some societies, you feel in some ways for not so much activity losses, but the guys on the ground, right? necessarily distinguish it. But there's your social, your social situation. Will encourage you to do it. Just, because I don't agree with friends. Just can't if those people always love
Yo, how are you? How are you?
Go from your other account.
You mute that one. Hey, how are you?
I'm so confused.
So what can I say? Hey, go on. Excellent. Excellent. Looks like you know, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
My what?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Okay.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing it for more than 3.5 years, live on YouTube. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived to the internet than any person is going to live through. I'm like a real life streaming show. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
Is this a script that you've written? That's true. I believe it's true, but it's a script that you've written.
No, it's just in my head. You said it like multiple times today.
But it's memorized.
Yes. Very good. We talk about some discuss in society like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeds, just people that might work.
Oh.
I talk about things like ending world hunger through the use of desalination technology, pumping earth seawater on land. Sponsored by cryptocurrencies worth tens of millions of dollars, actually close to $100 billion. Known as Harry Potter Wellness Center. It, one of the things that we do within that community is build wells and develop that area. Other things that may be of interest, like anti-gravity, anti-travel, things like alien exposure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex.
Wait. Okay, so that, I'm assuming that's like bringing something back that's been extinct.
Yeah. So the Pyrenean ibex was the goat located in northern Spain, southern France. It was once extinct. The scientists were able to de-extinct. Fast forward to the year 2020, out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossus Scientific. They made it their goal that by 2028, introduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic Circle, and utilizing African elephant circle, reintroduce the direwolf.
I actually know about that. A little bit about that.
Excellent.
Kind of.
They then want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the turtle bird, which I just think is really fascinating. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you. The fact that data is more valuable than petroleum. I have more data online than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person today. And if that's true, I want to help. I want to help you. I want to help your friends. I want to help your family. I want you to be able to never have to work again. Charities to help the world and other philanthropic organizations. When you were born, the average life expectancy was about 80. I'm going to increase that if you want. 100 use of technology. This is all with your consent. But things like oxygen therapy, growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, thermal therapy, cold shock therapies,
have language therapy. Eventually, you make 100 and you say, right, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, if you want, with your consent, you may be able to utilize that technology known as mind uploaded technology.
Yeah, yeah, they come just yesterday.
Absolutely. Where we into a computer, CAT scan, on every information system in for your download. Android and Avatar, iPhone, a clone, whatever you need.
I mean, that's the goal, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's not super close to it.
No, we're already doing it with mice, and I expect to start to do it within the next 10 years. Yep.
Actually, fucking like it's like you're.
Look, I love your that. Understand that. What he's saying is a very ambiguous idea, but really discussing like the idea of being within a mountain and being able to experience the different feelings of being within a mountain.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Roaring of the like for the love and some sort of sense of that. I mean, I'm expecting my body to be more conformed. That's like so just grab a paper in the middle of the mountain, but
Do you want to be the mountain?
I want to be no. I like because I didn't about part loaded up or I lost just so I can put my consciousness connected.
But I don't really get it. What's your experience of life at that point, or as in now?
Computer just inside the okay. All you can do is interact in these spaces.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's still conscious of it.
Well, I wouldn't say I don't think of it as separate from my mind. I think I
It's consciousness uploaded without the further step of it being uploaded into another being.
yeah, without it like removed from my brain.
No, it would have to be. Your brain is, part of your body died.
I don't know. I was thinking if there was a technology that would keep my brain alive.
I guess your body was frozen.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either. Not even whatsoever. But like, if you're having some sort of oxygen system, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it just be life support?
And then my
Yeah, some sort of life support. That's what I meant.
yeah.
Well, let's do it.
Okay. Once you're ready to start, maybe we'll be
Whatever makes you happy.
Did you act about it like distance?
I'll actually die. Like, I don't necessarily, like, I want to believe in afterlife, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that one.
The key is living forever within reason. You don't want to live forever because that could be a major punishment. You could be tortured forever. You want to live forever within reason. When you no longer want to live forever, you want to be able to end it.
Yeah.
Or if you were able to contact consciousness, you could live forever and edit the percentage of time so that
There you go.
I think it'd be fun. I think like all the like I don't know once we play.
A little bit about me. Nook, did you find me from the Fish Tank Discord?
you just invited, you just invited me. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Do you know about the fish?
That's the BFF server. I'll write to that.
Okay.
It's all right.
All right.
I don't know very well.
Look, you should know that you're always welcome here. I used to be a positive person, to have a positive outlook, an optimistic outlook on life, and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
I appreciate it. I can't say the same in terms of outlook or whatnot, but I do appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I'm not like on it. I mean, nothing's going to change. Don't worry.
You're a lovely individual.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I appreciate the opportunity to meet you.
yeah, we're up. Nice
Excellent.
meeting you.
Excellent. Well, with that, I'm going to continue with my podcast. Hope you enjoy. And
I'm not in the garage to break my life. I'm going to go out and get that set up with the party. Right now, yeah.
excellent.
Thank you. I'm going
Hope you know. It's a pleasure.
There's a country. I'm sure there's so much of this that you're considering if going and go to this place. We do. So, maybe fix himself. Of course, I need to do. Time getting that to control. They're ineffective. So you actually help a lot of stuff you can't families. You want to make sure you help all the things all the time. And naturally, it's just something that yeah. Most because I'm worried out there. Yeah. So, one of my houses. So just have now. But the one on yes, try to get understand it's not about we walk away in place. It's about family. It's not it's all of us. So it's not, and you just try to encourage yourself to try to figure out ways that maybe you won't be
And you know, you need humans, you know, consistent. You know what? You know, and stage to take up danger. And it's not necessary. Because good people do it. Sometimes do it for really simple reasons. And sometimes we would extend. One thing is social media. It feels like integrity, which is writing because there's so many ways to get different library. It's a simple water books. That's obviously the smallest, but it just shows here whatever sacrifice the this one here. Those are surprising. They're also quiet. That's why it's stressful. People can complain that they didn't do the right thing. They did community. I created a memo of a figure out from your another guy who was my dad. Interesting mix, different kinds. You know, on one hand, you know, he sort of wisdom, sort of thing. On the other hand, he was something that he's you know, sometimes it's risk things if they were sometimes you know, you can do the various levels, you know, concentration camps, terror, social experiments, things, right? You learn a lot from people behavior, but what you see is that, you know, people behaves really well in some situations, or they really just can't predict it, and it's hard to find consistency. And that's the other thing. It's, you know, including too much consistency. Especially if you think about consistency, what you're consistent with. But first, what sort of have you learned about the genocide? Genocide lessons in personal lives, no question. But what insights do you have genocide in that happens? That's a really big ethical question, right? And it has to be parsed, I think, into different kinds of questions. Why does genocide happen? You know, it has there big political meaning. You know, why have Britain wanted political history of Germany and wartime history? And you know, it's traceable to them. Give yourself in the 20s, being in Casper, so and the same thing goes for the original one. So essentially good with where the all of the state sees ideological this direction where mass takes place. The other question that I would just because supporting is not just cooperative. But also getting people who have treat like you know, you know, yeah, it's everybody 40 money. Boston's countries and such a very social psychology. We will look at those cases, and one of the main things that I learned just a few years ago is that the Holocaust was that you could pull out. In other words, if babies were alive, or should they were executed. So people enjoy the Holocaust. They may not feel it. Well, pain. You're saying no, there's and so it's the we are in society groups. We're very high influenced by the groups in which we operate. And we don't that group is ahead of us. Whether it's a right? That's whether it's in the labor union or whether it's in Tennessee. Really, that's right. It's especially in societies are authoritarian because it's hard. There's like a stop. Just become forcing. But yeah, parenting very tough presumably, with bureaucracy. The higher you get up there, the more power you have in direction of the type of thing. Right. But he seems to do it over what happens in the West. It happens in the case of the genocide. There's this I haven't done the study of the army governors who said no. But, there are they usually on the regiment certainly learn about human nature, the human mind, the victims of genocide. Dr. Frank was they go to discover even suffering. That's what he said about your study genocide, you learn about nature. Well, again, I don't have to say anything about the study of genocide. The victims, Robbie, the higher ups. So looking at it, again, I told you I was working on the gun. And there's a certain point before arrested and sent them to those black Jews were not in come. They were many of businessmen. And for a variety, the guy who's in so these images are not very and this Polish guy went, right? Right. And he, he's they don't like to. And so, it's down like there's cards we're in the spot. People warm. It's very heroic. Spirits, because songs, goals, to try to keep themselves from the universe that they're around. So acting, supporting, but Primo Levi, about Holocaust, the camps. I don't think that he had pals, helped him. Describes this kind of, human environment. Don't escape. He is, as we don't know exactly, probably because this happened. Right. So I don't, especially the concentration camps, that's really hard to find places like what it is. In a positive way, what happened. But with the places, there's no question. People hunting, they try to shut them up, but we don't want to. There are stories, but that's hard. There's a kind of like kindness and love that makes that long others that have the story of human history. It's a mass murder genocide. Feels like a force that's there. It feels like a force that's more powerful than whatever the dark to release genocides. I had to tell the story of the little fight that long stories of that little I just think it's just and I think it's too cool. Yeah. I had a couple of work just over time. And initially I was pretty skeptical. And over time, the incidence of homicide goes down, the incidence of rape goes down, the incidence of genocide, 20th century goes down. I'm arguing that it goes down that, go on, think about this. I thought it was think about it. So fast. Tigray. All of them. Record cars, the difference is the 50 years ago or 50 years ago. Today, but the difference is the difference. They're not all that great. The instance has gone down. Because your problems with this methodology, there's a whole lot with it. I feel good about the end of this. I think it's quite well done. So, I have to say, I'm not an optimist about this. And it said, what goes to the kind of question? A friend of mine, remember, no, that's I don't really think in terms of sense. Nobody cares. Really, usually nasty. We care. Leaves alone. That's part of the deal. You have bias in that you need some of the darker aspects of history. It's difficult for professions to see it possible. It's not obvious. It's not. You mentioned electric cars and rockets and airplanes. It's only information and knowledge, especially in the world that grows. It becomes a lot because masses of people have power. They're able to see the full time. First of all, when they can study your work, know about the kind of chance that happens. The promises great. Need to great destructive class chance. Just even but a large number of people is prevented teachers outside. It's a history. It's just not how it happens. The normal human leaders get big things. It also becomes more destructive. Right? Knowing that can happen is called the prevention. And that wake up stays every year. To just in your smallest way to more love. I believe it's possible. It's not so obvious. And I think it handled to it headed and Paris. This campsite be an artifact of the past. I certainly you're right. And it could be we don't know. But the evidence is different. Demonstrated. It's the massacres in Mexico, or ISIS, or you can just not Syria. I mean, look what that is to be. It's been a mass grave, and people left for other places. I've heard I mean, the Turks, welcome them, actually absorb it, bad things.
think you're absolutely right. Yeah. But don't think to eliminate really bad things from happening. I don't think there's any strength of it. But I think it would like that. Otherwise, it's just hard to look at. Well, which is perfectly fine. It's better to have that on. Which says get that or anything. Well, that's the only way you want to future. So I'll so his has to see clearly into the past. Engineer has to imagine the future and for the doesn't the past. Without that, future. So there's a thing you have to consider the fact as well. And everything is you to be too grounded in facts in the future. That's kind of imagine a better future is possible. One of the ways to do that is to study history, which you from science. Right. 62. It was called the Lead. Millions of people. The largest. Yes. It was a terrible set. The numbers. And 40 million people died. 30, 40, 50. That's right. Essentially, it's supposed to just not keep the country into part of the idea it was right in the Soviet Union. The world was good Stalinist. They had they didn't like what he thought were good reforms. And also started talking about power to the party, the state, the party, the state, moving into government. What Mao decided to do was to engage in this program of what were called communes. These communes, conglomerates of essentially farms. You know, and what happened on those farms places for the eat, places for the kids to be raised in, essentially separate wolves, big but turnover there when they go entirely negative phenomenon. And that make steel. Transform. Well, like any of megalomania, like some of Stalin. And this particular project that, the people had no choice. They were forced to do this. Incredibly dysfunctional for Chinese culture. And here, create that everybody was as a result. I mean, there was also some problems in nature at the same time, flooding, bad weather, and that sort of thing. But it was and now it's that one point years. If it just doesn't matter, we've got more of that. I mean, periodically things like this that
the total to cannibals and terrible all over the country, but there's just no stopping. There were people on the edge, right? Back off. Back and always they push that, this is for the kid. Certain people would say, they did that. They would, who didn't, they wanted. So this is different. Set of events of the Chinese countries. They had people who wrote about it. They were what's going on. And eventually wrote books about it. So we have not so much on the numbers. Numbers are always this is more where people die color. People is somewhere in the wild, different kinds of numbers, as you mentioned too, with so guys. Now only back we had to, with regards when he was upset that was resisting. He had to get such a terrible business. One of the things about that is that we should talk about I think I often think about the number of people and the degree in which they were suffering. That's the number of days spent suffering. Yeah. And so death is death is just one of the consequences. To me, it feels like 1, 2, 3 years, months, years of it's worse. That's those are put in the numbers of and the effect on the long term, very physical health, their ability to work on all those kinds of things. You're working on the subject matter on the long term. I've been here some other kind of long term on Chinese. Okay. Destroying the information. So it's really right. This is terrible. And it lasts a long time. Survive. But they kind of shape where you can't do it. You can't function. You break this picture. It's really in the arduous march, where it was mass starvation. Many people describe they were always set up for positive and for other genocides in the 90s. So much better national community. They're in which trying genocide in the modern period, contemporary period. And the ICC lists 3 crimes, basically, the crimes against humanity, and
it's torture. It's artificial. It's family. There's not necessary. There are other kinds of mass rape and stuff like that. There are other kinds of things that sort of way I think about it. As committing crimes against non-Jews. Again, remember, genocide is meant to be. Maybe some people, there's discrete scholars, jurists, something like genocide is the crime of crimes, the worst of the three that I just mentioned. But some think of them as co-equal. See, we're stealing more or less as co-equal, even in the genocide is the worst. So I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, that script papers sort of morally there's not a crime against humanity. This is not a story of criminology. Yeah, they got like because they're related to the dark for your Bush administration had the dark genocide. But genocide is a crime against humanity. And they confuse things versus clarify. Attack, so, I think the whole concept of making history using genocide is part of history is crucial. The other hand, I don't like to develop here's what's going to say, what's not. So then, North Korea, I get, like I said, as committing crimes against humanity and forcibly incarcerating people, torture, that kind of thing. Routinely incarcerating, depriving them of certain kind of human rights can be considered a crime against humanity. But I don't think of it in the same way I think about genocide, which is an attack on people. What is you think about genocide? Let's not play games with terminology. Just bad. What's particularly interesting going on today, still because the question was, what do we look outside? What will today have in place? What will the United States or what do I, does the human being plans today? Put a shelter, put an oven, put mine. I think about Syria, where maybe the bigger population in China. Well, I mean, the role is the signal line, which is to teach, to learn, and to get a message out. Which is this point, people understand it. What likely it is, the United States government is trying to do something about it. In a country that we are permitted, right? And so, I was shocked. Yes, it's true. In terms of the voice, in terms of the word, in terms of books, you're, I would say, a rare example. Seen as powerful reach with words, but I was also referring to the United States government. What is the option here? So, war has called, and war used to be used by sort of potentially increase the atrocity, increase it. If there's anything that challenges my future, the fact that sometimes not always done, but very close to power, because trying to help here are more negative effects than positive effects. It's exactly God is what you do. Getting as bad as not working. Trying to live difficulties that people are having, so we're caused. It's also true, unfortunately. Maybe people force it without necessarily. You know, there is this idea of so-called responsibility to protect. And this was actually came up after Kosovo, which was run by that where Serbs, my favorite genocidal program in Kosovo. Gone, got worse. Just driving people out, kill them. And the United States and Britain, Russians, I think that which prevent Serbs from stopping Belgrade, like that, but you know, stop falling upon the internet consensus. Something like other examples that genocide did not happen. Anyway, of the responsibility for technology adopted by the UN provide. What it says is there's a high measures. Take a step back. It starts with the principle that sovereignty of a country is not, you don't earn it just by there. Being your own country, you have to earn it by protecting your people. It is all agreed with Chinese and Russians. That sovereignty is there against exploitation, including genocide, crimes against humanity, torture, and that's. If you violate that nation for your sovereignty, that you're protecting your people, that you're not protecting them, as the community has the obligation to do something. Right? Then they started with, I mean, I'm not quoting it, starting with, trying to get, beyond right? Then sanctions, like we have against Russia. But you go down the list, you go down the list, you get the connection at the bottom, which they say last. Not only do you not do it, as you said, it can have consequences. Right? And we, military intervention, but it's going to be under as well. So the resolution, I think, it's not implementable. One of the things it says in this category, right, interventions, intervention cannot create more intervention than it. So, Syria, we came to the conclusion, that even though the Russians were there, obviously, basically said, system without causing war. It's up to international community. What happened? threaten the Chinese. But you can't go down that list with, you should get authority to go down that list. Communist Party. And you can go down the list with others or with Ethiopia and what it's doing. And you can go down that list and start this. And I think the 90s. And when Trump got elected, he basically said, you better go back to the world. I mean, this kind of stuff. And now Biden is trying to get there is not a possibility here that they want to understand. I think it's not impossible internal and push harder, to get the Chinese, to get the get others, and violations of people's rights. So this is basic politicians. Yes. The interesting thing about China, and this is a topic of what there's financial and power to speak up, speak after them, because it's very interesting. It causes alarm for an individual to speak up. Because you're suffer, just cuts off. Say something negative. Has millions of dollars. So what happens if you go to the financial but this is very kind of financial nature. I don't know if that was the case. It seems like fear, violent. Here, there's financial. I don't. Yeah, it's not only but also but human rights issues. It's not just, I don't want China. They got and not to be also they okay. There's a interesting structure. It's a lot less than any goes on with companies. Either and sense kind of you would have in Germany. It's very kind of like wide as financial. Solve problem. With government has on it's like that. And that's what goes I don't know if you follow. They kind of say, okay, take monitors away from government. They give this to a lot of technology. That's hopeful. That's a lot of people argue. These cryptocurrencies deal with some of these third secure control, but if you for the right weapons, that's another something technology might be able to do something that's different from the 21st century than it's technology they use for people. I don't think it's wrong or to argue because I don't really spend much time with it. I get I'm not, and or not the source. What human history? That's a big statement. I don't want to pretend. I can. What happens when you discover? It's a perfect example of what's going on with Facebook now. I once went to a lecture. I showed about the future. Where all the things that these wonderful things like to do that. What kind of life? So, my view of technology is social, global need. It's going to be you'll need us. Now about how intelligence, is going to do this. I'm not so sure. There's necessarily it does something like email process frustrating. But actually doing relations with more human beings. I see technology as plenty of problems as a result. Maybe the main question is technology. I agree with technology is equals to have higher power. The printing press. I would argue so first printing the internet, Wikipedia, I think has measurable humanity. Technology is a little sort of it allows bad things. It ultimately boils down to people wanting to believe the capacity for good out of the capacity for bad. And so you said that I this is true. I would say we see but here we have one really capacities for evil and but the trajectory seems to be a lot random. So, as a in essence, when you are optimistic, it is often people who kind of
cynical. Or how are you? It's not optimistic. Pessimistic. It's not cynical. How can you view feelings? Realism depends on a combination of knowledge and good instincts. That's what we strive. Strive. But I mean, again, we've got this. And gas and this. I mean, there's version from this. Don't but right, and it's this incredible thing. It's not something. It's not now. It's the whole. It's going to be horrible. It's the only characters to actually. The only wisdom, the and the purpose. What's your name? You've heard it. About the we just have it. I think somehow we got upside. We realized, man, it's what we need to the whole world. So we started, and we got to that point. It was just something big bomb when she exploded. The time, so it was the university or something like that. Done to each other. That's technology. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of. So, nuclear weapon, sure does not. We've reached certain nuclear weapons where more people to catch ourselves, not to create, like you said, in the car. This is the question about kind of hard in the head with the environment. I would argue, the pressure is already because of this pre-diversion of body information. Sometimes it's unrelated to and use they're doing with a lot of people. Space is happening. Climate change, something positive innovation in what is that actual catastrophic event we're describing, which we cannot even. There's more extreme weather events. Increase the level of in response to get build doesn't happen. I think technology is not pretty, but there's a lot of things we make in a realistic way. Like but the future is a lesson that lesson serves as a guide to positive. Say everything and teach what to do better. Without that, it's the switch from good civilization. That right. Yes. You sure? Resonates in said, which is the persistence of this notation over time. Enormous, with the comparison uh, we're experiencing with March and stuff like that. These things go beyond existing. And we are continuing, like you said, to an end to solve these problems. And we're continuing to evolve as well as things. And, basically, don't go that direction. I think they're going to be just fine. I've not heard Senator saying the world is going to go ahead. I feel like that will, I think that, things will persist. I teach, also like you say, favorites. Good. If you think that this is probably cool, but or right. But seriously, they're smart, they're wonderful guys, they're energetic, work hard, good focus. It's not just an effort, it's a whole country, you have really want to contribute, and they want to contribute. Some of them end up working together, and that's the difference, right? But the person who gets concerned, at least at this age, really want to get work with family. That's right now. If you're going to catch us, that's fantastic. They're not, they're off the trains. So I think this is they're not they're finding it. So that's the source of what advice would you give to the young people today, maybe going to college, Stanford, maybe to grandchildren? Life, pursue careers that are the futures. We don't want to just
So it's for the, for families, whatever. But, so I try to, I advise themselves somehow. They find it, they want to be what they want to be, trying to be so. And achieve what was broken. And with a lot of effort, throwing themselves into it. And, you know, human rights much stuff. And, that kind of work. It's very I definitely think that we're rights. If you put that way, and all of us just in our lives, or opposing decisions, maybe be written about. You get to choose what you want. It's a choice that is difficult to make. Right. Our sacrifice, but it's the choice that resolution of that person will make. Then it's what it is to say, but it's the very thing of it is. It sounds directly to say, but those simple actions. I feel like to identify feels to live out. Anything else, so take those actions and come up with all the things to do. That's right. You're very no, no, to live through possible novel is the same as champion discipline. Not living in truth, but also living and that's really smart. As we love like bring it into the human condition, letting it outside. This that even though it brings up the best nature, best as I already mentioned, hardship is not a good thing. It's not the best thing. I mean, it's better. It's better to not so it's a yes. I think it's as I mentioned to you, setting up gaps, it's a place for torture. It's a place for killing. It's a place for and also, as I said, those who are suffering, not just between those who are and issues, the prisoners being down, political prisoners, that have others to welcome, they come down, so everybody's being down. So I would idealize anyway. Suffering is a source of but I think it's a whole lot better for people to be relatively prosperous and not so prosperous and themselves and able to feed their families and house their families take care of themselves. To foster other relations between people. And I think it's no accident that poor families have much record when it comes to crime and that, and also to wife beating and to child abuse and stuff like that. And we just don't want to be poor and not able to afford and homeless. I mean, it doesn't mean that homeless people are people. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that one part of us in this country around the world, one positional, I mean, it's a very critical opportunity. In a lot of ways, we have to become thankful that country.
there's still problems. You know, the Chinese people, Chinese would get there, which is something, you know, wait again, because there's no compassion. Yeah. So, let me clear it. Speak. I like giving you the story of the 19th century. Really thought they were speaking. You know, I don't think that way. I understand being with my own, you know, with you and my own opinions, but
Trying to remember in this conversation that you're, the fact that you're brilliant, you've written brilliant books, you're just
yeah, that's absolutely true. And make sure they understand this is what it's about. It's been a long time today, and have enjoyed it. Obviously, but you know, my place of them is that I've developed over time is that you know human life, you know, is a real tragedy. And, I don't know, so difficult things. Right? For me, so yeah, I feel for people and integrate. You know, have an and you know, I mean that's people love each other. But it doesn't.
obviously it's harder. Very something, but the numbers don't about that. But the numbers are not quantifying the history of the because all the parts of people talk about friends or romantic or the positive emotion people felt. I'm not so sure that it's the suffering as well. Maybe it's the numbers. I'm not so sure that it's there. But, again, I suppose reading Franco, he's at all. Suffering, suffering is there's something about something ups and downs. The downs go very low. And all of it. Versus technology, but just this incredible gift, no matter what. And it's easy to suffering and think if we just escape suffering, it will all. But really not in the whole thing. It is true. It is all the stories I've read, and suffering is horrible. It is horrible suffering. I also just want to say, there's nothing that forget that. Stories. I don't compromise with that tree, but the intensity of much more. Intensity is very high. So I'm not sure what these calculations would do. The stories, some of the people closest with, I think I've never experienced anything even close to any of this. But some of the people closest to have gone through the times with. There's something about that. There's a society where things are easy. It's not as strong. I don't know what to do with that calculus. I do agree with all people about little something that I want this possible. We have to remember that go up in the depth of human connection and find the right balance. Right?
yeah, so there's something what you said is really something. I was just thinking about sort of opinion and the streets were so never spun out. You grew up there? So sense. But there was, and there was a certain line. There are lines. One line. It's like the other story I was thinking was story, History of History, the book wrote about camps in the camps. So these Jews, some survived the camps in awful circumstances. And they were put in these camps, which were not places. Sometimes Germans crazy. They were trying to get to, trying to get to Palestine. And how many papers that coupled up after being in the country. In the country. So being, to more or less free to express their emotions and there's the world in which they suffer. So whether there's, let's just say, some kind of calculus there, the level is such that it's too much. It's too big. It's not going to suggest, that's the point of view, my remarks. It was very inspiring to read about these couples who had met and started to couple up, get married, and try to find their way. So, memory of that. Well, so there's 69, 70. But also, so it was daytime. But it was also he had also hardship, for Russians, standing in long lines. Getting was almost impossible at the time when Jews were trying to get out. Who I helped get up, lost him. In the United States after they left, fired doors, then others, once they claimed that they wanted to get it was a very it was a tough time. Hung out with some distance. Nobody knows me but him. He had a serious underground. Just a small audience. So it's not that it was some time. And, we were familiar as a there was a between the United States slab out of the dirt. So it was exchanged sense. Historians, literary, some social scientists, some scientists good from that. As the Russian language, it's helped me to understand, but I can read and the speaking comes and goes. Depending on whether I speak just Russian, so when I'm here, I can communicate well. When you write it, I can't. But I get. father was not much of a drinker, so I would they just make fun. I like fun myself. But I have a drink. Yeah, some of that, but I really enjoyed it. And it's but one friend I made, Victoria, who was in the foreigners, also Siberians, and come of so I met him. And I said, one person here, almost a wonderful friend. Go outside, we're listening to stuff. Saying, this is you know, killing. So, these conversations. When I was he was in and he thought I was an ideology. I said, I don't have an ideology. I try to together reason, facts, accurate stories, try to tell them that way. No, who are survivors of the heart. So we would have these kind of arguments. I mean, sure enough, we corresponded because he became kind of the official. So he migrated more to being a Democrat instead of being a Democratic movement under Trump. And that's what the 50s, which they set up, elected as a Democrat. And had a political career through the Elks period. Was over. Because like, who didn't like the Elks people, tried to. And that's how it's supposed to be. Just focus on I mean, I just this is a beautiful the translation problem. It's a difference. Very translators are good ones. Things and translations sometimes take like whether it's Russian, Polish, German. My parents talked to the translators at Dostoevsky's story. And there was several conversations with my father. He just sometimes just grab us just other translations. So, but also because I love to be a film. Well, that's the perspective on history. Without just assuming the United States and Russia about the way that two is brilliant and all these kinds of things. It's fascinating. History also has an perspective. That's my way. Going angry at its nice. And thank you for the worst history and talking time today. Thank you. Guess description for balance.
tragic. Thank you for conversation. You work. The sign will hurt you. Both of the people and they're heroes. And I think when it tells you you have to use your mind. It's difficult. I mean, you're blind in a no and the country that supplies in general, and that's ability. Ignore the non-science, not being on the street, and corrupting nature, then it's hundreds of million once again. I know that I would like to say one of the was learning. Your opinion, little about safety and economics. And small numbers. I think a lot this year. They choose not to be want the say is not with pressure. Not a no. His blood is short without integrity. He was a night this civilization is the excuse. State the development of great accomplishments of history. What more resources. I hope both these the day of November 8th, 2020, will read the results of the
even other experts on jealousy is not continue successfully waiting for their goal. The goal game, like, which creates anxiety. But sitting there waiting and teasing one another.
So what do you feel like your results?
Very
You said I love you.
I did. Mediterranean.
It's the Russian thing too. I love love, so I appreciate that kind of celebration. So looking back, before I didn't go to the Pfizer, what was it like making the decision to make that investment? When the risk is very high.
We do a lot of things. Here we go together a little bit more. It was very easy. I think that really was scared. They were scared. Part of the time. Probably restricted situation. Capabilities. The help.
Enjoy. Very important. Facing the eventually that primarily how much also be good.
I feel very well. But if it was not real. That's what others was not way. Bring this to the world. We follow this.
Worried cost.
95% of them, those are there all in the brain.
Maybe the broader version of that question would have full transparency and
I think the regulation is very good. They have been always very transparent. There are a lot of laws that are forced to regulate and without their interactions. But now, go to specific details.
so let me just say, it doesn't look like it looks like maybe is there seems to be a bureaucracy. There's also challenges government. There's good insight rules and making sure there's oversight. So they create slow things down. In this case, it slowed down so much. I think they said it 95 years. They said it might not be what they look for 500 pages. And very kind of bureaucratic. In reality, it isn't so. And it's not like something that we did it, but the federal and people's trust is part of the plan. It is a transparent. As a production, if you want to create this is one example that was to be like the favorite perspective you say, sure that so to you is black box with things to do for state that the rules proof
But this is not black. Not very everybody the process of very detailed. I have some it's very the grades indicate clearly they have very high numbers that they are going in a lot of events and also every study is really this based on justification so that they don't this is basic so that no
a lot of this stuff when you affect what done processes that work.
I agree.
It's just it's not the process. They know if it's communication and silence. Silence when clearly bothered and have questions. When you speak up, explain as letting distrust build up and and something on the international solutions like vaccine. Yes, folks I know. And yeah, folks out there. By the way, I'm sweating because this is a conversation. But it's also not Jordan. Is a psychologist and intellectual author. He suggested to me that I would consider there's Pfizer, FDA. We talked about FDA. Do you worry that this effects network. The fact that work is identified with FDA. Does this story
There. And by it, good. This company, if you can find someone else from any okay, and then for even topics that are related to the company, yours. I do. Sometimes rather than trying to snake, this regulator always they're trying sure checks and balance behaviors. Internal expert. Agreement they so I agree with what you said before. As with and I said it's not relaxing. Part is to remain high, but
keep going? Read about nature or see it. Saying like there's protection against this.
the fear corruption, but we are made the reason country by country.
And growing up at the sense that right stuff that right. It was like and then rule of law. To do the right work in their lives, but there's still again it goes back to perception. People that have FDA, you look at the resume, they have those things in their resume where you're supposed to seize authority. Are they like
All of their other countries that I don't think is the case in this country. Very there are a lot of people that absolutely ignoring the American FDA or
there's
They have to be tangled scale. Oversight how do you advise their public, not making steps.
What you lost it, you are going to What means that I there is one lesson, the main lesson that we learned here, is the power of science in the hands of the private sector. I think it is the private sector will sort of that I think that very clearly thrive lifestyle sector to society. Very positive. But make the mistake. Mistake is high, remains so. Everything we do, we say, we hope we will do that.
That flies when you're believe it. Drugs. So, on this topic, in 2009, drug vaccine and agreed to $2 billion. How do you think that this happened?
Things that happened in 2003, basically label promotion. So this will be about offering the product. And
Does extra stuff.
correct. When it is allowed for the to reflect this happened with me. And apparently several parties and we had the size of the Rabbi. Product. That's fine. Things for compliance regulation. The rest main things that are right. And we more in this company the real side of but they think different. So, the a lot has changed.
So develop, there's risk. A lot of lawyers. That is losses by actually represent pain.
As I said, don't right now.
I believe, and also creating a focusing core of the advisor, marketing. Do you see that people what kind of authority, what the heck's going on? Spot shows perception that he would influence with subtle, but that's scale.
One way or another, because I think we have we cannot say
Yeah, pressures. Have a ton of none of them ever asked me, you know, like being a kind of break either. But it's just, and I worry about that a lot because any guy, most people are good. Society.
which pressure from financial perspective. Because you're gonna make I think a lot of people still think this the best parties that they're loving each other, like celebrating the successes. I don't want to have everything money but if sponsors if they worry that doesn't bring them. I feel like I want to take some responsibility for a big company like Pfizer to not get in the way of the nature, whether it's sponsors, mainstream media, I don't know.
So very, very deep everything doesn't know. What is the reputation of the person who comes to the so I don't think I don't think because that we those don't
Having a big effect
not even having impressive
altogether.
and also everything is related to things rather than not a sponsor. And be perceived. This is not the case.
So with the story, thought to the human story of how you can so fast. Even initial days.
Hey,
In that time, let you show see it. Given that I think it takes
years, the time that it takes is basically the vast majority of the time the final phase that is starting. But you know, because the phase that is starting, in our case, was almost immediate. So you don't want to go until data for you to experiment, sure, but not that you so, so when it takes all the time versus sequence of things. Nobody knows exactly what they see. But this is injection. But another is exactly because he knows there's no control. In order to go to the computer, there are at least people who are used to the data. They legal application. So people are concerned about this. What you do in this starting, you need to make sure that you are fine. You're not going to find things. But it's not just you need to make you're not restricting. But if you do let them live their lives and they know that at least and then you save 30%, 40% vaccinated. They're wondering all of them. The residents say you know see what they're saying. The doctors, those that think that they put the vaccine in the national company. Okay. It's something that more resources are very established. I believe the last one was exactly the same. It's asked, and it was not. Instead of 50,000 people a year, because we have to say, hospitals pay very good. We went instead of 300 a year. So I did these things. I take internal investment, take cost out of the equation. That's what I was saying. It's not the cost of feeding. It's the people what they can and what they cannot. If anything, they have these teams that is underestimated. What the importance of the new person is something that is seemingly impossible. How here, there are certain things that we manage. Here, production of 500 million doses. Otherwise, we have to quantity. Within us, for you, there's not many doses. But the discovery phase of the quality, like the thing, for a year. Within us, just for months. When you are setting time, goal, can just stay with it. Where the human is in the phone. There's a person.
This is what's bothering me, that in the conversation with the public is all been about that. About 100% off. That's not today. Elon Musk has that there's and that's incredible inspiration. This is something I'm hoping you are a little part in this conversation. Reveal the beauty and the power of the things here. The fact that you put out the let me safety and what we that by the way, is unsafe. What do you think?
Let's not years of record. You're right. There's no medical problem in the history of humanity that has been written as much as the responsibility has been administered to hundreds of millions of people.
real family and just love the main is not just being like to be in a position so anything is people
but about being able to do both the others. You what you're saying, but there are few things in the society that are not very today that say just people that they're not trying. I think that is not see.
but I definitely think that scientists the others have to communicate listen to it because they have not spoken publicly. They have sufficiently left you with their ego aside for they listen to you. Yes, people that don't have to see people looking on, maybe not even like my own personalities, but still, they have children, they worry, they fear, they don't know who to trust, they don't know if they should listen to advice. Might have other incentives in mind, but just care about money, nothing else. So they just use common sense. They ask questions. They think sit down, looking down on them because they're not intelligent. Scientists have done most of the fool their eyes and then but because I think that's kind of what's the vision.
Neither things and
Yes.
the fact that you're educated doesn't mean that you are having an idea for empathy or this was never been metric. All that they do, they actually serve it. They probably have the money for us. They respect if you respect their need. Well, affect other way. So I fully agree with you. You should be very patient, explain again, again, what is and the vast majority of the people who get respect their friend. It's not for any other reason. But I'm saying is there is a small number of people that they make things for them. Probably sometimes I give you I don't know rest this is something wrong. I love. Okay. This is what there's a reason why you wrote advisors, brokers, they would create harm in the past. But they're great. Yeah, arrested. But they lie. Quickly. There is a big one. Someone says, I'm based not black. If you read something like then I remember that because then I mean, I'm because you know that I'm really tough. They those people know this thing very well. My wife died because the relatives they got to stress and anxiety of good people.
Is that kind of I 12 go to say, why did you realize they make money
surprise level. That you have to just let people use their common sense to skeptical of listening to politicians telling them things that they should be skeptical. So also listening to sort of the conspiracy theories, but not even the conspiracy theories, but people who raise questions about it. Think on your own. Think critically. You don't find that everyone can be manipulating you, but also everybody has the capacity to manipulate us. And I think science, in zero form, not unentangled with institutions, is beautiful. And in the hands of many companies, it's one of the biggest. Still, you have a lot of necessary created the vaccine advisor, incredible technology to so there's a kind of people are skeptical, like how much do we trust? How excited algorithms. For example, Twitter, I think tweeted something about stuff the vaccine or stopping the transmission like that. Do you representing practically saying things, just highlighting super positive things that people misinterpreted, still 100%.
That everything I speak is 100%. I say biology, there is not 100%. Because always we're being things that were 100%, for example, or in some countries, when we try to go to 100% efficacy, when the numbers will become bigger, 100% control, being United States. So still, the point. So I'm very, very careful how I try to intend how if they're looking at them, they're having because they don't why because they know that people are listening. Everything is said. They continue not only looking here, but also maintain the truth. Don't think that someone only emphasize positive things. Some they want to be trusted. Then media advised.
So many felt the vaccine was secure. Was that something early on that you all believe that the shots would be one? Do you think that is it shocking?
Yes, first people ask me, I want this. I start and your so this is what I said. One of the anything was placed in the record. And Delta came because I was like that with Delta was proven that it was the 6 months. This is what happened. And I did, I think, 6 months, and then I think the vaccination. We only use the data. Now, might be challenging. Exactly. But so a lot of countries already started from 6 months to 3. That people with I don't know how long this I don't know if it's tailor made to based on evidence. To know and if I can also develop at 1 billion doses per quarter Swedes and still I think the board should feel very comfortable that if it would be ahead of time.
Reduce 3. I mean, a lot more time when we talk about. Let me ask you a question. What are your feelings about these mandates in terms of do you think the most effective way to vaccinate the population is to acquire? To go with the American way for the freedom?
I think it is whoever just it's the public that they have to make this decision. They have to make a decision to find and I think to balance fear of the bill that the others are vaccinated, the fear of those that they don't want to vaccine, and eventually making the decision it's fine. They're flexible, they're giving exceptions, of course, reason, but decided to mandate it. Now, at Pfizer, when this is where vaccination mandate, and that right, that was never going to move, I felt, because no matter what, you have people that really it will yes, a lot of something like that. But it's not me, because the debate, serious debate, there are a lot of people who need to get and it's the territory. You are like, you read it,
And not as if it makes it much. All of this say that from the Soviet Union. That idea for the health of the populace. Preserving the country. Like, convincing people to get that. It's huge. That's a really powerful. It's super easy to mandate. People should understand science. Do you think children should get that? So, 5 to 16. There's a lot of parents that fear for the well-being of children. You empathize with them, and you grant their arguments against the vaccine.
know who I am. With that, there were so many and they were the ones the vaccine with fear. I think that this is unfair, but I'm protected and my sweetheart because now that suppose that they are afraid of the vaccine, not the vaccine. They're smaller. If they are afraid of their kids, I would say more than situation. The same. How can you do to win the?
What do you think about that, Captain? The risk for kids is very low. Kids do die, do go to the hospital.
The rate is over. Need to die. How can you say that I'm not going to protect it? Something that is like nothing. And it is not only that. Stop the education process. Because what it is, it's for the head, all your number, it's
It was dead.
it's not now.
The thing about the COVID, you there's an extra concern. Choice that could potentially. That's the way it has the hesitant about.
I think choosing to make it so that something potentially happens. That's why we are doing vaccinations. I know that there are people who are for themselves and for their kids. I know that there are scientists and I am telling you, it's a very good thing to develop.
So, about the vaccine, COVID, how does that work? And to develop it in months, like you said, and all.
First of all, this is a real game. This is that you get only if you can go. Then what happens is 5 days. I say 5 days. And from those that only this is numbers are of course. The these are spectacular. And stay home. Biggest. You have searched are online. They have respond surgery, other capacity out. Without something that didn't have.
I have to ask, what are your thoughts about ivermectin? It's been studied. It's like I said, antiviral, comparator, that kind of investigate. The reason I've read criticism is it's a factual, and I think we should look up and quite a lot of people that it's that research, but there is a lot of people that kind of free drug. Can you just speak to that comparison?
Remember other compounds that they are and there's I discussed the reason why I've marketing decide BA why. Because anything the very nice market
Well, the pushback, there's papers, small, so and
I
that's
have been where smaller people they rely on.
what some of the big ones have been retracted. Yeah, people need people that kind of question definitely. I think
Going on.
yeah, this is this is interesting.
And will be under the scrutiny, not regulators, but people go. They will monitor. With let's say that once weeks, they will see the statistics.
Going through human history, like a society, what gives you hope about the future or civilization? Look into the next
Of things that 2020 things right science create or create the
kids alive, their lives, but you yourself are just biological.
I think that's a very good question. I was discussing with a lot of people that I was curious that I realized when I was young, the first thing, the first time that I started feeling that I want to be around was when I had kids. And then I started feeling that there's I hope I will be around so that way. I hope they will be around their children. So there is something that here is that will not be part of the lives anymore. And I will not be watching. I hope that it's my lives. So I will be able to watch them
Upstairs, get that is so good. Let me ask a ridiculous question. You only have 2 minutes left to answer. Where's the meaning of life? What's the meaning of this whole thing? That ingenuity is the thing that gives you hope. You're all busy trying to help each other, trying to build a better world. Why would you do that?
I would have been because Steve Jobs has said that his life's biggest advance. That gives grace to the gift. Life is all about
in the world, maybe a little. I would think it's the most huge honor that so it's a big day. It make it this conversation.
Thank you for your endorsement.
Now, maybe it's rarely foundation. I was in back 4 years developer, and I philosopher. Someone making people feel the great culture, special life, and I absolutely patience, ranching, trying to talk about stuff. So here we are. This is the Let's Dream podcast. Recorded, rejected our sponsorship district. Now, here's my conversation. You're the most impactful humans. I thought it goes to town. So you're an engineer, but you're also a philosopher. So you're a conversation. First, what to you is the best like the feature of what we think that they get love. Well, those are three different things. I think about we all have what we think about. When I first started using it was when I was a C++ computer graphics and I needed yeah, like that and when I first got out of college. And we kept trying to do more and more higher order class, which at the time was quite difficult with templates. The compiler support wasn't great. So I started playing on Python. That was my first time encountering really first class support types of functions and things like that. It felt so incredibly expressive. So that was what made me feel and also once you spend a lot of time in a C++ environment, you realize just with something together that makes it fun as well the first time is amazing. So really productive scripting language. I mean, I prefer like Dash and both, but Python just makes everything. It makes the world accessible. When I get stripped this and that, and other network things, little hard drive abilities, I can buy all of these things. Really cool. So that's what we do. If there's something specific that you feel about, they can program from why Python. Oh, it's not a specific thing as much as the design of the creator of the language for a group of people that understand the library. There was definitely a taste to it. I mean, you've been turning it some jargon way, but I think it's a real thing that it was designed to fit. Bernard actually expressed this really well. He said, "I just fit my head, and there's nothing better than it." People might argue longer term in level of complexity, but certainly as version 1.5, I think the first version of the library. So that's what we call it. Okay, so the most beautiful feature of Python that made you stay on over the years was like, for the double take, you return to offense. So the thing that made me smile. I really still like the ability to play with meta classes and express higher order things. I have to create some new object model to model something, right? It's easy for me because I'm pretty expert as a programmer. I can easily find all sorts of other things together and use properties and decorators and other kinds of things and create something that is very nice. So that I would say that's tied with NumPy and vectorization capabilities. I love thinking in terms of matrices and vectors
there's just enough things there. It's like a very simple tool. Just it's easy to use about what it does. When you don't use it, you go up when you figure out
how to design a language so that it fits here. Certain things, like the call that or certain notation aspects of my thought and just to work. Is it something that's kind of right out of saying it's just right? Is it the taste thing? Is there a system process?
I think it's more of a thing. But one thing that should be said is that you have to pick your audience. It's the better defined the user audience is, the easier it is to build something that was their needs because the needs will more compact to it. It's not a projection of their needs. The more diverse the user base, the harder it is. And so as Python has grown out of everything, so naturally more complexity. I don't try to design any valid opinions about the good approach. And so that's the downside of the intrinsic aspect of the complex problem.
What are you the audience of one is are the greatest projects in history or that's the problem that you yourself had?
Well, so Clay is crowdsourcing or his thoughts on crowdsourcing. He identifies the first step in crowdsourcing is the first collaboration. First time works well for yourself. It's very telling that when you look at all of the big projects, well, the fundamental projects now in the sci-fi system, they all started with people in the domain trying to scratch their itch. And the point you scratch your own itch is something that the open source or the free software did for a long time. But in the scientific areas, these are assistant professors, engineering grad students. They didn't have really a lot of skill necessarily, but Python fit in the domain, right? So it's almost like it's a necessity for the and also it was a really for utility and expressiveness. Like it was more to use than they wanted to build it. Right?
Necessity creates a deadline thrown together. Even though it's flawed, software project.
Well, we work well for software projects and one of my colleagues, Stan Sieber, does this, that all the projects in the software ecosystem, we rattle them up, sci-fi, different collaborations, all of them, the heart of both of them. And then you have pandas, Jupyter, there's there's so many others that but all of them are actually different. And as they rolled out their projects, the fact that they had resources meant that they could scope. A great famous hacker, Jamie Zawiski, dream the ultimate thing. Right? And the thing is, these scientists are programmers, they're just trying to write something and they were going to leverage what else. So naturally, this annealing process or whatever, we built a very modular cover the basic of a scientific computing library.
If you look at the human story, we've developed all kinds of methodologies for communication, like this collective civilization group and wrote a bunch of books. How big of a leap is it just a nice little history, or is it like a big leap in us becoming a higher level of abstraction, something else?
I think programming using grammatical construction of some underlying primitive. That is something that humans do. But this, what makes programming different has been up to this point. When we try to give instructions to computing systems or computers, not true, but to tell you why it's true.
part, we think of these iterated systems. So we have very precise iterated systems and run at comprehensible speed and run those instructions. In my experience, people are just equipped to systematically get iterated systems in their head. Some people are good at that, some people are not. And so when you have like electronic systems, it's going to be easier to manipulate. And the issue is you can have drug problems. But you start having a system with conditional logic, like case statements, all these things. The visual drag and drop part is the same thing. You still have to iterate a system with all these conditional parts. So it can be logic. Which we use that works to facilitate these things. One exception is data transmission. And it's actually not that system is the most popular programming system because it's accessible to a much broader group of we're actually running things a little bit much more about competition of blocks. They themselves actually alter the state and them are well. And so to stitch these things together using like IFTTT, compositional scripting kinds of things, main to most people. It's really that implicit state that's so hard.
Yeah, okay. On the shoulders of giants, so you're building levels of abstraction. You do that a little bit, but so like you develop ideas, and so on. It's deeper and deeper conversation. But with programming, it's that you can build complicated systems without knowing how everything works. You can build on top. It seems like you're developing more and more sophisticated ideas in a computational state.
It's worth pondering the difference here between complexity and complication. Okay. Well, not quite back to Excel, but the idea is a human conversation. All languages for humans emerged to support human which is that the person we're communicating is a person. And we're communicating. So we sort of hit a resonance, right? It's a concept. There's a with computing systems. We just try again. Many virtual worlds of having so the one that we expressed ourselves and put in production, a few days down the road. One has to user is expressing something that exists. Versus when they're extending the system to for someone else to the language for both of those in most cases. And Excel is actually a great example.
Okay, so what about the idea of the message? Which would software 2.0 idea is that you into the further encouragement into this kind of beautiful communication. Isn't that what machine learning is really big on people that don't have that sense of adopting Python that they have more power. Data, and so the programming is always
the all of this. This is the same recognizes it does, but I'm not going to physics. I choose yes courses in college, so I don't have any career much yes. But still, I don't have a background in science. But I have observed in studying very languages and query systems and things like that, is that there seems to be this trend of higher troubles in the platforms. And it's the connection between the code correctness and how expensive this code, the semantics of the data, and then the kind of correctness or so there's that you want to apply. There's it's sort of represents the semantics of the data and the actually do. So every information system finds some spot. Something that you just connect away from. I bring this up because application so right now, that is sort of select, right? I don't have to kind of hold on to the performance for transmitting some set of input and something outputs. That process itself is intrinsically sensitive to the types of input input. It's quite sensitive to boundary conditions. So I think even as we move to using automated systems to transformation as opposed to humans explicitly perspective, well, this these columns selected for this algorithm, and you put a human design ultimately what we hit, the boundaries that we hit is when the representation of the data hit the world is where there's a lot of stop and optimization. And that's where actually a lot of the work we go into is actually understanding in the few how to better the semantics of the world. It's not the details of how we write it.
Okay. The message. What does the word correct mean here?
There's a lot of dimensions to correctness. Historically, and this is one of the reasons I say that we're era software. For the last 40 years or so, correctness was really about all right, a function has something. If so, you turn it on, you have to log data and go. More important, we have line the sampling system. Modern data-driven systems with this classical is that actually have to be this whole thing as like finish was that serviceable agreement. Time budget, right? So I think that we're not traditional computing systems for the last 20 years at all. But now we have value dependent. So that question of correct request.
What is that to the end of software?
Software, which is this thing that you can do information with in a very analog environment. We quantify how it's scale, that perform, knows doing allocations to predict systems, real cyber systems. You're going to find significant inputs that you want to spend a little more time thinking about. Inputs that the software has a varying amount of correctness with regard to inputs. Now it's a full outside that system for the next generation information.
What is a cybernetic system? So it's a also interactive software, or is this
Well, honestly, cybernetic, I really do mean that
Humans being out of the loop is what, for me, humans sort of deciding on its own that makes it less. So we're just at the dawn of, right? I think talking about AI, it's great, but really when we really enter the cyber era, the question of ethics, governance, and all these things, they really are deep questions.
Linger on this cybernetic system. Cybernetic system. That's consciousness of purpose. At the bottom, the turtle. The turtle is a human.
I said something. I just read the other day that earlier this year, at some point, sent out some and loop at that point. They target like a truck or vehicle like this. Boom. That's not a human in the loop, right?
Increase them in the risk, the more concerned you are with these guys. So, designer and engineer predict the consequences.
That's right. There are some software systems that are quite complicated. The heyday of people all sorts of ways that the market thought about later. So run these full-on systems with these automated now they become automated, all sorts of other stuff. We are and the end of the era of software.
Are you more concerned if you're thinking about cybernetic systems, like self-replicating systems that aren't just doing tasks, but are able to sort of multiply in a digital, or are you concerned about the lobster portal, the gradual that's not noticing collapse of civilization, big explosion? Like kind of a big thing more notices.
I think that I do share a common view with some of the climate people are concerned about climate change and just big existential risks. But like a lot of people who share my concern, I think it will not be quite so dramatic. And that I think for certain tiers of, let's say, location, people experience dramatic. But for a lot of people, especially in the development, the reality of collapse will be manic. There will be narrative measures so that they essentially, the middle class will be used to flaming.
Interesting because soft. It's interesting. It was nevertheless class, so the effect of it's more thinking about what actual robots, if they're going to be and don't we are, or something truly like a Chernobyl catastrophic event. Almost scaled itself too quickly.
Oh, what?
Because the big
I'm listening. What? Oh. Okay. I'm just kidding. Yep.
When you have social media, when you Aspire to create a layer of experience for people that that's
No. 5 hours.
They've tried to sit there. So
which you objective of knowingly virtual sensation. You're getting the context that it's like so let me ask you, is there a hard line between reality and virtuality? Some kind of reality, but what is the line?
it's not about any hard one about reality as much as a simple question of does particular technology connect in a more integral way with other people, with their environment, with all of the full spectrum of things about less about, oh, this is a virtual thing, this is a hard real thing, more about how do we create and work for communication with those things. Always something's a revelation. Usually, many sort of information, but again, we're not going to always a code people want to all the time. You know, I've seen you on YouTube blogs, right? But seeing a person is different. And so, I think when we engage in virtual experiences all the time, there is a sort of thing in the body, there's a level of body experience, participatory interaction, very lost. It's very hard to exactly what it is. It's hard to say, oh, we're going to spend a your system that captures this with 9% higher fidelity. So we're really into a world of background and intelligence. You know, the things that we lost are once I work with there,
You put it all, is it possible for a game that is lost? You look at video games, they create virtual experiences, real, people have control of that, people who got it I can get people to contrast, to bring out the best and worst in people. So is it possible that in the future world, with control of
it is because possible that the current one was when trillions of dollars in capital are using those things to force our into not only those good things don't stand a chance.
a lot of money, is it possible to bring up the best in human nature, raw, feeling, relationship, digital world, shit. What's your solution?
My intuition is that a lot of our digital technologies give us the ability to have static connections or to experience virtuality. They have with sort of the expectations. It's sort of like sugary drinks. People have more sugary drinks. Again, they eat more sugary drinks. If let's say, yeah, right, virtual things, and with TV, and fast cut, we're creating essentially humanity sort of masks those things. And now becomes very difficult to get people to slow down. It gets difficult to on things and actually feel that body experience. It's no one ever. It's not work. That's everything. That's our environment. We have to accelerate the television. So the concern is that it's not ever seriously ever more of and technology. You're not ahead of each other to use kind of holds.
Is there a tool that you're interested in doing? You can reflect on it. For example, there's been many years of my life
That's some sugar. That's sugar or whatever. But said, you do this specific, like, sugar. And they take some TikTok process and realizing, okay, right, that's just bad. Actually, that does not make me feel good. I realize that, and then like going to places that are away from the sugar. And so doing it, so you make all the money. Well, it just means that you consider more mice, cheese, and they're able to sort of think, they contemplate on mortality, contemplate like term, love, have a year of life mortality, contemplate the experience that drugs and daily life and taking is working as therapy. And then once we contemplate that, we make financial decisions. As better people. So they just know that we're at the very first stages of social networks. That just make a lot of money in breaking out sometimes. That was a huge picture. They didn't destroy it. They just fed it with sugar. And now everyone's going to wake up and say, hey, we're going to start having like sugar free. Right. Well, there's a lot of different some people certainly do that. I certainly think, I mean, it's very interesting to what you said. If you woke up one day and you thought it was feel good, that's the way your blood makes us feel good. Right? Yeah, the brain's working there, right? And so maybe that's something that's silly things, something that it's hard. Just so that's you just that over at least that are very great. So I don't usually disagree with you at other times that people are want to like Facebook. Now it's a great matter. Yeah, I know about it. I know about it. I'm going to deal with it. Right? That's going to be a part of this thing. That's a good thing. But that's again, you're fine. That's the first iteration of basic cameras, social pressures, and you as a self-starter, self-aware adult have the capacity to say, yeah, I'm going to go and say, no, all for it. That was the time. Try to that. You're a digital and you're our social media. If everyone knows these things, and so one of the things we have to think about here is social media system. Social media is our first encounter with a technological system that wants different around our own cognition attention. It's not the last. It's far from the last. And it gets to the heart of some of the philosophical ways of the Western process, which is each person gets to make their determination. Each person is an individual that's seeking understanding that they are agency of sovereignty on the things. The problem with these systems is they come out and they are in charge of everyone. And so every person brings their own, but together, the bigger system is hard to do. And that's good. So this is the issue that we have. So our whole system is not here to understand what is it for first to high trust connection as part of the collective and for that like to organizations. That's something like when a social media app positive it's hard to think just individual. Right? So that concept is not something we talk about or think about. That's actually the practical number of information all and then we're hitting all the atoms with certain things. It's like, well, there's just another atom. So, and you're at the individual level, it emphasizes the individual too much. It's society, and these apps understand this civilization rather than the collective level. I was in multi-year something like this. So something signals ways of biological, social, cultural, memorial, layers, and maybe with a human collective society. So I'm just wholesale here for public thing. The other said the other something, and it's not all along the book. This book it's a approach to thinking about people, but I think it's as a goal tradition. It's something about the individuals, where we look at people as a dualist and say, well, it's your body, and consciousness is that just really the matter, right? Or is there something kind of more beyond? Yes, there's a soul, sort of that whole soul beyond just the physical body, right? And then I don't know what I think that we don't have to go like or things, only this different things can emerge structures and patterns that are just like pieces, but they're transcendent. They're still pieces. So your body is a way just typically how to listen and whatnot achieve some kinds of structures that stasis cells, the cells sort of biological structures. Those biological structures in your body able to build biological ability to consume energy and to eat. But humans are so surrounded with cells. So part of our biology is wired to connect to other people, to neurons, to language, centers, all sorts of things. We are there's a part of us that wants to be part of, around other people, saying a word, but there's something about jumping into life in order to feel better, right? And there was no exchange of physical anything that given but 5 out of 10 minutes, right? But there's induction in our sense of self that is at social level. And then beyond that, of course, they put the intellectual level kind of one level higher than social level. I think they're actually more than that. But the intellectual level is the level of pure ideas. And you are a vessel for philosophy. You will conduct yourself in a particular way. I mean, I think part of this is for me with this perspective. You're not, there's a joke that this like approximately well, a certain cow, right? You're not a spiritual cow, you're not a spiritual human. You're a messy human. And we can't really say what the dynamics of the show will be unless all 4 of these years, right? If you're not one, you guess what? You're going to be in the ring, right? And it's nothing to do with your biological need to get on the battlefield. It is an intellectual point. It's a cultural phenomenon, an intellectual belief that you have. So that's what the 4 layers that is that a person's not only one thing from all of these things at the same time. Superposition.
No layers.
I wouldn't know if special players just layer is a part of your all these things. And if we try to deny, some of these philosophies do try to deny the reality of some of these things, right? Some people say, well, we're only atoms. Because there's a lot of only atoms being a bunch of and it's not the same thing, even though it's the same atom. I think patterns that emerge within humans to understand, to think about whether that generation of philosophy will allow us to think about extending humans' history or to connect with autonomous intelligences that are not all much of a picture. We need to appreciate these things, what it means actually appears.
Human consciousness are each of these layers particular line, one of the layers, like this, like, consciousness that enter as these layers.
just permeates all of these. It just takes different forms. Experience is consciousness. It's something that sits on a gradient scale of the general principle of the universe that seems to form and reach over one access energy. You know, it's been realized in protons, right? If you want to say it's a lot. We can make assemblages of these things and all of them have next to them that will create structures. Crystalline solids will form very beautiful structures. This gets kind of into territory. Penrose about the generative methods, like hyperreal numbers. But I would say that there seems to be a tendency in the world that when there is access to energy, structure, no one actually furthermore trying to create an environment where continued stability. It's the concept of externalized structure. So, this is to certain of amino acids having certain structure. So, to get conscious, no, I don't think self-conscious about it. But is there something beyond your biology and biochemistry that drives what makes things work? There is. It's just structural law. Yeah. When you look at life sciences, you look at statistical. When you look at things far, what happens then? Like, just make it starts making stuff. There's something order when they're you did it, not me. Like, most selling so you're talking about, I guess, it's for order or reaching for within the just well, so I'll try to construct structures. So very elaborate type thing. You draw from this. Well, I would put it on his head and this one of the patterns created life or created interesting patterns. And sometimes you make cool gliders. And other times, some things you can make gliders, other things that they can construct, like, and computers on them. All these rules that create these patterns that we can see, those are just the patterns. What is actually our ability to perceive the order of all of it. We think are random, actually not that random. Final level across the wall. I said we go down the road. So there is something deep in smallness that is those questions for ceiling to how much you control it's a pattern, maybe extends your perception capability. The mathematics in our head. Did God really create the energy? Or did God create all of it? We just have to time to be able to perceive integers. She just created up with zero. But we did. We created mathematical operations. So we had created to approach bigger problems. Right? I mean, the entire point of the original system is a rubric for mapping a certain set of operations over to a set. But that's just the operations that we can fit in our heads. There are many other operations besides.
and humans. So, aliens are all around. No, we're too dumb. Yes. Yes. Like, let's say just like all kinds of organs. They would just the intelligence of organs. We're just to built up like we're looking for particularly thing. I had a professor told us about a musical you can play all sorts of instruments. You go to Japan, you can make one things in the style of Western experience all these things, and then finding none of it. Right? The same thing, metaphor for religion as well. Last religion certainly the East is practice, spirituality, practice, but here, to your point, so many people are associated with aspects of self-replication or but if we normalize this thing of things that and create an environment that allow them and that's interesting because it's not articles of your not like they're actually cells that at some point periodic like there's and why is that with sexual reproduction, right? There is something about the renewal process that they help the ability to respond to a changing environment where it just becomes, just kill generation. Generations try, wait, and starts to write about some conventions, but it seems like that's a pretty good. And I kind of essentially mentioned at the very beginning, well, wait a minute, right? Well, broad, I see us as human, particular Homo sapien would be together. It's a team project. Because I think the greatest Homo sapien invention is collaboration. So when you say collaborate, where do ideas come from? And how do they take hold of societies? Is that the nature of collaboration? Is that the base of collaboration is ideas? It's not ideas. There's it's a really fascinating thesis that humans are the only non-specific in the early species that kill species from range. And maybe there's a few examples. Heads, right? They take each other and pray each other. Chunk of rock, and a lot of rocks actually. So this ability to without a threat self create a situation of destruction. If you imagine all cooperation, if you just protecting range. Sort of had to. Let's talk our. The better is the recognition that we have and the prison was acting. All is right? I mean, some support handing each other. I mean, Russia and yours, right? We have another world like hundreds of millions of people die to like
that fire. And giant,
So the original Yoko is a rock.
the original, yeah, well, the original well, was there. It still is.
Eric Wine speaks great. To me, at first, it didn't. There's this depth that he was amazing leader of engineers and engineer yourself. So it's fascinating. Maybe a something tangent that we can take. What's your nature of your friendship with Eric? That's such interesting past and philosophy.
Yeah,
What is
it's very random. I found and I Oliphant working at a company called back in the 2000s, and we were doing consulting around something. We made some tools, and Eric was trying to use some tools to visualize. He had a fiber bundle approach to certain aspects of economics. He was doing this, and that kind of got in touch with us, and so.
Python?
It's really interesting because kind of financial helped organize with okay, well, the finance can't be trusted. Government pockets of regulatory capital. What the F do we do? All those people that believe was there, was there. I mean, just all billion people, and another Kern. Anyone in the side pocket, knows Robert, great guy. So the three of us also got invited. For so we then
You have a about the world, thinking their interest in programming. He'll bring up programming me quite a bit as
right.
Like, what made you be interested in programming? I think he's not cool. That a lot of things about physics, but and that was like his also his vision programming would look like an if you have had like space of
Sometimes but actually,
programming.
yes. Well, not programming, but certain things. But he actually, I think I find listening to some of his stuff, he was programming a lot, like how APIs and things like that. So I think that's the whole set of draw on for discourse. I have a pair program with him. Like put together some of these things. Like, I mean,
How legendary would it be get repo? Computer wearing an Eric Wine.
honestly, Robert heard the whole thing that everybody Robert is the son of quiet individual. A lot of those they're trying to do. But we did have in the starting a company in 2012. He went to New York and still living at the time. He hadn't moved to just before he joined Killian. He just had like stay here. New York. So me, Travis, and Rick, and then Wes campus. And then Wes is their business partner after Saturday. Hilarious.
figure out our own sources of view. And somebody who's quite a bit of an source code, figure out our own source code. Figure out our nature.
Really work that problem. I mean, I think we'll make more. There's something that I don't really doubt. I don't really doubt that one day we'll create a synthetic, not maybe not flexibility, but a synthetic approach to cognition that runs the biological lot computers. Cognition, which is perception, attention, memory, what you call asking other questions. That to me is a measure
We'll go back and did that routine just as it was funny.
So I don't know.
Well,
It's my cat.
so we asked questions of what is this wall? It or not, apparently.
Yes, a lot of our current cybernetic systems, they will put it up. The old generation.
You
Just released.
like it
No,
was a commercial.
stuck under my first model. And these cybernetic systems, they are molded, designed to a relatively dynamic things happen. Very limited. Toddler, 18 months of age, has capacity to manage its own attention, its own capacity to most of the results today. So again, I can't do a better job to so I do go back to my I think that it's not a question at all that we'll be able to create systems that are able to do this better than human. It's also for me not a question that we will be able to alongside humans that they capture the full spectrum of what we are seeing as well, and also looking at those even maybe measuring. So in this type of society, greater intelligence could use us and our whatever in life to create itself. And then
So always picture.
the baby version of our adult self.
Okay, so once the baby
I think so. I think that out of epistemic help us do things that can improve the unknowns, but for the unknown unknowns, we can only know nature is the one thing that's in survival. So we should keep biological responsible. Even after our oral transcended and gone to other worlds, the life of somewhere else. So I think that's these are things seem like things that are going to like an answer to a question that we don't have. So we don't completely to ourselves.
is it possible to create an AI system that you fall in love with and you have a romantic relationship or a relationship with them?
But that is the design project. If we cannot have a relationship, it's just a
What is meaningful because that sugar.
well, sugar doesn't give back, right? So computer doesn't love you back. What does love? This concept for me, love, I'm taking picture of what we call love. It wants to help us with that food.
So what brings love to the human condition at the individual level and at the level? So we're kind of saying that humans, individual level, what's the global level? Sex, death, bacteria, and which one to love, but
just it's sort of romantic, sexual, but actually love as we have from another person, love it used in religious connection, right? I think that acid more than consciousness, that is the our feeling of love is actually a sense of that only true of a person be something more than more than just normal, patient delivery statement. I think there's in any religious tradition some concept of we should see the grace of God in every person. That there is the Holy Spirit of what the will of God feels. And so, and this thing is actually. So I would say before that, I don't think a lot of the consciousness have consciousness, but there's no love as the generativity when there's equilibrium. And that with the stomach is something that leads to. I had my mind one day in undergrad as a long dip, and for a long time, it was about it. And was created by carrying and I'm logged into one of the set. I logged in. I logged out. I was on the shop. I gotta go, guys. No. Right. So when you look at it that way, it's like, equilibrium is the thing. And so when we think about love, we think about these types of things. I think that in the modern day human condition, there's a lot of rights and all these things. But that's very alien, it's very involved in Western philosophy of the individual as such. But it's not really couched, I think, the right way. And it should be how we maximize people's ability to love each other and love themselves, and love each other, their responsibilities to the previous generations, to the future generations. Those are the kinds of things that we should identify right now. And those should be what you start with to then come with the philosophies itself, the responsibilities. But that love being a distinction that I think design systems for cognition, it should absolutely be put in that way. I think you simply focus on it. He's got a very industrial era of all things that marks and issues. So that's a way to go and really want interesting consequences of thinking life in a powerful way of the individual human, and then there's groups in society. Is I believe that you believe so the political defense idea of so what do let's start with most people would say individuals have like nations rights to sovereignty nations. Like a place in the game of others, that's true. I believe France is the thing in the United States today. To say that groups of people at a smaller level than that, really is really our laws. We actually do encode this concept. I believe that relationship and marriage, right? One partner is sued for loss of consortium, right? If someone breaks up the marriage or whatever. So these are concepts that even in law, if you respect, there's something about the union, about the family. So for me, I think that groups of people have a right to rights as sovereignty of some degree. We look at churches. These are, we talk about these collectives of people as if they have a real agency to them. And they do. But I think if we take a lesson further and say, okay, they have a resources. Yes, check. They can. They can engage in contracts. They can do all these different things. So we, in legal terms, support this idea that have rights. Where we get wrong with this stuff is that the most popular version of it is an absentee owner operation that then is able to run larger resources than else in the midst of anything else, any entity. It's able to essentially hold around individuals, whether it's neighbors, whether it's resources that we capture, and also able to hold around our civil representation, which is still tied to individuals, right? So I don't think it's good that there are people that are asking corporations to do assholes of it. But the idea that there's a collection of people, we should treat them like it's kind of a stuff level. That's I do appreciate sometimes that relationship relationships with each other. If you have 8 people others, but then if it's more couples, each sort of relationship with each of the other couples. Couples, but one is mother older, and then one of their children, they're that relationship with the other family. That we have a social landscape, but it's not something that adheres to us like that. It's really not something that is, I think, taken into account behind these kinds of things. So I think the reason why I care a lot about this is because I think the future community requires us to form better sense-making, collective sense-making units. Something, Dunbar. And that's very different than right now, where we defer sense-making massive Asian zombie institutions to ourselves.
So this strategy about Japanese, I think calling it fiction on all these levels. We're in the human end of fiction. We all believe. We all, like you said, Adam. I think there's nations, but it seems like some fiction better than others. A lot of people argue that fiction of a nation is a bad idea. Lives Michael Malice. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are into meditation that believe in the idea fiction, agency, Trump, he's talking about that in order to truly, I don't know, what words you want to elevate the experience of life. So you're kind of arguing that, okay, so we have some fiction agency pushing at stronger fiction that we tell ourselves about the agency of groups in the hundreds, half number, or 5x number.
Yes. Right? Rules that we feel are fair is the way we consider.
That was the question when I lose Monopoly. That's the question. When I'm winning, I
Which play give Monopoly someday. It should be a version of
what?
contract. It's a just line. You can write future earnings or landing on these things. Hand out you land first 3 times, you have card places free. You start trading those contract money. And then
So,
actually, if you and Eric sat down to play a game, contracts we wrote, we can make money. It's a terrible idea, but we could actually sell the NFTs.
I have other ideas of money that they're all terrible. So, some of these games, some of these it seems like they're
to organize human collective action.
something about, especially this technological age, requires fictions. Why? Also, Dunbar number overused as kind of flaw that is somehow connection at this scale. Some of it feels like an interface problem. It feels like if I have the right to connect a large number, larger, it just feels like there's a huge value to interacting to share experiences together, beautiful experiences together, with other experiences that share. It just feels like a significant to brilliant, but it doesn't give you interface. You think
You're right that there's many different ways that we can build trust. I read Julie Hillman talks about a few different ways that, trust, conflict, just experiencing something. There's a variety of different things that we can do. But, all those things take time. And you have to be present. There's just I know people here, the less you are, the more you can do, the less. So I think there is sort of a human capacity issue around some of these things. Now that being said, can use certain technologies. So, for instance, if I write a monograph, you give me secrets at some point. Wow, here's a great line. I prepare my graph. Right, this is awesome. Spend 10, together, we teach each other. You're like, oh yeah, vice versa. We can then here and make it high cost. But it also requires individual levels to have a certain level of happening, to have a certain analysis. What do you use like the people have it with center or the feeling that it just takes more time. Other people like there's just a lot of stuff that you have to deal with if you are not so well about it, right? So yes, you have to more relations faster, and you can maybe expand on that number of things, but you're not going to do it. I think it's hard to get it beyond 10x, roughly swag what it is.
an AI system in addition to number. So like one system, way out resolving that AI integrated inside cut down grants the individual. We could get you make sense of it for us. Yeah. Like you're going to do that, right? Like Voyager, like the they have that's like that there's a really have the system the biggest sort of I wouldn't say AI system, but the cybernetic system of the world is the financial markets. It runs alpha betting and individuals control. And you have an entire stack of people at Wall Street analysts, to CNBC, whatever. They're all help us be, all part of that lowering of the complexity to sense, to help sense making for people, whatever capacity. Right. And I'm seeing this change in AI system. I think you would have commentators talking about all this stuff. This AI system is trying to go here. It actually is super intelligence. So you don't talk about interface. Intelligence, we do it pretty poorly. Power and money will simply exploit their distance for financial gain. So you look at that and be like, oh, like
we're already doing this kind of future. To bridge this.
Yeah, I feel like there could be the AI system have agencies. You have it's able to solve strictly one. There's an aspect of human that's necessary to integrate into society. So not financial markets, not sort of systems, optimization, or things that you interact and it requires personality. I believe in your self right? Like it's the experience condition because not human connection.
I don't think having is necessarily aspect. So another kind of alien, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there's a little controversy as to letter. An octopus, it has intelligent marks, right? So that's each of them. If we can build, let's go with what you're saying. If we build that interface with humans that has a sense of agencies on the side that a loop and help mind as well as the theory of action. I agree with the necessary components to intelligence. Right? There's something it's got to make a decision. Okay, so we build one of those. And if they're cognitive systems, there, each of them, bring it all back to a hive that maybe doesn't make all the individual decisions for them, but treats each one almost like a neuronal input, higher bandwidth of development to a central system that is then able to perceive what you've gone through. And it's like phased array radar, right? You think about how phased array works. It's just sensitivity. It's just radar, and then it's hypersensitivity. And with a flat array, it's as good as your radar dish. Right? So with these things, it's a phased array cybernetic systems. Give these instruments intelligence much better, much higher understanding of what's actually happening.
More power, more understanding the central intelligence has the more and the individual
Rarely.
I because there has to be the experience with the individual have the richness of like experience. You have to be able to be able to see and all of a sudden breaks out in tears because something happened.
Yeah, those memories.
No, like I guess I'm saying for intelligence people that have decentralization, like each one is structural, each one in an axis of energy has to reach for oil as opposed to a central place.
There's like highlights, like them from the idea that you're connected with like other individuals as well, and together. So you are, you ask, think it with the experience of like, oh, right? You're part of this hive mind outside of all the aesthetics. In the aesthetics, internally, what is your experience like? I'm curious what that looks like.
Freedom, will.
Mhm.
Biased, something values biased. It feels like to
being a novel. Because I think what happens is we think about this in a sense of command hierarchy, which is not what it has to be at all. I think the experience, shown by Carter, the experience of being a robot in that robot swarm, has agency over their own environment, doing sense making and reporting. I think that robot's experience would be it would be an experience of talking to essentially reporting to I think this is what's going to happen over here. I think about it this will make change happen. And God, she may tell you, that's great. In fact, your brothers and sisters will help make this go better. And there's which will help make this thing go better. So yes, so the whole the sense of what is it to be a cell in a network that is a I think actually the there's not random chaos, but or chaos needed chaos. So you turn on the radio. I feel like this bit of a body must have what I feel like to be a when he's out he's to go and do its whole it doesn't work. So, but I think it wait up. What does it feel like? Some bounded freedom and network that has more to it. I feel like it has
The cell, sorry,
explain why it's getting out of
it's a creative thing to understand the big picture.
big picture's bigger.
Individual is to understand the bigger picture, like limited it. Okay. The moment you understand your intelligence, everything like intelligence brought, like, even the sound has. The case. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, philosophical. Right? Because we're all of this stuff. Golden, fully free individual with all your freedoms and all your liberties, and you'll grab a gun and shoot you. Actually, you don't actually a lot of these, but the areas where you manifest agency, you're free to do those things. You can you create a podcast, right? Yeah. You're not. I mean, you have a lot of freedom, but even as you're doing this, you are actually. All of this is that you are already agents in such a right in that like lots of board. They're just posting it's a giant Facebook posting on there. They're just posting really fast. Yeah, well, that's right. Here's the but part of the online collaborative environment, sensitive making system. It's not very good yet. It's got the overhead, but washes away. And it's better than this. We are going to see humanity at speeds unthinkable in the past. It is software, right? The internet has the ability to foundational software. Right? That creating software. So these things are not novel. So I'm just suggesting that go mobile. It's not to integrate them all into a electric substrate. That thing will certainly have emergent intelligence. And not only individuals, probably not human designers will be able to really put it all down and explain. But it's sometimes that AI system be able to go Texas by ranch, go off the grid, go full survivors, back in just high life. Be effective. You have access to way more of that sustainability than 5 million other really small time. What basically doesn't feel in control, like over it's just not consistent. That's the point. How comfortably with this concept, right? I think systems that feel more in control will not understand out. So I think systems that get there dimensional elements that feel just that feeling that will those systems will win. But that means it will not be a version of the work on top of it. You know, I think that's a call to break down what you're staring right now, which is in the Western world, I think there's a very sharp distinction between specific forces. Here, Cartesian, and like, what is the vector? Where is the position? Where is it going? Yeah. And kind of this idea that things emerge, see the emergent out of things. And there is kind of, and you're asking, like, well, what kind of being crisis that we're going through there? But it feels like since we've been defense and death, we'd rather been searching for time. If they feel like for the human civilization going through being crisis of different flavors throughout its history, how is this particular crisis different? Or is it a lot of people it wasn't so much once you did the one where you can make good, you always see like not getting killed by other humans in crisis. So looking around and wondering what it's all about, we get and to some extent, the reading crisis about that is precisely because I feel not very much right. I believe that it's the concept of what would make consequential decisions in agency, right? You make consequential decisions, that generates the so we would want to see, but we don't see the consequences of that. Then it feels like it wasn't right. If there's all these big things happening, there's one that also start to meaning, like the definition of certified right is generally the result of making consequential decisions. So historically, just when humans are survival mode, you're making consequential design. So there's not like like you either got or you pay like they're all consequential decisions. And they also host fossil fuels in the industrial revolution and created massive leisure sectors. I can sit around and think about that because starts to death. Making decisions somewhat, but a lot of times not the consequences of any decision they make. The general sort of sense of this French term for it. And typically with the consumer society and the mass media, everyone, you know, choosing between alternatives. No, it's not. It's good. lot of decisions are consumption, looking like self-satisfaction, gaining social status, right? So that's like of the production. So many things during this now. That we had to keep somebody where there are stats games, which is not so much extra production. With regard to those stats games, those things that what they have to ground and reality like they are when you're on in this virtuality world, social media, social media, and you're saying that you're right. There's status games on the kind of circle is going to win because it's it ties to consumption. It's the greatest version of the thing, the latest sneaker. We have all the old ones, but the amount of sneakers we have to destroy every year to artificial stage to go right? It's not great. So consumption doing status games is really bad, unsustainable. The second thing is you can use these kind of status games. But what it does is it renders you capture to the work required. The status games that those resources where they're built countries that have a little so that's one reason I'm playing this virtual stuff.
You're saying, oh, the big picture of money, but people control over you can't. You don't get decide what wants the games or playing in the future. They don't capture.
It'll build. It's just like that. If you only play and you have the control and then the people with the hard resources and have the player zero discipline are going to own.
But it's not connected to or it's not connected to purpose, which is like still the virtual technology.
There are kinds of money. That's not stuff that you want to give you a edge. It's because the big sovereignties where one stands and use the marketplace for money, they're ability to adjudicate the physical resources, the hard resources, and that those are not the challenges they have at time.
So what goes there, both bodies are connected to the resources. It's an idea, and that idea is very close connected to them.
That's on the place. So like it's actually like a law. It is nice. This is one thing. So you have to pay attention.
Yes. So at the end, to be connected to the blockchain and the reality. So in the case of law and taxes, it's connected to government, and the violence is the
Like the monopoly.
level. The window of the back inside is an ugly and it's real. But because you control it, this reality doesn't need the status. The Ron James theory of what then to be that, but virtual idea from somebody else constructed a game, and now you're playing in the space of virtual, in the virtual space of game. So it just feels like there could be games where status build realities that give us meaning in the virtual space. I can imagine
Oh yeah. Okay. So I see. I think it's interesting. The idea there. People think the LeBron James put in like some YouTube does. Yes. YouTube answer. It is status games, but at a certain level, it facilitates as you do right? Right? On each video, and also say your trees and right? Like it's not just those kinds of games can lead to real consequences. It's that for the vast majority of people in consumer culture, they are incented by advertisements, there's either a pathetic environment to create purchase customer things and to buy the latest model that actually appear. However, they need to pursue status gain as a driver of me. And my point would be hollow. And that is what creates meaning crisis. Because at the end of the day, it's like you put it on the calorie, right? It takes it down to the shit. It's not a protein down billions. You have to feel it in your gut. And that's all the stuff that's setting aside the professional current, which I have to get back to. That's what I mean about the big devices are being created by that we're not encouraged to have direct relationships. We're actually relating to even family members. We're encouraged to relate to friends. We're encouraged to relate to these kind of things, and then goes to things that will get low cost. That's
The roles of technology, more knowledge, technique. Yeah, I guess it's a broad idea of what you can see. Correct me if I'm wrong. Technology is moving away from my question, broadly speaking, what are the tools and is good?
I certainly think some of the rules and ideas, and I think some of them are pretty good. But really, my technique is also somewhat as well. I mean, it speaks to the general mentality of the business. So much production, artifacts that are not actually, they don't sit well. Essentially, I think it's as the end. Whereas perhaps we will come to, a problem, maybe a piece of care. Maybe it's a place to build a house or real estate to build up, and they will consider how to bring various things in to build something well contextualized that's in right relationship with that environment. But the way we enter the technology over the last 100 years is not that at all. It is how can we, make sure the input materials are homogeneous, size, diluted, and exactly the right alloy concentration. How do we create the hand? That's the right energy for a lot of times to stand out in the same markets. We then go out the door, everyone gets the same output, and we like once it is because we have broadcast that tells everyone this is the whole thing. So you're homogenized demand, right? And we're going to go and other critiques of learning coming from that direction. The situation goes a little bit. It's that their point that at this point in time, there's something that drives a lot of the economics of nothing. We need to consider those status. So we have homogenized. We discovered the weakness system. This is what Renee's in the early 20th century, we discovered we created in a way that was impossible before because of broadcast. And what helped you create desire, would help create desire for each person to connect to something specific thing to build a relationship with you or your spouse. We are telling them you can answer this way. You need to drive this book. Listen to this music. Have you heard this? Have you seen this movie? So creating homogenized demand makes it really cheap to create a homogenized product. And now you got to come scale. And the same thing will be on road. All the kids, right? So this is ultimately where this ties in runaway hybrid is that we then have capitalism is always looking for growth. It's always looking for growth. Growth only happens at the margins. So you have to squeeze more demand. You make it cheaper to make things for everyone. You're still getting leading out. You're still like, so you're taking money, right? We see a little bits of this dripping critiques of this kind of popular culture. You see it sometimes. That's what feels like here. Walks into the thing, like, oh my god, bookstore, just it's about the Buzz Lightyear, just like me, right? That is, I think, a fun picture dynamic.
channel for actually innovation, new music, and it's possible to create all kinds of experiences that individual others in the ways for all kinds of people. It's just the machine that actually enables the experiences or more experiences than give meaning. It has done that to some extent. I mean, it's not all good or bad. We try to look backwards and offer a critique of the past at this point in time. But it's somewhat different in the discussion. It's somewhat different than the question of where do we go? Right? Is this still the same volume we provide? Is it actually really get us to is this so you predict the future? You have the mechanisms, we have now more than enough technologies where we can actually, I think, sustainably produce what most people would need. We have so created the infrastructure to allow continued research, additional things. The organizing principles that we use to govern these things today have a lot of some of them are a little bit industrial. A lot of these modes are problematic. And furthermore, I think of the industrial mode. I want to go back to the open source thing. There was a point, well, if you look at core sci-fi sort of collection of libraries, that's not let's put hands in there. So I can how much value economic value you say we drive. That's one of the things you and Travis is like. $80, sure. All systems when you go right now, some of the TensorFlow. You look at fraud, everything, right? Every color. Some aspect. So I would say that these create billions of members of direct, yeah. I think they could not do it. They didn't. That's principle. I think that's right. And there was one at a time. Not anymore, but there was one at a time. They could fit in the van. And so if you look at that, like a van of good trade value to you today. Well, here's the thing. What can we do more of that? Like that's open source. Then use or crowdsourced approaches at a level that is better than the capitalism. I would anyone to go and write 12 people in the world to build that entire stack. Those 12 people. Hedge fund hire doesn't create like something that is worth $billions a day. Every one of them the right people is a thing that that's outsourcing. They would outsource those. Right now, if you start that and said, I need to have a part of a multi-billion-dollar sort of enterprise. So what you're telling the story is our way of thinking about value, our way of thinking about sources, our way of thinking about rights and all these things. They come
we are it's not now sample listeners the era. The question of how we communicate resources, how we use the data, because the truth is often the modalities in this human ecologies have been software. Software content actually sharing reduces value. So that's different than any other physical resource of situation for IP. So in software in this way create value so just be right. That's the reason about this right now is because looking for the can't run it all bigger. We're part of the Amazon. Build something sustainable. That's just code that can be totally open source, right? So you can actually get to a mode where all of this thing you're doing, they don't have to be bringing up and then charge for all the extra out of it. That's what Facebook did. That's what social media did. Right? It's the old internet that was connecting people to a space. Why don't we post a picture of the post text? And it exploded. It's a network of human connection. And that's a network of yeah, I'm be a gatekeeper. Everybody's attention. And what's that? Like, so,
create advanced outside. So, the story of those people have some kind of job outside of this. Don't you need to have a job? You have to be connected to the capitalist system. Like, isn't this the engine that to kind of take a break and the edges?
the question of service, right? Working no one have time to find but that's what I'm talking about when I say we're maybe have a scarcity for a lot of people. The question that we're never here to ask as a role is how much do you need? How much do you have a new car in 2 years? How do you get a car and use that already? No, you have to bring it. I mean, you use the same option 4 years ago. Right? This is what maybe one of her listeners will like no, but that the question of what do you create social reform of people to live on the basis of what access to purchases like all your resources together to handle the really big, these are amplifiers the but can we actually and solve for people's needs and then give them the capacity to explore how to do that first. And for Travis, shot of 10 years, for others, it's sci-fi advances available time. And that's, we can do these things. We can actually do this kind of code. Code is not very organization. It's a rare cheap. Mentioned Travis talking about open source. How do you Travis talk about what's really here? Oh, together. It's the press. Like, yeah, the first time I met Travis was at a sci-fi capacity here. I was working at a working on scientific computing consulting, and a couple of years later,
thought was the CEO. We're all very excited about joining us. So I work with Texas on a number of projects working on just a really good time there.
It was primarily Python.
Yeah, Python, NumPy, sci-fi consulting kind of stuff. Towards the end of that time, we started getting called in more and more shops. They were adopting Python heavily. I did some work on trading shop, a couple of investment banks in Manhattan. So we started seeing that there was a potential for Python in the direction of business computing. Just being this niche like lab replacement for big computing, what we were seeing was, you can actually use Python as a Swiss Army knife for shadow data transformation kind of stuff. So that's when we realized that that was and so we started, and I just called analytics at the time. We started in January 2012 with a vision of showing up parts of Python that needed to get expanded to handle data scale, visualization, stuff, etc. And that was that, yeah. So I was president for the first 5 years, and then and the and then Travis, about that. Travis left after a year, which was more oriented around some open source. So it wasn't like product development. It wasn't focused on package management and Anaconda. We had a lot of other visions of other technology that was built in the open source. And Travis was really trying to push, again, the frontiers of computing, handling things like differentiation intrinsically in the open ecosystem. So I think that's day to day, working on feedback about,
What's the big program about leadership?
Wow, there's a lot. Travis is a really, really good guy. Really, his heart is big. He hears a lot.
Of that track. So interesting.
It's so interesting. Very different background. We can not talk for a long time and then be on a conversation 90%. And so he's the one who wasn't of the ocean. His ship pointed sort of in the same direction.
So that's a beautiful way to.
Yeah, we feel the same way. We care a lot about the team. For someone who cares about the details of the types of design and efficiency of everything else about he cares more about the people because of everything. And I have a similar kind of thing. I care a lot about this. I really do. But of what this human intelligence is, I think, a touchstone. It's a approach which we should look at it and think, this for humanity is collaboration was how can we be generative and human collaboration civilization to do that. So it's all nerds and coast, and this because it's scientists, it's people data that exists.
For this kind of open source to make money.
Absolutely. It's hard. But we're trying to do that in our own way. Because when business users needs that business security, provenance, they really can't tell their investors, hey, we're having, I just installed packages for us where you're have someone to talk to about it does. So we are a government for that. We take that and we just take that as a dividend. We take percentage of that. But beyond that, I would see the development of a marketplace for people to create models, data sets, curation of these different kinds of things, and to really have a long-term marketplace that if you stumble into
package management. A lot of things here on which is so first, package managers more of this if and once
the package problem is this, which is it really do efficiently. There are a lot of libraries that need to be compiled with they need to not just be compiled, they need to compile with all of the right settings. And oftentimes that's the reason too for the chip architectures. Every guide you use the base, you look at different operating systems. You make it like but you want to Windows on the same execution. All of this complexity is beyond the capability of most data scientists are about. It's also beyond what the package developers want to do. If you're going to appear like I put on Linux, this much for me, it is not my problem to build this foundation with Windows. Right? That's just simply not my problem. So what we end up with is we have a creative or a very creative outsource environment where people want to do stuff that they can't. And so we end up creating a set of technologies like build recipes and build system and the installer system that is well, to put it simply, it's able to build these packages on each of these different kinds of plastic systems. It makes so people want to install something. They can. It's just set up a big compiler system, do all these things. So when we have a difficulty is we have literally thousands of people writing code within the ecosystem, doing all sorts of stuff. Each person writing code, they need to be dependent on something else. And so all this installing the correct package or any given set of packages, getting that right stuff around is an incredibly hard problem. And again, don't think about this. So I want to spell by pandas, I want this version of cheaper spatial library, I want this other thing, and why is this hard? These exist. And it is hard because you're just with this version of Windows, right? And these libraries are not the latest version of the old version, where that means the version of that. And so it's the Python ecosystem. Divert by putting outsourcing. We are able to build up 100,000 different things. But then we also see this problem that because it's not outsourced, and no one right? No one really wants to support their thousands of oddities. So we end up sort of having to do a lot of these. Of course, unfortunately, that's not an open source, making some of those recipes. That's what hit is like practical stuff as an easier way for both the Python developers write Python code that can have this Python, stuff they can then install differently. And what are the company able to do the system with that thing? Into many of this complicated stuff. So even we have, on the we have a computer most of the thing, just two exotic different. So, for Python application, build its own sort of package. Really contemplate. And so now we have the challenge where you can pivot
to use the GPU acceleration. I used to say, what is the GPU? It gives you very and it's a lot of the time that one of the big advantages is you don't really want too much of it. And that's really the trying to solve. We try to solve the problem.
That's so great.
It is we're trying to think about, well, can we pull from the most popular packages together and get them from like a coordinated release timeline, get the same test matrix, et cetera, right? And there is a little bit of dynamic on this, but again, it is all here. You know, people working these projects have their own timeline, their own. So we try and get these things together. And it's this really no recommend that just as a program business where like here works invisible. You can like because that's in our situation, right? Honda's all property. Usually it's an upstream issue, but it looks like Honda's really it looks like when these two work though, it's like, oh yeah, well, it's very easy. So we end up in this kind of problematic scenario. But it's okay because I think we're still our hearts and eyes. We're trying to move this forward as a sort of thing. I think most of the people in the community also appreciate what we've done over the years. We've got at least that collaborative fashion.
One of the subgraphs of dependency that super complicated and I'm not really always with your perspective, just seeing different this process, what lessons you take away from it, why it takes
Look at some people perhaps underestimate how much adoption. I think that some people also underestimate how much, or they overestimate how much value some of the new features that I'm really provided. I think they really loved, but I think we just didn't have something is this change company was starting to take off really like as like a hockey stick with really data science era, really contest. A lot of people were learning onboarding and whatever just worked. And the teacher from well, yeah, whatever I need or not someone I'm really bad at teaching right now too. Took a lot of advocacy to get people right now. So I think there wasn't any particular single thing, but it was one of those that I which just and also Halo 3 itself, they were kind of making things, changing things around, and you guys understand library requests to happen there. That you kept getting people an excuse to say, I'll put up the next version. It was working fine. So I think that's what happened. And I will say this stuff. Right? On data science, I think, is what kept Python alive in transition. Because a lot of my users less than years ago. If there wasn't Python enough, there's a good chunk of Python users that during that transition would left for and stayed. In fact, some people never look back. The fact that we were able to buy 5 million users Python data community that is kept in the Python. Now, if you see Python data is over 50% of the overall. So I will be the debate that those things some of the communication that's like I said, I think this statement
the idea this is what I thought in Python 3 if it did also cause just taking data science and processes data. So like the time perfect this perfect this with the great time value of data.
the troubled execution of the code necessarily. If possible, resources I don't know, smoother. Ultimately, the
execution, Python is it's voluntary. It's like the most popular language on the planet. It's all voluntary. So the lack of resources meant that they had to do things in a very abstract way. And I think particularly the Python is a language that the data was a part of it. I actually shame for it because I'm a machine person. It's just and I think I switched been working with myself for small projects, big file when and I'm still doing support like in or something. So like I realized and long as carrot. Okay, with my come here. I'm very old. Packages I love and like nope. That's when I wonder maybe or some step into it's like it's a chicken problem too, right? You don't want to cut off a lot of users. The decision for the project. Some projects like only releasing and that's more of a sticky hit, right? Karen. But then for others, yeah, because it's the dependencies, so many things. That was the final. It was a stick shift. People were saying, look, if I have to keep maintaining for Python 2, that's much less energy. And I can put it better for Python 3 folks. Of course, so people were also pulled by this attention. A lot of core folks decided to go
They're about the world. This actually we're out 7 members develop world. Talk that first of all, you see a feature of the 100 second one I think change.
So Anaconda did a little about a million. So the idea that programmers in the world undercounting, traditional counting, are using Python data in their jobs. I do believe the future will for it. What I would like to see is where people are data literate. So they're able to use tools that let them express the classroom. So I think some level of like things. My hope is that we can build systems that allow people to more seamlessly integrate Python as an actual with data systems and operationalization. There's some tools we can think today, but we got the market for Python users. If we do right, is on the order of the filters, which is 300 pieces. So I think we're going to see be able to use other things that choose the right parts of the system
towards creative people. Like, Excel is something for a certain kind of audience, like financial people, all that kind of stuff. If there would be easy ways to leverage, I thought, yeah. And there's a application of artificial intelligence. Well, OpenAI with generating programs. Yeah. So you can bridge and get kind of visual interface to generate programs. And so on. But having to do research and essentially what this is doing is actually generating each other. Right. There's how do I times you kind of I don't know if like this is the relate which is program. I feel like that's going to take a long time and why I think there was the theory of I mean, heck, do you have a no. So I think that which is the time I could when you shop but they were good ones. That feeling of computer as a thing that we can use to extend ourselves as an operating robot. So you see a little bit of parts of the generation of Minecraft blocks, right? Renaissance of computer. Sweet. In Python is language graphics. I think it's great. Or something like those kinds of things. The idea that I have more open. I want to be all the time. I should say that. Whether get them out there, even learning all the dictionaries, all the objects, all the these attributes and parameters. Like time to learn a lot of stuff. So that's and programming my example becomes the right way to use to express the desire. So there's a lot of these different ways to push through. But I think as we're talking about the legislative thing, you know, when you do something like we used to think about data scientific it's a expression system which gives us math actually quite a lot of about that data set and it's how that's powerful as in you can yes here and you can the vendor give me a pipe you can throw whatever I won't be able to mash it. So the ability to take it is like sharing data is really big. And I think that's why
at some level, we're not going to get away from some of these expressions and APIs in libraries.
At the center of the Python community, many are if you change one thing, down the road, what comes to mind? What are the
Values that we have. And that's been and that humility, that's never seeing the they could people in the Python community really understand that they stand perched at the edge of how to transform less which is Python that doesn't actually can't put an interface out. It's really well as a language. You can't I mean everyone used to sort of my data. So you can't actually write in any well. And so that wasn't to pat ourselves we through our current actually how do we see
is creating something very new and powerful.
back to context. Dynamic. Let people work together without anyone else. How do they, consciousness is a singular architecture within the architecture. People in Virginia say will a step from collaboration being into that kind of involvement. So being swarm that's a problem.
For some reason, Linus Torvalds, he, the people, charisma, there's every bad idea.
Let's have fun. Once you clear it, and he's open. Once you clear it,
See, obviously, that's not the community. The impression that one particular person is not a record. So you actually read the process. He's very good. As a person with leadership where that's how that's important. But if you want to be a leader, like with the is people there's some kind of but it's like
well,
behind
big topic. Leader, and I'm gonna put three articles on leadership. Really like Python. Entrepreneurial opportunity right on the data. But for me, for this journey, I started really enjoying understanding organizational and leadership. number one has to create, or at least use to dispel. Also, you have to experience.
What was
Yeah, belief means a few things. Belief means here's what you need to do. This is reality to do. We can do it. You have to be able to try that belief. Leadership along the way has to help you amplify that belief. That's what it is. You have to be able to show people that
with all the different figures of leadership so they can provide us talk like deal with some jive people that some people are multi-sense builders, but what works well for you, source what works well for these are programs you refer some things what works well.
if what leadership is best. Servant leadership is one of the values. Also, the high priest of values, right? So any collection of people comes down to if you want to maintain certain values, those values help you as an organization help. Then the leader has to use has to has to live. So this icon, I think that is one of those values. Certainly, yeah, one, I don't feel like the icon is really different so much positions that I should. This interesting thing is so many people use when it comes to the apple involved with. And it's like I think a lot of people that those companies kind of realize that they're super bold. So my question is, and those companies often how do you establish your vision like get to 100 million users, right? Get to where I thought this is different. Machine learning and data science, machine learning, so it's coming to revolution, right? Like, when it's I think the way like the tooling is that it does affect right? Oh yeah, for a while, Icon, factory finance, they would submit costs. So in 2010, they would submit costs to Icon, and the talk about projecting because it was the separate of data conferences, at least by data, and instead of they talk about press and numbers and whatnot. And it's like that was an interesting dynamic. That there was, I mean, at the time it was a little annoying because we wanted to try to get more users, get more people talking about these things. Icons, thousands of Icon programmers. But then also you can appreciate that, parallel, having an ecosystem of parallel application is not bad. There are people doing Icon stuff. People doing web programming tools. They were using Icon. I think hopefully at some point, if you're fucking doing so much stuff, you have to respect the different things like areas in the division. And stuff like that has to come together to bond provide resources as a get resources to the various and allocate basically
course, I have a wonderful takes for a lot of things I'm not able to figure out. It's just, I try to get to sleep earlier. You know, to get up at 6 to my kids out. So there's a hard decision for me. But for a while, I used to go basically other than 9, like I'm going to tell you that I'll go at 5, you know, like that was actually interesting. It wasn't too bad. It was good. I didn't keep it up for years. But once I figured out what it is, it was because the times up social was it for years with the game because like that wasn't helping young people I wake up in the US still responding to their son's emails, whatever. And you know, Twitter or whatever to get that right. And you wake up freaking that's what they and I read something that, you know, by physics sleep or something like that. But I read basically other things like that. So every object, everything. I will say that worked out for me for what I'm doing. In terms of movies, I had a 27-inch DPI set up that I really like. Just communication less large is that what happens when you become a book? Like, but it's actually under bucks over. But the main one is whatever. Like, and then each of you had what it was. The reason I love it was it's kind of exercise like so I can do it. But then I'm presenting clients or investors like to worry about I rated sick things, the presentation, does that. Just always wait for sleep. And it won't. You know, I mean, it is not a dig against the next except I just I feel like that. At 24, I was just like, okay, start my own company. And the next laptops were just not like there. And so I just stopped with that. Pretty respectful. Windows. Environment. That makes me feel like you're still in it. Well, the Linux stuff is but there's still the windows on the outside where I don't know where I used a long time like it's clear. Like it's hard for me to know where it is, how it does, and just just everything seems a little more complex than it used to be. Not to say that there aren't weird things that get done, because also there but for the most part, and well, actually, especially now with the intro, and what's the last few years, I was like, I mean, like my keyboard, like my keyboard, touch bar, you know, the escape button, and now, so I use the real force things, I use mechanical switch, shake. I say that music, right? Dark, dark. It's like, dark mode.
This is what I do on here. We have a lot of laptops. And the laptop, I'll put a piece of paper to record it. Let's see, this is who I am. This is what I become. Who I be this person? I'm a piece of paper sitting like happy with your rock. About I support Rabbi. Yeah, actually, not letting on the web. Yeah, on the web. And everything around me is using the iPhone to look at TikTok and saying, like this, that, and that, and other people like me, adult, and with the 90s. And using technology. And that's my social street. And I decided this is who I am. This is me, like, coming out of the closet, saying I'm the basis, people with all my upload to use Max. You know, also he's a stand up. What was the getting good at that? He just made up Amazon. I don't know if he's still using one. So 10 years ago, like he was support group and with your job is the really one. Is there one? Oh, it's good. Okay. He's good. Honestly, the last thing I did was I had written, I was working on my son's first podcast. Those jobs. Oh, you did you migration program? Today, high school, college, about this maybe we're getting trouble. We are coming to the end. We're rapidly entering. So, starting from really under the institutions that no longer pretend to serve the purpose of the before. We are creating technologies that billions of people have philosophical who they don't even know the operating systems that are foot, and they're heading into it. So, for people in high school, so I tell my son this as well, it's middle school, people college, you are going to have to find your own way. You're going to have a pioneer spirit. You live in the middle of the most dense urban environment. All of human reality around you is the result of no matter how many generations of humans agreeing to play certain kinds of games. A lot of those games no longer operate the books they used to. Coax is not living in. If you are in a particular social cast or economic cast, it's not kosher to say you're not because of what you're stratified in classes in society. There's some ability, but it's really not a class that you can have your classes. Yeah, unless you're in the middle class, you are headed for the top climbers. So it is really, really good to think and understand the fundamentals of what you need to build a meaningful life for you, your loved ones, with your family. And almost all of the technology being created that's consumer based is designed to take the full stack, of people, integrate them into certain functions of that stack. And so if you want to be a human being, if you want to have your agency, if you want to find your way in the world, when you're young, you have to take time to spend time looking at some of the concepts around, what it means to live a good life, what it means to build connection with people. And so much of the this game, so much of the stuff. One of the things that I sort of talk about is create more technology. There's a great in technology. Great in technology always leads to great in the power. This is a joke. Well, great in the power is not the only way. Technology is growing so fast. People like stuff. I'm being but I get what's going on in read some proceedings. So as the world gets more and more technological, it will create more and more ingredients for people who seize power, economic fortunes. And the way they make people left behind, okay, but
create lottery systems. They give you the narrative of your own being, sort of. So avoiding those kinds of things is really important. The only one someone could make is it. So these are things that we don't actually what's going on, but it's really
I guess realism for your son, yeah. From the sure. Said at the end of his public their minds back to the classics. But at the societal level,
what gives me hope is that we have little shaking people out of the web of fiction and modernity, the late 20th century modernity. That's good, I think, because and also earlier, the idea of people working on some of those especially they just need Facebook and other so well, right? So like clear. These things are not
so did you believe I believe better social media they are breaking out now, incentivize their competitors.
that's possible. Well, the thing about it is that when you have extractive return on return, you have a saying, look, I'm going to that. Give me some dynamics out of this. What are you going to do? You're going to just basically keep every single node, every single edge, every node, every edge. But we don't have that. No one's sitting there saying, hey, look, every target of life, generative human dynamics. Around. So the greatest and biggest network in the world is still right. So we're the issue with social media, we call it now, is that just like yourself to the end. So it's a great creator economy. That's what we're talking about. But giving everyone a job, you could also have more people who apply the right way. That's not healthy for systems. So I think if we can create tools to help people be conscientious about their vision, spend time looking at memory and culling, but thinking about like that's sort of that's what we get. The bigger question that you're asking about hope is that these sort of jobs with good families and remote work and all these different kinds of things. I think it's getting people to a point where they are sort of walking in the road, right? That I mentioned last sense. There's more people with ears to hear now, right? With pandemic, in education, everyone's like, wait, what do you guys do with kids like you're that's this crap you're getting, right? So I think these are the times that we're getting supply chain disruptions. How do we have to fix this? Is, but the concern is that it's still being allowed these things for people to be agentic again, to be in right relationship with each other. So the message is still resilient. And we are really amazing technology. And I also hope that we begin to have a lot of issues that then the power of the single individual positive playing possible, but all in one. It is. I think also, part of what I try to do is another guy going on around current technological, social, economic crises that we're facing, and the space of the future years. I think we've had a lot of stuff for people who want to find out more or think about this. We're talking that feel beyond just the clear those kind of stuff. I'm sort of way past that now. So that also I feel like I myself getting it how to think about these things makes me feel like I can change it.
It's thinking about this like all over the place is the big biggest question. You want to meet like
I think I never understood that question.
you say meet you're saying that like sort of for experience describe this stuff as a moment of just like joy and maybe when you see something cool well that experience you get it feels like it all makes sense. So some of that is just chemical stuff we get in the mind and all things. It seems like we're building a sophisticated cognitive intelligence that's defining meaning in multiple ways. It's and with a lot of history, I think they religion, they take technology, a lot of this like innovation. And I think the old school so there's a like why? Yeah, why are we reaching for there's excess? I don't know if I can answer why I come up, but I think it's gonna be. I'd have to think about that a little more. Maybe if I will say this. We do live in the world where a traditional to the world where what I would say is something logical, subjectivity, and then there's all objectives, there's not those mediums, these things are not things to that. But a different view of the world that looks at it as much more that realizes, oh, really, the wave pattern thing, right? So when you look at the world that it's very like the shine in this particular thought experiment, which is what if it was the case that everything that we touch, that we pay attention, that we actually get actually, all the jumbo like people, the magnetic crystals and all this other kind of stuff, quantum energy stuff. What if that wasn't? What if literally when your hand touches an object, when you really look at something, concentrate, focus on it, really give it attention, you actually give it. There is some physical residue of something part of you, your life force that goes into it. This is what's it's not like I don't actually. Let's do the. What if it was? What if there actually was? What if the old thing that this can has changed a little bit, and it's not much. I want you to put a lot into it, but all the time. Like, these things, they can make a little bit. But what if there's something that technological about the technical object is not really attention to the sea and then allow that your mother used for 20 years, right? What if it's keyboard and you bring down like the world just not come from over home? You think these are two new objects, these are good ones, but somehow there's something to that. We feel attraction.
if we have thought experiment, we touch and the reason that my answer is that there is such a thing because hypothesizing that it could be that the purpose of life is to be as many things with a lot of possible. That's you're an incredible person. Thank you. So much is engineering and space philosophy. Like, probably. And really directed things. Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thanks for listening to the conversation. Support this podcast. Sponsors. And now, filled with multiple malicious income, social cancer, organizations. Thank you for listening. See you next time. Founder, wire coaching. Recommend politics, especially China, fascinating product rise, you can be blind to capital today. This is the last different podcast supporting ship our sponsor. Now, here's my conversation. The history of the world, as you have done in your new book, The Changing World Order. What is more important? Money or power?
They go hand in hand. They support each other. Each other. Those who have money and power, that power has all that they can want, but it also has the ability to influence those with political power. So, and so you see this throughout history, this chaotic relationship. For example, the nobility and the church. So you see that people supporting each other in these ways, and then wrestling, for money among them. So I guess that's what the last is. You look at the party power, 16, 17, look at the church, and agriculture, right? And a certain that has those get thrown in all the resistance. Goods and something industrial revolution, and you have this and strong relations. You see that, and we don't see that signal, but you still see this, and you see those money dealing with those
powers the nation.
Yes, in 1668, after 30 years of war, there was the development of nations. And we had the development of the country that the workers and within those workers got to control and be intrigued to the nation. And then, of course, each country, their United and there was typically a prefect or state level down below, and then this level, so they each have power to coordinate that kind of thing. Is run.
You might think that the globe archetype was like government divide empires and everything about them, including their currencies and markets. It's important that the goals are the ones in the introduction of the long-term results in capital market cycle, the internal order, the super cycle, and the external order cycle. People describe as big cycle.
Is or so water. That is the integrated system that you're placing out. World, world. So, for example, in 1945, at the end of the war, which is basically a fight for the water, they got together and agreed with the things we now know. 44, they created on a degree system that determined pretty much, and because the United States won, and 80% of the world's money was gold and jet, built around water so that the Canadians in New York, World Bank, and Washington, some classic war determined rules to follow. That are being constructed. There is a period of prosperity, peace, pursuit of prosperity. And everybody goes that wants to fight with the dominant power. Surrender. They call up the world and who's going to control what. And coming to that period of peace and prosperity, there's working together. Usually, you wipe out a lot of class warfare, and good working together. So, as the Industrial Revolution in the late 1800s, the what we experienced in the post-World War II period are peaceful, prosperous periods of power. In time, since really 1500 and maybe before, but really 1500, Dutch invented capitalism. What I mean by that, they invented personal stocks, capitalism, focusing on resources into the hands of the bankers. That's when we moved from agriculture to capitalism. So they got reasons, and then they built prosperity. In that process of doing, they created wealth gaps, natural. Those strength. But also, it becomes more successful and more expensive. It becomes more expensive. And the other thing, like eBay, had nothing but no chips, probably the done less expensively. And also when expensive, so less competitive. And also they're living against big labels instead of that you're the that enjoy life. You don't have to fight stuff. And so you still you don't so and when you have more reserve for instance, you know, a lot of money because those who want to say oh, and that means that the land you money. So those trees spend deeper in debt. So you see that the use that competitiveness and they get some the financial services which are not good and are well ships. Which stuff to say that work out. And when they have the first which they have enough money, you know, money is reasonable. So you grab it, you are there, and they're spending more money than they have the money or stock so that they get tearing rates. It's that worse conditions. And if they have a money, it's also challenging. It's either turn conflict over weapons. And if they have the conflicts internally and that's where you so if internal external leads to change to the new world.
And do you have an example of that? The British, what are some of the key examples you think of this process? What the problem is?
Well, certainly or the Dutch, the American Japanese, but you know, say in the book, they do not just use the words context, good, that's subjective, it's very used. So as you can see every level, you can see diversity, education, what is the military power of the country, you can see that going on. And so you can see the arts and composition and what you see in most of those times. You can see that, but you also can see of course, the that show what is the level of nation, what is the level of like what is the level of military strength, what is the level of the number of different measures of strength, so that you can then compare that. And I think that because they're objective measures of strength, that you can see change. You know, temperature of the and I think one of the most important things about the book is that it allows you to monitor how the policy you know, your policy is doing a good job. And there's so much subjectivity to that. But I think it's very simple. It goes on the chart. Your health is improving. And your like something works like both. It was used to create the laws of that relationship. And as laws that proceeded and made it. So by the probability of certain things. well, creating a lot of debt, and we're printing a lot of money, and the investment into that is very much is limited because there's a signal from government laws more than it because it's spent more than anything. And the world now has a lot of denominated bonds. The world's reserve currency, they sell, and they bad significantly, and so on. So that means that so are more, and that means that the Federal Reserve has the choice to the interest rate curtail borrowing, which slows the economy, or producing the debt monetization, which reduces and inflation services, financial assets. So, in that regard, the United States in China is better. China has displaced the United States as the world's largest country, another exports to other countries, and as a result, it's economically competitive, but it doesn't have a full reserve currency. It's a real lesson. The United States has a reserve currency, but it is risky because of this imbalance. So if you look at history, you see that those go slowly. They go quickly. So of that so just give some of the other ones too. Right now, there's a lot of internal conflict with the United States, which well, it works. In China, there's less conflict because it's a more democratic state. Most of what they create is bifurcation, what is political and what is economic in terms of producing prosperity. So if you stay out of the politics pretty much, and you're seeing businesses and so that's working. That's subject to different people's interpretation. I can the internal conflict. So those is less. Your father.
So these measures, I guess you don't take one measure like that is more for any pressure. But it's a bad thing. Is this complicated, or do you kind of the way we think about it, that you presented, the higher, better, worse?
Well, in any case, the conflict that produces revolution, change, revolutions, and needs to start. And so there is a period, and at the same time, it can be the transition during the beginning. Also, there are different kinds of competition, which makes the is a like whereas law so that's how those
The story, yeah,
but here how much political conflict, how much social conflict, measure lighting. You can measure fire. You can measure lots of different ways of conflict. So the measures are a composite of different types of conflict.
What are some other interesting measures across the particular interest is education, innovation?
Yes. Class assignment, the most indicator is a quality of education. The most important broad-based education from the legislation, because you can never get over so for example, you look at the Chinese dynasties, the great Chinese had Confucian growth. It was very democratic. Everybody could sit for exam. So nowadays, particularly in the population, and you see that if you go across to some of the draws on the largest number of population to get education. And that creates a perception that the system is there. People are not just one of privilege and not create social stability. But education is not just about education and understanding. So when it is education and stability and paying together. So if they're small, they understand how to be productive. They work well together and they're productive. And then the next stage in the lines of the chart, I plotted it so that you can see a typical cycle. Education, the long indicator. And you can see, as you mentioned, that what you see is independence and technology and follow. And you see that also competitiveness and world markets follow. For example, the emerging stages of the cycle, the industries that they tend to be basic in labor, something like textile and simple manufacturing. So as the education rises, then we move up the value chain to greater technology and increases income, increases productivity. So it gives those, as you said, 18 different measures, but education and then stability and so reflected in and that corresponds to trading with trading country. And where's the value of economic output and what per capita incomes? They all follow those lines.
Yeah, like you said, as many people you could think there's philosophy, there's wisdom, there's philosophy. Yeah, I think you can say that. It's your opinion. It's kind of like you can interpret it any way you like, but you just get it's if you were to look at the American empire and the trajectory for the future, given the measures, what is the trajectory that leads to collapse of the American empire based on these measures? What are the concerning indicators? And if those break down further with them?
Well, all of those indicators are concerned. Maybe except for one, which is technology. The technology age, although even in the United States is improving at a slower rate than is China for various advantages that they are put out there. Many computer data and so on. But if you look at them, so the financial is concerned. The disorder is concerned. And if you look at education, the United States is education advantage. If you look at compare it, if you take general public education in the United States, it's deteriorated tremendously in comparison to countries, their stores, pizza stores, and so on. Something like 38 or something, and that average public education. If you look at the best universities in the world, the United States have universities so privileged that are uniquely. So when you look at the comparison, China is improving rapidly, and its rapid quantity is the quantity of educated people in the areas that they're moving in is great. And the resources that they find there is greater. The results are greater. But it's hard to, if you were to follow through in terms of actual production, I think you know, in terms of technology, some areas that the United States is heavily, there's some areas that China is, but China's great game. Very good with the high percentage of China. I would bring no council makers, and I gave them these gifts to people your devices. In terms of areas like quantum computing, thinking of many areas, have a great skill. And so you take the trajectory, not just look at level. You have a situation that's improving great for the world. Is and how do you have a strong situation? The United States is itself. That's the main. You know, it's very, based out west project.
There's a moment things degrade when right? And all of these indicators when start going down.
There is, for example, that politically for those because see what they get, what they get, pay attention to how much debt is. So it's always better more than the next guy. And so you inherit as the president and the legislator. A lot of they have a infrastructure. They don't have enough money to fix that. And so the lay of the land that the prior generation that you read. And there you are. And so that's right. It's difficult because when you start to think, okay, what's well, that you spend, right? It's not so easy because you know what is that? Go earn more. Okay, that's not so easy. Spend less. Okay, you have that you, and that's why it's classic. So yes, that's why these cycles occur. Because we have for what happened before created lay it.
Great. I mean, census leader here, folks to very large problems as to the education system. This will try to fix the innovation and development of new technologies. It feels like that this doesn't happen organically. So you have to have strong leaders, populace,
well, I can live. We have a situation where everybody has their opinions, and they have to speak exactly right. We agree with each other with their opinions. So the most important thing is that we are become mindful, so that we know when we get our differences. I would have partisan again. I would group parties. We'll be able to work together. Then we one country and deal with both the majority in the middle all that I think are and not that. So I would say that's paramount. We have reasons, you know, well, something has ever been done. But the notion that a guard we have to go. So that group is calm knowledge together so that they can size of the pie and they can broaden the prosperity. So that is the paramount importance. If they do it that way, because that other alternative is the
Security factor. Different ways is about is what are the issues that lead to either or hot water? This is something you think about.
or the there are kinds of wars. There's an nature protector war. War. I suppose the one thing only at a time, and we could actually a rough competition have that evolution how it looks like for a long time. It's an issue too. And it's roots what was 100 years of human creation from the 1840s to 1945, foreign powers took advantage of China and killed people at such time and represented them years ago. And China represents their sovereignty and their thing. And 50 years ago, there's an agreement that there is one China, and China, and that there could be peaceful reunification. The peaceful reunification has their issue. That's a issue. Very accident. It's a very good situation. And if we had it, God help us, in all ways to inflict harm on each other. But anyway, that's that. If you don't have that for competition, those other whoever is on what I most I would work the military. I'm assuming the time inside that you is that which is used to inflict second began, and the vice president responsible for that and to deal with those issues. So you see right now that what's happening is they're dealing with the real estate bubble. There was a real estate bubble, which have led changing things and houses into the spectrum. And secondly, also they established what they call a free rent market, financial ratios, and the property developers have to think and causing the adjustments that are going on. Which are not really helping because for this bankruptcy of the company that's it's in many cases really a proof of the thing and so practice. So that's what's going on. So that's what's economic. At the same time, there is the changing relationships, the changing world order, the changing relationships with the United States and the country. Much more deliberation. Those two things, the domestic what's called border with relationship, which means certain foreign around that is less challenging because I believe in history, during very difficult times, a more centrally controlled decision making process like itself rather than the more practical political contentious project. And that's basically what happened.
You said it very eloquently, but the leadership is surrounded by that there's a lot of centralized control.
That characterization is right. It really is.
Action.
Their fighters involved the same or nothing like it. So you have to understand that it's kind of a collective leadership. And then, of course, there's just jockeying for power, political sense. But no one can be successful against all the folks at the top. So it's very politically negotiated. It's very much more like if you put the United States and the Democrats into the Republicans and they have to deal with the same, something like that. So that's that struggle. But it's an internal struggle.
What would be important to some things that is the act conflicts the central management one of the things is able to grow, but it's also limiting freedom, freedom. I think it means a lot. This is this. It means the streets, create things, whatever the space, technology, business, whatever. Look at how important that is in a treatment for society.
Well, I have a few, which is the idea of a dialectic, which means the two things. So that everything comes with pros and cons, and two opposites exist, and you want the benefits of those two opposites. And how do you deal with the benefits of those two opposites? So, let's say you want the capital markets because it gets money into the hands of the entrepreneurs who are motivated to go fortunes, and that drives an economy to do very well. And at the same time, it produces the other problems, the rub downs, the other problems, the net cycle that we're talking about. And so, and that thing, how do you reconcile relativism and the marketing United States is a country of individualism and individualism. And that is its policy that we see like the individual protection of the individual property rights and all of those things is of paramount importance. And we do organizations of democracy together, both partners work together. That is the American approach. He was described that in China, it's an extension of the Confucian family, essentially. And so it's almost like, there's a hierarchy. And so what they think about is the common good, not individualism. So, for example, if they want a high-speed rail to go from one place to another, and that's best in the common good, then the individual protections that would stand in the way of your secondary concern. So that notion of control, for example, what you're doing with video games, they control what type of video games and how many hours a day kids can be on video games in that way, because they believe that that's what the society has to control. In the United States, I think probably most parents would say, leave it to me. It's a matter between me and my kid. Something that has to do with data. And of course, in the United States, who controls the data? Does the company control the data? Do you individually control the data? And so the inclination would be to figure that out, but nobody would say that the government is going to control the data because of our inclination of in China, it the government controls the data because that's going to be best for the society and best future. But that's so that difference in the law is very as far as your effectiveness, it really is, and in China's case, balance of things, right? So what they're doing is to create a lot of creativity in areas that are not political, right? And you see a lot of entrepreneurship, you see a lot of product development, you see a lot of creativity happening in that way. So the stereotype that you don't see creativity is an old stereotype. There's a lot of creativity certainly happening in the system can work well if they can achieve the balance. It work well for time like we did before. Per capita income, real per capita income, right? 26 times the longevity rate is increased by 10 years. The poverty rate is falling to 80%, less than 1% in terms of basics, starvation. And if you read history right up the top, we talked about the cycles, democracy, credit, and the network that's brought it over back. Because our ability to democracy, which is remarkable, I don't know if there's no benefits of it, but the vulnerability of it has always been the input in World War II for democracy. Because there was disorder. With somebody bringing out to get control of the situation. That was Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain. They parliamentary systems that so all the systems have checks and balances. It's quite amazing, and it gives it a flexibility to change. But there has to be the respect of the rules. And when you see something like they will not accept elections more than 100%, that is shown the laws that people are more important to them than the system. The system is in jeopardy. So we have a situation that's very much like that in terms of, let's say, the 2024 election. I believe that there's a very high chance that neither side will accept for it. And so we have that kind of situation. So one hope that one can rise above the disagreements and rely on the system for resolving disagreements. Because if that doesn't happen, then we have our own chaos.
So the kind of the trend started 2020, that has been there, it's been growing. More representation of internal disorder has been a growing trend of being skeptical about the results of the election.
Well, right before that, it was the emergence of populism with President Trump was elected. He was basically elected as a populist because it was a large percentage of the population that the system didn't work. And he had it. And he was largely elected as a populist leader, first populist leader in the country. The populism began, and that was about one against the other. Since then, it's been that in a growth.
And you mentioned the vulnerability of democracy, the internal disorder, vulnerability of democracy. What's the vulnerability of the system like China? One way to flex between us and look at history. So what's the vulnerability of type system?
Well, I'll call it communist and autocratic. Depending on how much democracy is that flexibility, and lack the ability. So on the economic system, motivation and productivity. So the communism has to be done in a way where you can threaten productivity. Capitalism has, and by free market capitalists that affect by effectively resources and also create the incentives and resources, providing the resources for the effectiveness of the ideas. And so if we do that, what the Chinese have done to a large extent is to recognize it and have made a move. And that's what the seeming dialectic conflict between those two things is. But anyway, that's it as far as autocrat rather than one man vote from the population. The risks of the autocratic system is that there's enough discontent that the system doesn't have the flexibility, and rather than helping, it breaks. That's the big risk. The notion of trying to control the population, if there's the flexibility, is the big risk.
The human Hopkins